There's some good ones here. Ooh. Someone's playing a Horus deck. Someone's playing Vanilla Water.
Ooh, some spoilers already.
I wanna watch these matches right away.
Well, may as well. Why not? I mean,
It's not like they're gonna be going on later in the tournament.
oof. Yeah, but we always hope you can eat your words on that.
Yes. Someone's playing Final Countdown. Final Countdown.
Oh, I gotta mute this.
Oh man, this is nice.
So who do we want to watch? Are we watching someone yet?
Yeah, let's watch Yelia. Yellia.
Can you guys share me on the deck list, please?
Yeah, here, one sec. PM me the Google, the Gmail account you want this shared to.
And what game are we gonna look for?
Yelia is the one that I was suggesting because that one's pretty spicy. So Yellia, Yelia.
They are not on yet.
They're hosting.
Yeah, okay.
But they're not actually in game.
We want to go to my Gmail. Okay. I don't know how often I'm going to be referring to that, but it's here. Okay.
Another one we could watch is Moon Goblin. I think that's got something going on.
I've just checked that one out, and
and you don't want to watch it. Loki is the King is playing something weird. Warkus is playing something weird. Not too weird, I guess. But yeah, I wanted to watch Yelia. I wanted to see how that one went. Yeah,
Are there other games that are on that we can watch?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's a ton of them that are on right now.
Let's go with Simpson. How about that?
Sure.
Alrighty.
Gotta find
So
it.
welcome everyone who's in the chat with us right now. This is Go Format Championship number 10. This is the last Go Format Championship before Go Format World Championships. So the last spot for earning your invite to Worlds. Top 2 players of this tournament, if they don't have their invite already, will advance, get invited to the World Championships, which will be taking place in October. Previous competitors in these Go Format Championships will be playing, as well as duelists from the past.
Ooh, what do we got here? Wicked Worm Beast.
So Wicked Worm Beast coming down for Ophidian. It sounds like it's a cat deck.
Yeah. I can't imagine it being played in anything else.
Yeah.
And even like that tech is something that's pretty recent. I don't remember anyone playing Wicked Worm Beast with cat before Nano started toying around with that concept.
Sort of like a pseudo spirit monster. You can just kind of hit them in the face with it, and then return it back to your hand.
It's also just weird in really specific situations that tend to come up, like a 1400 beat stick at 3 stars is sometimes just really good main deck if
Right,
you're
yeah.
playing against Gravity Bind level limit decks.
And you can run a Gravity Bind and level limit for yourself because your cat stuff is always under 3.
Exactly, yeah. Barring the cat itself is 4, right?
Yeah, but you're not attacking the
Yeah.
cat.
Yep,
Not
yep.
usually. Cat just blows its whistle and gets some other guys to come join him.
Yep. And so like me being the dirty burn player that I am, I actually really don't like playing against Nano's versions of cat decks that I find on the ladder because like main deck Wicked Worm Beast is really annoying for me.
Looks
Doesn't
like a
look
Thunder
like we
Dragon's going to
can.
come down for Simpson. Finally seeing some action after having to pass for like 2 turns, it seems like. There's the
Yeah.
Graceful Charity.
Oh man.
Going to turn
And
those
so the
Thunder Dragons
question
into
is,
some real cards. Get some lights
yeah,
in the graveyard.
yep. He might also have Sinister. Nope, double Thunder Dragon. So we got 3 lights in the graveyard now. But he had to spend Ooh, okay.
Ooh, Pot of Greed.
Pot of Greed. He's building a hand. He spent a couple turns giving Ophidian time to build up, but now he's just kind of exploding here, which is what the deck tends to do.
Well, he did see a Trap Dust Shoot. Like, we joined the game as a Trap Dust Shoot was resolving. It looked like
Yep.
DLS was sent back. So maybe
was
his
that
hand
what it
was...
was? Okay.
Yeah, maybe his hand was slow to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And finally just drew into some action. Was holding onto that Charity, it seemed like, to discard some good cards too.
Yep. That's something I tend to see a lot with newer players is the second they see Charity, they play it, but that's not always the right thing to do. I tend to treat it as like I'm not going to use Charity unless I know what I'm looking for or I kind of have to. Like I know I can gain an advantage or I know what card I'm digging for.
Yeah,
type
sometimes
thing.
you have the Light and Dark in your hand, and you already have the Chaos, so you're just like, all right, I'm
Yep.
going to use the Charity here. It's fine if I discard 2 because my Chaos is now live.
Yep, exactly. That's true.
But generally, you want to be waiting till you have something like Thunder Dragons or Sinister Serpent or my favorite, Night Assailant.
Yeah, this is going to be looking quite intimidating for Ophidan as well, though, because Simpson's a very good player, and an opening like that.
Well, here's the thing: the Cat deck has already done a good amount of damage to Simpson here.
Yeah.
So if he just like activates a giant Trunade, it could just be the end of the game.
Yep. You're wondering what the face down is. Like, did he set like the Night Assailant right here just to try to be safe in case Ophidian tried to go for it after a giant Trunade or
Looks
something?
like Simpson's gonna set and pass.
Still waiting on 1 card or 2 or something here. Oh, Magician of Faith. Okay.
It's a good one to grab.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get that Pot of Greed. Draw some more cards.
Who doesn't like doing that?
I probably would have just got back Graceful. Don't think there's that many cards that are very consequential in this particular matchup that I feel like keeping. I'd rather just get them dead before they get me dead.
Yeah,
Because
so you want...
the defensive capability of this deck isn't very strong. So it looks like Simpson's playing the Metamorph version of Thunder Dragon Chaos here.
Yeah, so he's playing like a Chaos Control list.
Yeah.
Find out what that face down is.
Gives you the additional Thousand Eyes Restrict access.
Plus some weird plays with like Thunder Dragon. Metamorphosizing Thunder Dragon or other weird cards.
Yeah, it basically lets you get a Dark in the graveyard, but because your level 1 is most likely going to be the Faith, kind of forces you to run Mimic or Merchant.
Yeah, and I've seen either.
You could play Scapegoats as well.
Yeah, then you're running straight into Goat Control territory versus Chaos Control. Yeah. It's kind of weird, the blends of strategies that pop up.
Thousand Eyes is actually pretty strong versus a cat deck, just because it gets to lock down the board. They need something like a Book of
Yeah,
Moon to
you can't
out
giant
it.
Trunade a Thousand Eyes. Yeah.
Where Goat, like just a regular Scapegoat, isn't very good versus them because they have stuff like Panda, which can come in and just kill you through goats.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so, like, really, your options as a cat player are like your traditional Ring of Destruction Torrential Tribute plays. And then from there, it's kind of what tech cards are you playing? He's playing Wicked Worm Beast, so I'm expecting creature swaps in the list. And I'm not sure if he can somehow abuse that to deal with the
Here's
Thousand Eyes.
Tsukiyomi for the Thousand Eyes. Going to bring that down. It's a little bit risky, I think, because if he did set like a Torrential Tribute,
Yeah, yeah.
just get that got. But it's going to allow him to flip up this Magician of Faith.
And at this point, you feel like he's kind of running away with this game. Of course, again, he's only at 38, so Cat could kind of win out of nowhere still,
Mm-hmm.
but the
It's not
card
over.
advantage, yeah, card advantage is pretty daunting still.
Ophidian is definitely the beatdown here. Needs to find a way to deal those last bits of life point damage. Simpson being disciplined, not overextending a little bit further here. Like slapping something like a Chaos down. Already knows he has
Yeah.
1,000 Eyes Restrict to protect his board. But this Magician of Faith and Tsukiyomi are going to run into a Mirror Force. No Book of Moon, it seems like. And then flip up that 1,000 Eyes Restrict. Say,
Yeah, can't
deal with
forget
this.
to do that.
Scapegoat at the end of the turn for Ophidian. Interesting. Maybe we'll see a Metamorphosis of his own? Ooh, there's Heavy Storm. Is this going to get the 3-for-1? That'll even the game up a little bit here. Didn't chain the Book of Moon earlier, Simpson. Didn't feel like keeping his faith or Tsukiyomi here. Just going to keep that 1,000 Eyes Restrict face up.
If he finds an answer to that Thousand Eyes this turn with this Graceful or something, he might be able to swing in for game here.
Yeah, that is possible.
Again, I'm not sure what answers he would have, but...
Well, we see a Scapegoat here. That's going to turn Cat off. Unless he has something like crazy, like he's got the like Cat, Last Will, and what's that card? Well, there's a cat going away. Token Thanksgiving. So like he Token Thanksgiving's up,
Oh,
gain some life points, then Cats, or like then Last Wills, then Cats, and get something like Cyberstein.
so yeah, he'd have to be playing a Cyberstein version.
I have no idea.
I mean, I've seen a list like that before, but I can't imagine you're doing that in the same list that you're playing Wicked Worm Beast.
Oh, I don't
right?
know. I don't think so.
I think if you're playing the Cyberstein version, you're just going all in, like trying to be as fast as possible, whereas the Worm Beast versions are kind of slower, more control-y. You're tending to be playing Manticore in those same lists. Oh, interesting. He's playing Metamorphosis. I don't
Hey,
know that I would've
Subatomic
called
Monk,
that.
thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, well, I said that earlier. Metamorphosis could come up here if he is playing the Scapegoat.
Mhm. Yep.
He could be exactly what you said on the more control-y version.
And so then, if he's got a Manticore in his hand, he can just sack Restrict here for the Manticore.
That hits him for 23. It doesn't get him dead, though.
It gets him real close, though.
If he had something, if he has Last Will, then I mean, he'd be dead.
He knows his opponent has a Tsukuyomi, so
No,
this
he
Thousand
mirror
Eyes
forced
isn't-
it.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yep.
He could have another one.
Sure. Well, there's probably one left in the deck. I can't imagine Chaos Control is running 3, if he's running one more.
Heavy Storm in response here. And yeah, had to kind of assume that there could have been a Chaos Monster just lurking in the hand after drawing, I don't know how many cards.
Yep, but Cat has a much easier time dealing with a Chaos Monster than it does a Thousand Eyes Restrict, because sometimes they can just walk over the Chaos Monster.
That's true. Another Scapegoat gone. And here's a Trap Dust Shoot.
So we get to see what we got in hand.
He's going to show it to us. So he's got Trap Dust Shoot, Worm Beast, Milus,
Oh,
Panda,
Milus would have been interesting.
and a
if the
Manicore.
board-
Interesting. Okay.
He did have the Manicore.
So he
Yep.
maybe he decided, or he either drew it this turn.
Yeah, that's possible.
He opted not to play it there.
Mm-hmm.
That, or he might have knew that the Chaos was coming down and didn't want to get Manicore banished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If he had been able to somehow get rid of Thousand Eyes Restrict the previous turn, him summoning the Radiant and just attacking with all the goats would have been hilarious.
That would have been what, like
It's 500
29.
per goat. Yeah, it's 500 per goat plus the Radiant itself.
Is Radiant 800 when it's boosted?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so 28. That actually seems pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get 2 Radiants out with like 3 goats,
Yep. I don't know how common it is for Worm Beast lists to be running more than one Radiant.
yeah, that seems like the card you're cutting for Worm Beast most of the time. Either that or
Mhm.
Death Wombat.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a Wombat yet, so
I think the only reason to play Death Wombat is that if like you're committed to do more OTK damage.
exactly. Yep. And we're shipping BLS for the second time this game, I guess.
And that's what it looks like.
Snatch Steal in hand. Tribe Infecting Virus in hand? Or is that a ban?
That's Tribe Infecting Virus in the hand. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, you have to get rid of BLS because you're just dead there if you don't get it.
Yep. So Tribe's going to ditch Serpent, and there's going to be some damage popping out here.
Yeah, we know that's not a Snatch Steal. We know what's in the hand, so I mean, he could top deck like Snatch Steal. That would have been pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Cat going on this much of a defensive right here.
Yeah,
is
that's the
a good
problem,
thing
like-
for him.
I think like Ophidian recognized Cat's problem is that if you're all in on the OTK and you just don't get it, you have virtually 0 defense,
Yeah.
and all your cards just like are kind of crappy when they're not
Yeah.
killing your opponent.
I mean, his opponent His opponent got the Graceful with 2 Thunder Dragons, then followed by 2 or 3 Pot of Greeds. And this whole game is Ophidian just, at that point, just clawing his way back to try to
Right.
catch up.
But that's what
Mhm.
Chaos does.
Exactly.
Is draw Thunder Dragon in conjunction with Graceful Charity.
And if you can't deal with that, then maybe you're not playing the right deck or something. Oh, he's
Yeah.
gonna try something here.
So, yeah, here's Cat coming down. Like I was saying, though, he looks like he identified the problem that Cat has most of the time. Just he's using like Scapegoat now in order to have some sort of defense, so that if he can't go off with Cat, then he's going to be able to defend himself with
Potentially.
Scapegoat and Tear.
Yeah, stall a little bit to rebuild.
Yeah, that's why the Mana Core's there, so he can sack off his own Thousand Eyes, it looks like. So Pandas are going to come out. It's going to deal with crash into the Chaos Sorcerer. And what do you hit here? You know, both of those flips that he had in hand was Deco and Faith, so both of them are good. Could have crashed in there for damage. So that was at 23.
Yeah. So,
Oh, he had a... Okay, he has the knock.
oh, that's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's better if you did the math. I was trying to do it in my head real quick, if it wasn't game on top of it, but... Because it was going to be 200 from the Panda, and then this Faith would have been... Yeah, it wouldn't have been enough for game there. Simpson's got to fix his life total.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
I think he was at 38 before, so he should be at 34.
Yeah.
No, 36.
Well, it's 18 on the 16 because the
Yeah,
23.
yeah. I'm trying to like. Maybe it was 34. I don't remember where he was at. Well, if Simpson just top decks BLS, he loses.
Yep,
Or if he top decks
same
Chaos
thing.
Sorcerer, he loses because he has the Deco in his hand. So any two monsters will do it here. Gonna go into 300. Sneak it in there. It's a little risky, but I mean, if you have two back rows, how many Pandas are in the deck still? Could have one potentially in the deck.
Yeah.
And Milas can walk over it, deal 500. Say, that's a play.
Yep, it is a play. It's not nothing.
That is one
What's
scary
left in
looking
the deck
cat.
for Cat to grab? Like,
I don't think there's a lot left in his deck for Cat
like
to get.
maybe a Panda, maybe a Worm Beast. Like, maybe a Wombat, but I don't know that he's playing any.
I think if he sticks a cat, I mean, that's another 800 attacker.
Well, so he's got in his hand, he's got Manticore left.
Yeah, that's correct. Nothing to stop this Thousand Eyes Restrict from coming out.
And he had so much difficulty with the first one. Oh, that's rough.
Delinquent Duo.
Oh, United We Stand.
That's actually pretty sick with the Scapegoat, right? Because
I
if
was
he flips
just
the
going to
Scapegoat
say,
up,
we were in that situation earlier where there were 4 goats in play, and the only thing he was staring down was a lone Thousand Eyes Restrict with no back row.
yeah, some people will just keep Scapegoat up, and if you hit them with a United We Stand on some monster,
yeah,
get a
it's
hit.
actually, I do that fairly often against any cat deck that's playing Scapegoat. Because if they got 4 goats in play, they can't start popping cats for big swings.
Yeah, that's actually
And so
pretty sick.
yeah, it's fairly often that I'll force them to keep their goats up. And so then I guess that's an answer to that. But also, like, United We Stand, when you've popped a cat or two, is also just really good. Especially on a panda.
Thousand Eyes just poking him.
Mm-hmm.
He needs like 4 more attacks. It's so weak.
Yeah, because he doesn't buff himself. He is 800 no longer. Is Nano in this event?
Let me see.
It doesn't look like it.
I don't think so. I don't see his name anywhere.
I wonder if he's watching.
It's probably like, you're playing this deck wrong.
Yeah. Look what they've done to my boy.
Manticore is interesting.
Mhm.
I wonder
one
if
of
he
those
has any
cat
ways to
cards.
abuse it. I mean, the dream is to do the double Manticore, loop your entire deck with card estate return.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess if it's like, if he discards his stuff and has goats up, he could just get rid of his goats for 2 Manticores and just say, I have 223 bodies up now. Deal with that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I think that is kind of the point of the card in the deck. I mean, in general, it's
Yeah,
really
I would
easy for
think that
cat.
to unlock himself from Thousand Eyes Restrict, and to just
Mhm.
have like a big body that
Mhm.
he can recur if he needs. Because like, if they spend a turn trying to just kill a Manicore, like they can't banish it, then you just get it back.
Yeah, definitely.
I think I think Manicore's biggest problem here is that the field is mostly Chaos Sorcerer. So it's either just gonna kind of like stick in your hand because it can't really fight Chaos Sorcerer if it's in attack mode,
Mhm.
or if he comes down, it's just gonna get banished by the boy.
Well, yeah, and it makes Manticore kind of awkward because he comes into play during the end phase, and so it gives your opponent a chance
Right.
to respond to it.
I mean, if you have tokens up or just beast in defense mode, like you can't mirror force it, you can't Saku it.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
guess
that.
you lose a token, like you're trading off your. It's basically saying like the mirror force or the Saku is going to get the token in that case.
Who Ring of Destruction.
Yeah, so he booked his own
That's exactly
guy
what
to
we
get
needed.
Sangan to try to go for game,
Mm-hmm.
and then got met with the ring for 0. But that's dangerous because it's going to unlock Simpson. It's going to be able to summon something that could be 700 or more than
Yeah, I
Sangan
mean,
here, like of a
he
Shura
could just
priest maybe.
he could just have a chaos monster here.
Yeah,
Um,
like BOS that we sent back
yeah,
twice.
but he's putting it in defense mode.
Yeah, I don't believe. I don't. I would have just called his
Ring
bluffs.
is gone. Mirror
I would have just
Force
called
is
his bluffs.
gone.
I would have just attacked.
Yeah.
Because yeah, you knew you had the deco here,
I
so you
mean.
could set that for defense if you wanted to.
Mhm. Okay.
But
Yeah, I
just
think
call it
the only
anyway.
thing Ophidian was gonna have there was a torrential, maybe.
Let's go to game 2. All right.
Oh man.
I'm gonna try to
So
pull up
I'm
the
not.
deck list on our end here and see. I'm not gonna say what's in the deck,
Yeah.
but just want to see what cards these people could potentially be sideboarding.
I'm not super familiar with sideboard strategies for Cat. Because I'm not super familiar with like their matchups. But I would hope, based on the difficulty that we saw him having with a single like Thousand Eyes Restrict on board, that he has some sort of additional answers to Thousand Eyes Restrict. He might not though.
Yeah, I would think you want some ways to clear monsters or get monsters out of the way.
Hmm.
Um,
So
some
usually
more
you don't
defensive
have
stuff.
that issue. Like Panda makes it so you don't almost don't care if there's monsters in the way. But
Well, yes and no. It seems like with Ophidian's list here, it's it's not all in on an FTK.
yeah, he's
Just
playing
kind
the
of
more
using cat as
conservative.
like a value resource.
Yep, yep.
I wonder how that triggers if you can use cat. Hmm.
Are you wondering in combination with Wicked Worm Beast
No,
or
so yeah, like I know you can stack it so cat is able to like Worm Beast is not going to be destroyed by cat.
yes, that's
So
kind of the whole point
so
there.
can you
You're
can
up two
summon
cards.
cat and then cat might trigger, but then you can trigger your mana core that might be in the graveyard, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
sick.
Like Manticore had to be put in the graveyard that turn
Right, of
through like a
course.
Graceful Charity or something, but yeah.
So Sangan's gonna come down after searching with Thunder Dragon here.
And one goat's dead. I mean, so
Did he
Simpson,
only go up to one? Let me double check here. 6, 7. Yeah, so he already had 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand. No,
hmm,
I'm lying.
did he only search for one Thunder Dragon?
No, he had 2. I'm sorry, I don't know how
Okay.
to math.
So Panda's gonna come in and just smack Sangan for
Then you can eat
13.
him for 300,
Mm-hmm.
and Simpson's gonna get a search off that.
And he's just leaving his Panda open, huh?
And Panda's gonna go up to 13.
Yeah.
There's not a
Um.
whole lot that can deal with it from Simpson's side unless he just plops down a Chaos, which is kind of risky because we saw Thousand Eyes Restrict, like the Metamorph access from
Yep. Yep.
Ophidian.
And even something like Simpson knows now that Ophidian's playing uh, United We Stand, which is super live right now.
Yeah, yeah. And plus, only 2 of those cards in the hand are Thunder Dragons.
Mm-hmm.
And so we got the Sinister earlier. So yeah,
Mm-hmm. And
we
I
knew like
like,
half the hand.
yeah, I like just there. You can tell when a player like knows what they're doing when there's really small things that they do. Like he didn't summon the Sinister there; he set it, which prevents like torrential tribute like cards from activating there up until I guess when you activate the metamorphosis there's some things that can respond, but just that simple action kind of shows that he's thinking about things that other players might not be thinking about.
I mean, in that particular situation, it doesn't really matter, but it is interesting that, yeah, like there's
Yeah,
stuff like,
there's a muscle memory there though.
yeah.
Yeah. So now we've got that Thousand Eyes Restrict in play, and that's the one of the big problems that Ophidian was running into last game. At least at this point, his opponent hasn't Graceful Charity'd and Pot of Greeted 3 times.
Yeah, it's hand's gonna have 3 cards in it that we know of.
Mm-hmm.
It looks he's discarded a what did he discard here? A Trap Dust Shoot and a Mana Core. So Mana Core potentially can come back this turn.
Yeah, yeah.
That signaling the Trap Dust Shoot might signal another one in the hand. Rescue Cat's gonna come out. Is there any Beast guy who can like deal with 1,000 Eyes though?
Deal with 1,000 Eyes.
Unless he got
Not
2
that I
Worm Beasts here.
know of.
He might just be getting this for like value and then
Yeah, this is a value cat.
Battle Phase. Okay. Main phase 2. So he just gets the Worm Beast here, and then he's going to trigger his thing. I thought you had to... Oh, you could send it from anywhere. Okay. Yeah, that's how you do it from your hand, because you just need the 1 in your hand and 1 on in the graveyard.
Yep. But so now, like, he's risking like a Book of Moon or a Tsukuyomi on that Thousand Eyes, and
I
now the
mean, he's
Thousand
also
Eyes can
risking
trigger
a
that.
Chaos Sorcerer, like we mentioned earlier. Or he could just do
True.
this. Oh, he's just going to
Pop a goat.
pop a goat. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Because, like you said, we could plop down a Chaos Sorcerer here and get rid of this Mana Core.
Does he just not have an answer for it? That would be really weird. There's
I
so
guess
many things
not.
that he could be doing here.
It was an
Maybe
interesting
he
turn
just
from both
doesn't care.
players.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's a Trap Dust Shoot.
Oh, those have to both be sideboard cards.
Level Limit and Mind Control? Yeah, I would think so. Mirror Force Torrential hanging out. Man, if Trap Dust Shoot could only hit, like, spell cards, that'd be pretty sick.
That would be too sick, probably.
I mean, the card here is probably going to be Tribe, because if he summons Tribe, gets rid of the Thousand Eyes Restrict, he can Mind Control whatever's face down.
Yeah,
Then
and
flip
like
it?
Tribe is the answer to Thousand Eyes, yeah. Pretty decent hand we're seeing for Ophidian though. Like
Well, it was, and now this Tribe's just going to get spun back to the deck here.
mm-hmm.
This cat deck's kind of using cat as like a pseudo Thunder Dragon, I guess. Takes up your normal summon, gets you like those worm beasts that you just add to your back to your hand after attacking with. And then you can use it for like Mana Core, it seems like, and just have like a body. Just say, here's my threats, you deal with them. Not really concerned with OTKing the opponent, just kind of making these good value plays because cat is one card that turns into 2. Still no follow-up from Simpson here.
Well,
Just
yeah,
gonna
I
set
mean
and
it's not
pass.
like Manticore is much of a threat to him right now, especially because the Tribe is
Yeah, and he
gone.
wasn't gonna attack because he saw that the Mirror Force was in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if he does attack and says,
force
"Hey,
it.
I'm gonna try to mirror," like, and then Ophidian flips his Mirror Force up, that set becomes live.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be something like, it could be the Faith to get back Metamorph and just Metamorph take the Mana Core.
Yeah.
Well, Metamorph of his own is going to come out. Mana Core being level 6 is actually pretty important too. It gives him access to like Ryu
With the
Senshi.
Metamorph. Yeah, exactly.
And puts Mana Core in the graveyard so you can trigger it.
So he opts to grab the face down.
I think that's fine. Because now both players are under Thousand Eyes lock.
Mm-hmm.
But Ring of Destruction is going to come out from Simpson, so he was just sitting on the out 2 Mana Core the whole time.
And we haven't seen a Book of Moon from Ophidian. I don't think he's playing any.
Well, he would have had to have drawn it that turn.
Mm-hmm.
And we knew it wasn't that, because the Metamorph was the new card. Now he's going to risk it here.
Yeah, there's some mind games going on here.
Yeah, I think Ophidian's right here. I don't think I would Mirror Force either. I would just let my Mana Core die. Or be taken up by Tear. I think it's more important that those face downs don't resolve. But we know Thunder Dragon's in the hand. So it could just get sacked off for Thunder Dragon. But then we're risking a Torrential. So it's kind of just playing the game of what am I going to die to? Torrential or Mirror Force? So while Trap Dust Shoot is a really, really strong card, you can actually use it against your opponent if they are a competent enough player to like understand what was seen with Trap Dust Shoot, right? Like if they know what you have, you could try to bluff saying like, "Oh, I'm going to set this here," and then they're just going to try to play around everything that you have.
Yep, for sure. When one person is in the aggressive position, you can still kind of manipulate in some way.
And it was neither. He just was like, it's level limit.
Yep.
And that's smart because he didn't want to risk something to like Heavy Storm or like a Regeki break, right? Where he could push through and.
Force. Such an important card in this matchup for Ophidian. He doesn't want to lose his Mirror Force too early.
Yeah, I mean Torrential is really big too because if he summons something to get rid of the Thousand Eyes Restrict, Torrential's just going to pick up on those flip effect monsters that are presumably down. Heavy Storm of his own here. He had that heavy set for a long, long time. That's going to pick up a Snatch Steal that was set as a bluff. I don't like setting Snatch Steal as a bluff. So we're going to Mind Control the Thousand Eyes Restrict. It's going to equip one of his own face downs to it. And that'd be interesting just to give it back.
Yeah. If he had the other Manticore here, that would be pretty neat, though. Nope, he is just going to give it back.
Well, he can trigger Manticore still because he's got Worm Bees. That was so funny. Any Chaos Monster will out the Mana Core here, but you run into the risk of getting it Torrential. Thousand Eyes Restrict can attack again. It's going to lose the flip effect monster, the set monster here. We're just presuming it's a flip effect. But he's going to take 23 from this attack. Yeah, that was good. That was a good hit. Magician of Faith. You don't want that to resolve.
Yeah.
Probably felt safe with setting Snatch Steal there because he was like, oh, I have my Magician of Faith. I can just get it back later. But not anymore, it seems.
And so now we're wondering if this is just going to be another free 2,300 here.
Simpson dipping down lower than Ophidian again. But that didn't seem to matter too much last game because Ophidian was just able to come back.
Thousand Eyes doesn't swing in.
Summoning Sangan, flipping TT.
Yep. I like it.
That's some value right there.
Last face down was Gravekeeper's Spy.
That's a good card. Side in, I'm guessing, versus Cat. None of the Cat stuff is going to be able to walk over it unless there's multiple pandas up that are bigger than 20,000.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward when Spy is filling the field for Panda to get stronger, but at some point Panda's not big enough.
I mean, a lot of stuff in the
Yeah.
cat deck is got to go right, and it doesn't seem
Mhm.
like that this cat deck again is focusing on just throwing stuff at your opponent. It's more focused on controlling the board. So 4 cards for Ophidian here, and
Yeah, it's rough because every time he wants to bring his Manticore back, he's got to lose
yeah,
a
he's got to
card.
discard something.
And he's not like gaining that advantage with Cat that he's hoping to gain.
Well, he searched
So-
cat last turn,
Mhm.
got the Radiant, or discarded the Radiant.
That's a good try.
Now Simpson has 7 cards here total, but one of them Sinister Serpent, and then 2 of them are Thunder Dragons. So he's got like 4 cards that are like actual cards to work with. Tribe's a good one though. Gonna get rid of the Mana Core here. That puts
Yep.
Ophidian in a tricky spot because you can discard the Rescue Cat to get Mana Core back, but that kind of negates the whole purpose of searching Rescue Cat to begin with.
Exactly.
So unless he's got like another beast to get Mana Core back with,
I think his decision on whether or not he gets the Mana Core back is also going to, on some level, be the result of what or how many cards Simpson sets right here.
yeah, and he didn't Mirror Force, so
Yeah.
just set the 2.
And he
And
just lets Manticore sit.
Didn't get it back, so that Mana Core can't trigger anymore. Unless he finds like a premature burial to bring it back, but Call the Haunted.
Or is he playing Call? I don't know. I think you tend to see premature more than Call in these lists.
I would think if he has Giant Trunades, we haven't seen Giant Trunade, but it would be better because you can do the play where you bring back something with premature Giant Trunade, the premature back, and then the guy sticks.
Man, that's got to be scary right here. He's just kind of going for it, huh?
Huh. Second Mind Control.
Make him have it.
I mean, if he has a Mirror Force of his own, it's not that bad, but you're not killing your friend here. Just put you on 17. We know that can't be Ring of Destruction. Like, we're 100% certain it's Mirror Force. What could this mystery card be? It's in his hand. Looks like nothing. Panda's just going to go away. I mean, Ophidian's safe, right?
Yeah.
For the most part.
I mean, we haven't seen any spell trap removal used yet.
It's not like he's going to die here.
Well,
but
he very well could. Like, if there was an MST and a BLS, then he was just dead there.
Yeah, but we know that 3 of the cards are like
those
Sinister Thunder and 2 Thunder
quote-unquote deads
Dragons.
or whatever. Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it could have like one of his down cards could have been the MST. He could have drew MST for turn. Just think it's highly unlikely though that he's got
that aggressive
everything.
Yeah.
Nobleman's gonna get this. Gravekeeper Spy.
That's a good hit. Is there another one? Is he only playing 2?
Probably only playing 2. It doesn't look like he's going through his deck here.
Yeah.
I would think this is just Worm Beast to try to get in there.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it didn't die last time you attacked with it. There's one more card set.
I mean, potential Regeki Break could come out. Well, there's Pot of Greed.
Is nice. Like, Worm Beast is decent here because you don't have to worry about it getting sucked up if you go aggressive with it.
Is there a way for him to get in? I mean, if he had like Trunade and then United We Stand, he would just get in and kill him.
Yeah, as long as there aren't goats.
Yeah. Sakuretsu Armor gonna take out the Worm Beast. And then 2 sets for Ophidian here. Trap Dust Shoot's going to come out.
Mhm.
Those fake cards in the hand are going to bite Simpson here. Yeah, it was just
Oof.
Book of Moon. So it's another defensive spell. Yeah, we're going to put back the Sinister Serpent.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, Spy is not
Spy's not in the
banished.
hand.
Yeah, it's a little confusing because, you know, we have to put it somewhere where it's not going to glitch out on us.
Yep. Yep.
So,
Not gonna mess up the game.
yeah, but if you do have stuff banished, you just got to remember.
Typically, when that happens to me, before I resolve banishing the hand, I'll type in chat what's already in the banish zone, so neither player gets confused. But
I'm just smart and remember it. Draw pass from Ophidian. Couldn't find an answer. He needs more than one card to deal with Simpson's 3 back row here. We know because we know one of them's Book of Moon. That's going to be able to, at the very least, block an attack.
Heavy Storm's been used already, so.
Oh, top deck the Chaos Monster. Hope it's a good one. And it is Chaos Sorcerer.
No Torrential, no Mirror.
Yeah, those are been used already. Chaos
Has
Sorcerer's going
Snatch
to come
Seal
in,
been used?
hit for
Snatch
23.
Seal hasn't been used.
Snatch Seal
Snatch
hasn't been
Seal.
used. But doesn't really matter because it's got the Book of Moon.
That's true, yeah.
2 sets here from Ophidian. One of them's got to be a bluff, right? Because
I mean,
you said it before.
Yeah. It'd be interesting. Yeah, I was just going to call that.
Here's
If
Heavy
Simpson's
Storm.
been sandbagging the set heavy.
Ring of Destruction for the tie.
Oh, and
but
the
Book of Moon comes out. Says GG.
It was a good set. Ophidian just.
Yeah, I mean, Ophidian's deck did hold its own for a while versus Chaos there.
Yep. It felt like he was on his back legs most of the time. Like he was able to get some early damage in both games, but then couldn't quite finish it out because he was forced
couldn't
on the
stabilize.
defensive almost. And I think it was Thousand Eyes Restrict that did that to him both times too. His opponent stabilized, and kind of a reversal role there of Ophidian is having to go on his back legs when he can't deal with the Thousand Eyes Restrict.
All right, we're gonna hop in right into another game here. This is James Ark versus Lucas Gustafsson. Am I saying that right?
Gustafsson.
Gustafsson. Gustafsson's probably better. That sounds right. Alrighty here. So it looks like Lucas is on another Thunder Dragon sort of Chaos Control build. It looks like. And
the mimics are interesting. Yeah.
James Ark is on the Dark Mimic version of Chaos. Both are 2 control-ish builds. Not sure what game this is yet. We did just join it here. And if you are just joining us, my name is Masochist. I'm joined by Spooky here. We're commentating Go Format Championship number 10. This is still winner's side here. Both of these players won their first round winners. Geki Break's going to come out, hit a back row. That's the Ring of Destruction from Lucas. Deciding not to opt to hit that.
Dark Mimic, yeah, that's a -1 for you there.
Okay, that could be BLS then.
It's not. Dark Mimic's only by battle that you draw your card.
Yeah, Dark Mimic has to blow up by battle, and then you get to draw a card. And then if it was summoned by Dark Mimic level 1, you get to draw 2 cards.
So I'm not sure why he didn't ring there then.
Oh, because he just set ring. So Lucas,
he had just said it. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Lucas set ring and Deco for the turn, and then Regeki braked.
At the end phase.
Yeah, James Ark Regeki braked the Ring of Destruction because he was going to summon the BLS to do that. So Tsukiyomi is going to battle here. Let James Ark draw a card.
I was just gonna say the knock would be pretty good here.
Yeah, he's gotta have something for that if he's gonna
Mhm.
just do that.
Yep.
I mean, James Ark's got a lot more cards in comparison to Lucas here.
Hmm.
Are Thunder Dragons out of the hand for Lucas? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, it looks like he discarded one earlier in the game. And they might still be hanging out in the hand. Let me see if there's a duo. Yeah, I don't see a duo here.
James has 2 Thunder Dragons in his banish.
It's banished, yeah. He probably discarded those earlier for charity, considering that he's up so many cards here.
Yeah.
Here comes a
And we
Tribe
got
Infecting
2
Virus, going to swing in there for 16. No response from Lucas. Does have the Tsukiyomi. Pot of Greed's coming out. I would say that Pot of Greed is pretty poggers.
Looks like both players are going to be running low on 1-stars as well. Chaos Sork in defense for the banish on priority.
Yeah, it just comes out. And then a T-set afterwards.
He doesn't want to attack into the back row of 3, which is
Yeah, I don't want to do that either.
His attack went through last turn. Clearly, like it could have been.
Well, I mean, he was attacking into a Dark Mimic level 3.
Exactly.
So, probably want the card more than I want the Dark Mimic on the board.
Yep.
Looks like James Ark is thinking in the end phase.
As far as answers to this Sork goes, we've got 2 Chaos Monsters spent already for James, but something like Snatch Steal is still alive.
Still has Metamorphs
Tribe
and
has been
Scapegoats, right?
spent. Yeah.
This deck plays. I'm pretty sure this deck plays creature swaps. So if they can get rid of the James Ark can get rid of the face down, he can just creature swap something.
Oh, the Mimic version tends to play creature swap.
Yeah. So the theory is you can like get a tomato out, and if they kill a tomato, you can get level 1, and then during the standby phase, level 1 can level up into level 3. Then you can creature swap to level 3.
Got it.
But instead, we're just going to see normal summon a Sinister Serpent, Torrential Tribute. That's going to pick up the Sorcerer and the Sangan. Sangan searched it looked like Deco.
Yeah, I think he was.
And I'm going to say hi to
hoping that
Tridbot here. Hey, how's it going?
I think he was hoping that was a Faith or something face down, not a Sangan. But so the Torrential didn't do as much damage as he was hoping it would.
Yeah, just kind of traded the Torrential there for the Chaos Sorcerer, which is okay. I mean, you're getting the Chaos off of the board, but you're not. You're committed your whole normal summon, basically your whole turn to doing that, and he's going to pick up a Deco. Here comes the Tomato. Going to swing in, hit the train. Nomina Crossout is... Turnbot, Nomina Crossout's one of my least favorite cards to play against, because I just like to set my monsters.
Right? You're talking to a burn player, man.
Metamorph's going to come out for Lucas here. Get that Thousand Eyes on board. Try to take that Tomato. Looks like James Ark's going to think for a little bit. Do I want to get my lunch stolen from me? Looks like he is. Thousand Eyes going to try to swing in there. Scapegoat coming back. Just gonna chump it away.
Yeah, this is, I don't know, kind of dangerous. He's down on cards and both players are starting to run out of resources.
Well, this might be good in actually in Lucas's favor, because he is up in cards and deck. So if it
Exactly.
does go to
Yeah.
deck out,
I guess that's what I was trying to say here is like this game has been going on for so long that they're running out of power cards to like do big swings. And with this Thousand Eyes Restrict in play,
if he could
sure,
just stick it forever, then
yeah.
Lucas just has to be careful because I think if he plays too aggressively and dips down below the deck count for James Arc here,
Mm-hmm.
because James Arc has more cards, he might be able to stall out at the end of it. Just because he has more options at this current time.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So we
here's a
got
Metamorph
another
going to lock
5
down
minutes.
things even further.
Yeah.
I will BRB in a sec here.
Yeah.
You're going to have to fly
sounds good.
solo for a sec.
Just some big think going on here. So MST on this face down here. And it ends up being a Book of Moon for the Thunder Dragon, which would prevent something like Snatch Steal, which it doesn't look like has been played on Lucas's side. No, it has. So Snatch Steal already in the graveyard there. So this would open up a knock play potentially. Nope, 2 knocks already used as well. Man, everything's being used here. Tribe's able to kill that Thunder Dragon as a result, and now there's an aggressive tribe in play that opts not to kill the rest of the goats. Don't want to discard any of these cards left in the game.
I'm back here. Okay. A lot changed.
So, Thunder Dragon came out sacking Thousand Eyes Restrict. It was Book of Moon and then attacked by a tribe, which was then put face down by another Book of Moon on Lucas's side after Heavy Storm was cast. And we're kind of on James after casting that Heavy Storm, looking at that face down tribe.
Gotcha.
Still some big things going on. You got to imagine he's aware that he's down on cards in his deck and he wants to try to hit in. But Lucas, when he summoned that tribe, he opted not to discard anything to kill the 2 remaining goats.
Well, he would have killed his own goats. Probably wouldn't keep those
you're
up.
right. Yep.
If he was going for Heavy Storm there, could have been a possible play where he wanted to Snatch Steal?
So Lucas has used Snatch already. I don't know about
James Arc hasn't used it yet.
Yeah, yep.
Snatch Steal and a Chaos Sorcerer would be enough, but the problem is that that tribe's face down. Can't snatch it right now.
Mm-hmm. You could always attack it with a goat.
Yeah, could flip it up, take the 1,000. Probably is just better to set here. Not take that 1,000 points of damage. Because say MST and Heavy are gone, but Breaker's not. Just, if Lucas plopped down a Breaker and like say James did the play that we were thinking of, just like attacking with a goat and
Snatch Steal.
and snatch stealing, and then getting rid of all the goats there. A Breaker just like ends your life, right?
Yep. It definitely does.
There's a Shura Priest. It's going to be able to clear the goats without having to discard.
Which I think right now is really important. Like, every card matters right now.
Yeah, he wants to keep on to everything, even if they are just like Thunder Dragons just chilling in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be able to at least have like options.
So there's the Snatch Steal.
Yeah, so that's what we were talking about.
Yep.
He just didn't have the defense for it.
So we're moving into game 2. That was game 1. That lasted long there.
Yeah, I mean that's sometimes
Down
what
to
happens with
7
these
cards?
control decks is that it's just the resource game.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna try to pull up their list here. James Arc, where are you? Can't find him. There he is. Yeah, so taking a look at the list, I'm not going to name like every card for card here. Just seems like the major difference between the two, though, is that Dark Mimic level 3 tech and the Tomato Engine from James Arc's side. Otherwise, they're pretty similar.
Mm. So you wonder if that gives them any sort of advantage in this matchup.
Well, Tomato lets you do a little bit more with a monster, right? Like, it's a normal summon monster that either when it dies by battle, you really can't kill it by battle, or it's going to get something.
Yeah.
It can turn itself into a Mimic. It can turn itself into a Sangan, which is what you want to be doing most of the time. But having that additional option of going into a Mimic after they've attacked and cleared the tomatoes is pretty strong. Check out the bracket here. It's been as it's updating.
Yep, I was trying to look at that.
Looks like Commissioner Frost is going pretty far so far. Who's been back down into losers here? It looks like James 400, Barristan the Bold's been dropped into losers. KL 1993, Geist D is in losers. We'll have to take a look at losers later on in the tournament here.
Geist D and losers. Oh no. I didn't expect that to happen so soon. Who did he lose to?
Trying to find it here. Hello? Where did he lose?
Yeah, double back row and a
see
single
it.
set here for Lucas. Trap does shoot right off the bat. Sees a Chaos Sorcerer, which gets thrown in. We're not seeing everything else, though. James is
Might type it out.
revealing hand. What's up?
He might type it out so we can all see.
Yeah.
Ring Instruction, Snatch Steal, Creature Swap, Torrential Tribute, Novamina Crossout. That's what's in the hand. I don't know what we sent back.
So he already sent back a sorcerer.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yep.
Well, interesting.
Decent hit with knock. So is that the tribute or the ring, or
That's the thing. You gotta guess.
could potentially just be bluff swap there? Creature swap's kind of weak when you don't have any creatures to swap.
No, not particularly good. Lucas is sitting on some Thunder Dragons. He's gonna test the waters with the DD Warrior Lady.
Are you having the issue with the deck list spreadsheet where it changed all of the deck names to the player names?
Oh, yeah. I see that.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
I'm not sure why that happened, but
I probably clicked something by accident. Might be. Now I'm on view only, so I can't.
yeah.
James are drawing and passing again. It wasn't a strong hand really to begin with. That's the thing. But you just getting the information with Torrential Tribute and getting the Chaos Sorcerer out of the hand.
Mm-hmm.
Just lets Lucas play his own game.
Yeah, and sometimes players don't consider when they look at a card like Trap Dust Shoot, they think, oh, it's just it's a 1-for-1, but like the information gain is super important too, and like that's something that newer players might not think about. Knowing what's in your opponent's hand.
That's
super
the
powerful.
biggest part of it. Like,
Yeah.
the card wasn't seeing a ton of play.
Way back in the day.
Yeah, until 2008, like around
Mhm.
Teledad format, because what the setups were, it was stuff like summoning Stardust Dragon, right, and then setting like Royal Oppression and Trap Dust Shoot, so I could flip Trap Dust Shoot during your turn, get rid of a card that could potentially out me, and then now I know what to negate with Stardust. I know what I need to negate with Royal Oppression.
Yep. Knowing what to play around, knowing what to bait.
Right.
Yep. Goat's making a fuzzy wall for James here.
Creature Swap's going to be coming out. Creature Swap's dangerous here because he has to know that Lucas is also playing Scapegoat. So just chaining like Scapegoat to Creature Swap,
Yeah.
you're just getting a goat back. I also would have put the goat in attack mode before Creature Swap, but that's
that's the play that people tend to forget to actually do.
I guess if you didn't draw a monster here and you just want to take the face down, you're fine.
Yeah, but he's also giving information away at that point. I guess
I
when
mean,
once
you're
you
gonna
end
give
your turn.
information away if
Yep.
like you
Yep.
do
Once
the
you.
one thing, but yeah,
Yeah.
he might just do something where like if he puts it into attack mode and creature swaps, Lucas may want to chain something.
Mhm. Mhm.
Imagine if that happened, like he just was holding a dust shoot, and then Lucas like flipped dust shoot on the creature swap to see what the other creature was, and it just like wasn't any creature
Oh.
there. That
Well,
was
giving the goat
yeah,
gave
turned on his
1,000 eyes.
metamorph here just to take the face
Yeah.
down back. Heavy storm from Lucas here. Gonna
Another
see if he can pick up the
sandbag.
back rows. Gonna try to pop a ring, but we got the torrential.
Yep.
Or sorry, the Book of Moon.
Yeah,
Torrential's gonna
and
get picked up
so
by the heavy.
he had that all set up because he remembered the ring from the initial trap dust shoot play. So he had the Book of Moon and everything set up to protect the Thousand Eyes.
And still remembering that he has Snatch Steal lurking.
Yeah, just laughing at that exchange. Double set here. I'm not sure what we might remember as still being alive. The torrential tribute's been used. The ring has been used. The creature swap has been used. The knock has been used. So it is just the snatch steal.
Yep. 2 more back row for James Arc. But Tsukiyomi's going to come down. Spirit Monsters. Very strong.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Worm Beast last game. Like I was saying, it was a pseudo Spirit Monster because it bounces back to your hand at the end of the turn. But these actual Spirit Monsters actually have effects.
Yeah, and a Mirror Force and just the Suku. I mean, I guess it's not just the Suku. You're preventing the Thousand Eyes restriction shenanigans here.
Yeah, I mean it's coming back. It's coming back up.
Mm-hmm.
But now we're not going to be able to just flip it.
Yep.
Does put a dark in the graveyard finally for Lucas. Lucas also can get rid of his own Thousand Eyes Restrict from Thunder Dragon.
It's got to be awkward being James and playing creature swaps and knowing that your opponent is playing a bunch of spirit monsters.
James says he would like to draw a monster. Like I was saying, Thunder Dragon's going to come down here to shut off the Thousand Eyes.
For damage here. Lucas is comfortable going on the aggressive at this point. Especially when James is going to say something like, I don't have any monsters in my hand.
Well, that could be baiting him into doing that. So you turn it off and then
Yep, that's true.
summon this guy.
James just thinking if he wants to let this attack through or not. So he's got more scapegoats. I wonder why. He's considering not doing that. Is it just because of the Asura Priest in hand?
Possibly.
That
Do I want to use goats here? What am I just trying to top deck the Metamorphosis? Do I already have Metamorphosis? Well, he wished to draw monsters, but doesn't look like he's going to get to use them if he has any.
Yep. Sorry, not allowed.
So we got Mystic Tomato,
Mimic.
level
So
1,
he had a
Snatch Steal,
monster in
Metamorphosis,
hand.
Book of Moon.
He had a monster in hand when he said that he needs to draw monsters.
Well, if it was something like a Mimic, the Thousand Eyes was already up, so he can't really set Mimic, because Thousand Eyes is going to take it.
Yep. So we do have that Metamorphosis.
And it's going to grab the Thunder Dragon. And it's going to Book of Moon in response there. Guess he could just set Tomato.
Yeah.
And we're going to summon Tomato. Yeah, it plays around Nobleman.
Yeah, I think he just really doesn't want Nobleman to get hit here, or Nobleman to hit here, because he's behind on cards and he needs that Tomato to give him that.
Well, he's got a Book of Moon here, but Lucas has a Shura Priest in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
So if he finds a way to clear Book of Moon, Lucas can just summon and clear the board.
Yeah, and that's
Now,
really bad.
Can't get a Mimic. He probably has to get either like Sangan, or he gets Nudoria if James has it. I don't see Nudoria being the option here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if he didn't have I don't know. I think I would have held off on the Shura Priest.
He's putting a lot of value on that Thousand Eyes Restrict.
And it depends on what. I guess it depends on what's in the hand here for Lucas.
This allows him to use the Tomato?
Yeah, he also has the Snatch Steal, so he could potentially take something with Snatch Steal.
Mm-hmm.
Tomato can clear a Shura Priest.
Exactly, yeah. And so then his goats are a little bit more live, but all of this is just like, I am trying not to die right now.
Reaper on the Nightmare, so I can't snatch you. That is a play, but here comes a Chaos Sorcerer. Hadn't seen a Chaos Monster all game, or at least a live one all game until now. That's going to deal with the Tomato, but big issue here, Snatch Steal's in the hand. So Lucas has to be confident enough that he can either deal with the Snatch Steal on the following turn, or just have an answer to it right now. It looks like he has an answer to it right now.
Yeah.
So getting Ryu Senshi here will prevent Snatch Steal from taking it, because Ryu Senshi just can't be targeted by spells.
Such a good card.
And any normal trap that James Arc draws, essentially
to try
negated.
To answer the Senshi, yeah. And Lucas is sitting in a clean 8,000. Like, he can pay that 1,000.
Yeah.
No problem. And Asura Priest flipping up next turn means these goats don't matter.
So he's kind of forced to Snatch Steal here to just clear the Asura Priest.
Mm-hmm. Like,
we need something like Zaborg the Thunder Monarch would be pretty good to clear the board. Metamorph for the Thunder Dragon would get him his own Reaper of the Nightmare, which is just Spirit Reaper that can attack directly.
God. The muscle structure of Ryu Senshi is a little bit off-putting to me.
He is strong, dude.
Yeah.
He's got sick armor, too.
Well, and then his, whatever you want to call it, gauntlet, or not quite a gauntlet, but that's got to be squeezing his muscles under there a little bit. That's gross.
Looks like something like a pro wrestler would wear.
So we got Suicide Sangan into Thunder Dragon to grab the Sinister.
Puts a Dark that's not Chaos Sorcerer into the graveyard for
Yeah.
that. But yo, okay.
Okay. So
Just
this
have all
land
the
is reversed
cards.
for 30
Just
players.
gonna get
Yeah,
rid of
I
the,
mean,
the charity and
he,
the Sinister and the Thunder Dragon there.
he's been holding on to that charity. He had to have been.
Either that or the Sangan he was holding on to and just kind of chilling with it.
Waiting for the charity. you think?
I guess.
Speaking of Sangans,
Little guy's gonna come out for
sacrifice life total to prevent a knock from happening. Yeah, because no knocks have been played yet on Lucas's side, anyways.
right.
So James is aware of that.
Take 1,000 here,
Grab
and our friend is gonna grab something.
your own Sinister, maybe. Newdoria is an option if you're playing it. And he's playing Tomato, so that's possible.
He really needs to grab Blackluster Soldier, the envoy of the beginning.
That would be a judge call. Ooh, and the Delinquent Duo.
Okay. Must be nice.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing James come back from this.
Well, he needs pot BLS.
Yeah.
Other order. Well.
Okay.
Told you.
So we're in this game a little bit, but that face down could be any answer. Like
if he, it's like it could be like Magician of Faith, and the Magician of Faith gets back Graceful Charity to get, or even Pot of Greed or whatever you want. I would get Graceful just because it's another card, and then Snatch Steal get you.
Like the back row could be a Saku, it could be a Mirror Force. Snatch Steal still hasn't been used for Lucas.
Yeah, I think he made the correct play by just banishing that. You just kind of have to assume it's Faith. I mean, the Ryu Senchi's annoying, but it can't out the BLS. Here comes a Chaos Monster from Lucas, though. No, we just got Snatch Steal. Yeah, well, there's a Chaos Monster, so there we go. Alrighty, getting into a game 3. Yeah. That was just a unfortunate, like not a very good starting hand from James Arc there. On top of being dust shooted for your only monster.
Yeah.
Granted, the Chaos Sorcerer wasn't live, so it makes the hand look a little bit better because the Chaos Sorcerer just being in the hand kind of sticks out. Like, oh, this card's just not doing anything. But again, like we saw, the Trap Dust Shoots just getting the information game, knowing what your opponent has. Amazing. Just really good.
Yeah. And like this is in the hands of a player like Lucas who can do something with that information too.
So James Arc's going to go first.
Immediately go into big think mode.
Summon Sangan, set some guys. And Trap Dust Shoot coming out.
Starting with the traps.
I would hope James Arc is a big thinker. He does have Dupe Frog sleeves. The best frog. Alright, so Lucas started with 2 Thunder Dragons in his hand. Not optimal. Not what you want to see.
Yeah.
Trap Dust Shoot, though, I don't think... I mean, it has to have MST there in order to prevent the Dust Shoot from coming out. think here you.
I think I go for either it's Deco or Sangan.
Yeah,
'Cause
it's
Magician
one
of
of the
Faith isn't
two.
getting anything, and you're certainly not sending a Thunder Dragon back.
Yeah, you definitely don't want Thunder Dragon back in the deck.
Mhm.
That's the worst option.
So, like, what are you afraid of Sangan finding if you let him keep the Sangan?
I'm
Like,
not
he's
even sure.
got Faith,
I
he's got Deco,
I
and
guess
like,
Sinister just to have another guy, but
yeah. So I don't think you're afraid of the Sangan. I think you're more afraid
but
of the
here's the thing:
Deco.
if he summons Sangan crashes, that puts you to 5 cards in the hand when you draw for the next turn,
Sure.
and one of those cards is getting dust shooted, and it could just be whatever card you got from Sangan. That sets up Lucas for Chaos to potentially draw
Yeah.
into it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like he could just get his deco back.
So this is like we're seeing the Sangan suicide here.
Yeah, it deals with it here.
And you're right, there's a light and a dark in the graveyard now. Sinister on both sides, maybe?
Yeah, it was good for Lucas to wait till it resolves because the chain links work that way. So
Yeah.
James Arc Sangan will resolve first, and then Lucas can respond with his search.
I mean, what are his options here? He could DD Warrior Lady. Not sure if or why he would want to. And so he just opts for another Deco. So then he's
Yeah, I like the play.
just trying to draw into cards that actually matter instead
Yeah,
of
because
grabbing a
you
card that
don't need to
doesn't.
get Sinister here because like Sinister's not
Mhm.
going to do anything for you. You're
Mhm.
like you know everything in the hand and it's weak. And you crashing the Sangan here guarantees that whatever you get is going to be live. And so this Book of Moon, Chaos Sorcerer, Metamorphosis, Knock is the hand for James Arc. So Chaos Sorcerer isn't live yet.
The
Whatever this is,
Metamorphosis
potentially is
is
probably
looking
going to get
okay.
knocked.
Mhm. Oh, so he just doesn't knock the face down. Doesn't want to take a potential bait here.
Yeah, so is Faith. Because if he didn't flip it up before, I would have just said Deco. I would have just been like, okay. Because if my
Yeah,
opponent
because
doesn't
he's
knock
got.
me,
Mhm.
I realistically don't know what I would have done there. I might not even set it all. Just be like, oh, he doesn't have knock, I'm not going to set. It might have depended on how I was feeling that day. If I was feeling spicy, if I wanted to be like, oh yeah, I'll set my train and then just get him real good.
Mhm. I mean, it's not too horrible to lose this Deco to the knock because there's the other one in hand already.
Well,
Luke.
we sent back. He sent back Deco with Trap Dust Shoot. James Arc did.
Is it, oh.
So he just searched Deco back. But it looks like he didn't banish
Yeah.
another one, so he might just have another one in hand.
Yeah, I mean, my thought process was that he had two.
No, so when
You're
James
right. He
Arc,
sent the Deco back, and
yeah, he
then
sent it back
Sangan
with Trap Dust
grabbed
Shoot.
it. And so then he's drawn into the second one, or he sided it out?
Either he sided it out or he drew into the
Mhm.
second one. Yeah. Tsukiyomi.
Interesting.
I guess it's torrential. Just summons it, activates the
Yeah.
effect, and then torrential. Double Fate.
double faith. So there's still a deco.
Well, we don't know. Again, he could have just satted it out. We know there's 2 Thunder Dragons at the very least, and then another card that we're unsure of. And Metamorphosis, Book of Moon, and Chaos Sorcerer for James Arc is what we're aware of.
Yeah, so
3
he's in
other
a position
cards.
where he really wants to be aggressive here because he knows his opponent is going to struggle to deal with it. But he can't be aggressive because he doesn't have the cards for it.
Yeah, both players just don't have cards that are lining up
Yeah.
into like this open game state here.
Jim's checking for the trap dust shoot from his opponent there. I imagine he's going to do it again right here. Yep. It's a polite thing to do.
Yeah.
So sitting at 7 cards in hand, and this has to feel so bad because he was in a very good position, but he wasn't and hasn't been able to capitalize on it, and he's in that way allowing his opponent to draw out of it. And every turn that passes where he's not putting pressure on Lucas is a turn that Lucas is rebuilding his hand and getting more back into the game.
It only takes 1 Graceful Charity
Mm-hmm.
with Lucas's hand.
Yeah, and that's why it's so scary here. And so the faiths are gone. And all those shenanigans aren't really going to be happening anymore, but still.
But still, like, Faith is... The reason why Faith is so good is because, yeah, it gets back power spell cards. That's great. But it gets back any spell card.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a good toolbox to have when you're playing such good spell cards. Like this, the quality of spell cards in this format is just so high. There's all
Yeah.
bombs most of the time.
Well, and then you've got it's a level 1, it's a light.
Yeah, all those
that
other
stuff here.
attributes as well.
Yeah. Just an insane card all around.
All right, so we're gonna get to see the hand here.
So no
2 Book of Moons, Metamorphosis, 2 Thunder Dragons, like we knew before, and
BLS
Black
that he
Luster
doesn't
Soldier.
want to send out too early. And so with that 1 deco banished, he doesn't have any other decos in the deck. So
That or
did
he
side out.
presumably forgot. I don't know. Maybe he sided it out.
Yeah. That's a real good trap though, getting rid of the BLS. I mean, not that the BLS was going to be thrown out so early necessarily, but I mean, it's just 2 Thunder Dragons in hand for Lucas.
That's just the biggest issue I have with Thunder Dragon is in situations like this, it's like, yeah, it's a card in your hand, and that's powerful to just have cards sometimes. But if those cards don't actually do anything,
yeah.
You can have all the cards in the world.
The threat that James decides to risk right now is a tribe. I mean, that's telling me he really doesn't have anything as an alternative to throw out in case it gets hit by a Saku or something. Risking a tribe as your first threat.
I mean, he wanted to test the waters here. We know he has Chaos
Yeah.
Sorcerer in his hands. He just got the light finally with the Thunder Dragon.
Yeah. I'd much rather test the waters with like a tomato or something though, because tribe is like powerful
I
in the
disagree
late game.
with that from this deck particularly, because tomato is like one of your key engine cards. They like get you to your mimic and do that
really
combo.
Not wanting it to get hit by a Saku.
Right. So you can just like have your tribe just get hit by whatever, because tribe demands an answer. Like he's using his scapegoat metamorph here to try to get this tribe.
Okay. I guess the position I'm sitting in is now he can't use his tribe. Oh, well, I guess he can if he's able to protect it. So that's
Yeah.
the other part of it is he has 3 set like face down spell traps. Like if you're comfortable that you can protect the tribe when you use it as an early threat, then yeah, that's fine. And now, yeah, we're seeing the double metamorphosis here
I
to
mean,
get rid of this thing.
bait it out. Like, if you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna use one Regeki break, that's fine.
He's got something else down he's thinking about.
Like, we know the hand from Lucas isn't particularly strong. It's
Yeah,
2 Bookamoons at this point, and a
and two
Thunder Dragon,
dragons,
or 2
right?
Thunder Dragons. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 dragons still. So that's a moon.
Finally, he was disciplined with that trap dust shoot.
Yeah.
I like it. Waiting to
Yeah,
see what
they're
else
down
could
to
happen
now.
before committing to it, because now he's going to be able to pick up on that Chaos Sorcerer that's been sitting there forever. So that
Yep.
1,000 extra strict is going to be good.
Yeah, in a way, kind of using this trap dust shoot as a protection spell for this Thousand Eyes that he's committed.
So knock 2 Metamorphosis, Thunder Dragon, Magician of Faith, and the Chaos Sorcerer. Said I'm presuming the Chaos Sorcerer is going away here, because
Mm-hmm.
if he tries anything with the Metamorphs, just like setting his Moth and metamorphing it, we got Book of Moon, so we're fine with that.
Yep, exactly. And it's not like the Magician of Faith is going to be grabbing anything crazy. It's just a knock in the graveyard.
I mean, like, I guess we could get rid of Magician of Faith and force him to summon the Chaos Sorcerer, and then when he tries to Chaos Sorcerer our dude, we just Book of Moon our guy. But then that
Mm-hmm.
opens up to him summoning his Thunder Dragon and trying to attack.
Yeah.
And James R commenting, I really didn't think you had shoot. I mean, that's
Yep.
when you're disciplined enough with your dust shoot and you just don't throw it out every time they have at least 4 cards in their hand. You can just make them think it's something else, and then when they try to do something or when you feel like it's an optimal time, just
Yeah,
throw up the
and
dust
I
shoot.
mean, you could even be using the trap dust shoot as bait for a storm or something.
I've done that.
Mm-hmm.
I used the trap dust shoot early and then had 2 set, and then my opponent heavy stormed me, and I still lost that game. What can you do when you send their BLS back and they just top it again?
Yep. And so here we're seeing the effects of James not having been able to put pressure on Lucas. Lucas is just building his way back into this game.
Yeah, I would have flipped up the 1,000 Eyes there. I think Torrential has been used already. Yeah,
Might have just forgotten.
it's
Maybe he
possible.
doesn't want it to get snatched.
Doesn't have Snatch in his hand. It's got Knock. He could have knocked it.
Yeah. Maybe he just doesn't care.
Maybe he wanted the tear to get knocked. Interesting.
Yeah, protecting something else in his hand from the knock.
Oh, yeah, he couldn't flip because he attacked. That's why. My beef forgot that. But that's discipline on James Ark's side.
Mm-hmm.
Sitmaster, no, we're not new to goats. Sometimes we just forget things. It's called being human.
I don't know about you, but I'm perfect in every way.
Gotcha. Dust Shoot coming back out from James Arc here. Sees the Thunder Dragons again. Sure, Priest is up. Gets rid of the Tsukiyomi. I think that's smart. Luke's just passing the turn back.
Playing Drago at this point, huh?
There's a delay on the stream.
So he's committing Scapegoat Metamorphosis, Thousand Eyes Restrict here. Get rid of his opponent's Thousand Eyes. What's going on here? Sacking for Thunder Dragon. Yep. And gonna try to go on the aggressive here. That is his last Thunder Dragon. So we've seen Lucas kind of do the set Heavy Storm and bait your opponent into setting cards. We've seen him do that play both games. I'm wondering if he's going to try to set up and do that again. Raigeki break on the Asura Priest to prevent an entire board wipe. Able to discard the Sinister Serpent for that. Definitely something you want to be doing here.
Well, when he adds a Sinister, there is the third Trapjaw Shoot.
Definitely a good time to be using it too.
Sinister Serpent, Metamorphosis, Noble Meta Crossout, and Chaos Sorcerer. I would presume that Chaos Sorcerer is getting back into the deck.
Yeah.
Just kidding. It's the Sinister Serpent.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's more concerned with the Serpent right now. He's probably got an answer to this Chaos Sorcerer. That he's comfortable enough to be able to deal with it, and he just doesn't want his opponent to be abusing Serpent right now.
I guess he has a book and a knock, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he could just book the Sorcerer. I don't love that.
And that's just what we know of, though. Like, there's still plenty of things that he could have.
Yeah. And to be fair, Sinister Serpent is a worse draw, right? If you put the Sinister Serpent back and they just draw it for their turn, that's them not drawing Blackluster Soldier. Where if you put the Chaos Sorcerer back, I mean, drawing a Chaos Sorcerer is just as good as drawing a Blackluster Soldier. Sometimes better.
How many metas used by James so far? Just the one.
Just the one. I think Lucas used 2 so
Drawing
far.
a meta wouldn't be horrible here for him to like turn this Thunder Dragon into something a little bit more with a little bit more oomph.
Yeah, not a
Or no, he has a
16-15
meta.
vanilla.
He has a meta in hand. But
Maybe he
he's
wants
not.
to. Yeah, he could save it for a threat that comes down so that you can.
Yeah, so it's do I turn my Thunder Dragon into a Dark Bolter or whatever, or do I save this meta to turn one of my goats into a Thousand Eyes?
Right.
Like it's like Lucas knows there's a meta in hand.
You have to weigh your options.
Mm-hmm. And so James is forcing Lucas to play around the possibility of a Thousand Eyes stealing any threats that he puts down. And James is able to use that to continue to be aggressive with the Thunder Dragon because Lucas doesn't want to put a threat down to answer it when it's just going to get answered right back.
To answer you, Sasuke Samurai 4 on who's commentating, it is me, Mascus, and I'm joined here by Spooky.
So he opts for the knock play on the Thunder Dragon to just get that threat off the board.
Right.
Because of that position that James was forcing him into. There.
Yeah, and this doesn't commit any monsters to the field, so he's not going to be able to Thousand Eyes Restrict up.
Yeah, that was a good answer to that situation. So then you have to wonder, would Balter having come down been the better option? Or was it good to continue to force your opponent into that corner with the Thunder Dragon aggression and the threat of a Thousand Eyes?
Lucas is just going to set here. Pass it back to James. James thinking. Could make the Thousand Eyes now, but we do have Book of Moon. Forgot about the Nobleman as well. Nobleman hitting Tomato, not too bad. James is going to think a little bit more. Does he want to use his meta?
I'm going through the bracket now, seeing who's been knocked out. Sadly, a lot of the spicy decks are already out.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, Geist D's running an interesting list. Is he still in? You said he was in the losers bracket.
I'm not sure. But that is an interesting list. It has some cards in it that I'm a big fan of. So
Yeah, it looks like he's still in. I wouldn't mind watching his match as our next one.
Mind Control coming out from, or sorry, not Mind Control, Mind Crush coming out from James Arc here. Going to declare Thunder Dragon. That's going to guarantee 2. And then Duo is going to come down here to get the other 2 out of the hand. That's Tsukiyomi. That's Ring of Destruction. Now, if we meta here, that prompts the book. If we have something else to deal with the face down, we might be able to get in with a Chaos Sorcerer. No Book of Moon from Lucas here. Just gonna let that fly. Guess that's fine, because that means the Chaos Sorcerer can't come down and start getting you. But it's here anyway. Does Lucas still have Torrential? He still has Torrential access.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if he's been holding it this whole time.
Banish his own Thousand Eyes.
So
And there's
go on the
Sinister.
aggressive.
Yeah, it turned it
Sinister's
off.
Gonna be coming back. Yeah.
So that next turn he can go for it.
So we're at a 3-card to 4-card situation right now.
One of the cards is Sinister, though. That's going to be able to chump block.
Yeah.
But because the token can attack, it just gets it.
Is this the Sinister is the question. This is... I love this play.
Yeah, can't book a token either.
Like he's playing around... Yeah. This is great. Now his Chaos Sorcerer isn't just going to get chump blocked every turn, and he's able to be aggressive in a way that he wasn't able to do earlier in this game.
I mean, I still believe that Lucas has a Book of Moon left, right? Unless we're missing something here. He could just book the Sinister, and then my man James here just took 250 for no reason, but looks like it's going away. I could be wrong. Could already use the Book of Moon that we think he has already.
I mean, there's no book in the graveyard there. I'm not sure. I don't remember if there.
I'm pretty sure we saw one off of Trap Dust Shoot. Maybe just being really disciplined with it. Pot of Greed off the top for Lucas.
This might have had a good chunk of warrior decks. I'm surprised at how many I'm seeing here.
Are any of them playing Sasuke Samurai number 4?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the beginning coming down. Just going to get rid of that Chaos Sorcerer, not going to attack on anything funky.
Snatch Steal is still alive for James.
Except we still have that Book of Moon. Just going to prevent it.
Yeah,
just was sitting on it forever just to prevent the Snatch Steal from resolving. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you're going to weigh the situation, if you know you're going to be dedicating BLS to the board soon, let the Sinister Serpent get removed. If you know that Snatch Steal is still around.
yeah, you still got a lot of powerful cards left in the deck that you want to protect.
We had 66 players in today's tournament. That's pretty good.
That's a good showing. Another Scapegoat coming out. James Arc just refusing to be defeated. BLS is trying to walk all over him, but Goats are just going to chump. Graceful Charity. Going to get to see some cards. Dig a little deeper. Running low on the deck, though.
Man, there are a lot of very aggressive lists in today's tournament.
Everyone is vying for that final spot. The final 2 spots, again, the top 2 of this tournament are going to advance and be invited to the GOAT Format World Championships, which is going to be taking place in October. Oh, it might be top 4. Is it top 4?
It is top 4 because this is a last chance.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know
Yep.
that.
Mm-hmm. But there's still no pass downs. If someone in the top
Right.
4 is already in, then it doesn't matter.
And
Still only
I
count the
was
top 4.
considering playing in this tournament because I wanted to try out a deck that I've been working on.
Yep, I was
But-
considering it too, but I wasn't able to commit the whole day to it. So
Yeah, I figured I already have my invite. I should be able to give the opportunity to other people who may
sure,
not have it.
yeah. And here's another list with Sasuke Samurai numero 4 there. I
Finally
really don't
seeing the
like
Book of Moon that
card.
we've been talking about for turns now. Will it be enough though?
I mean, with James on,
I like that line because we knew one of them was the Book of Moon.
yes.
This prompts something. This is the second one coming
So-
down. So now we can't.
Now, yeah, we can't snatch right here, but 2 Book
Right.
of Moons have been used. Is Lucas playing a 3rd Book of Moon in his list? I don't know. Probably not. So, gosh, I don't know. If James can survive another turn to be able to actually use that snatch, he can maybe be back in this game. Has MST been used?
Well,
no.
what did he do last? What did he do last time when he tried to get rid of the Sinister Serpent?
Yeah.
Still has that Go token. He could just swing, take the 25,
And
use that snack steal, steal that
But-
BLS's lunch money.
Oh, he says he misplayed. He's got something in his hand that he wanted to do that we're not aware of.
Interesting.
There's no Heavy Storm or MST that have been used by Lucas. Like, so both of those are still answers to that snatch steal. But James is maybe just gonna make his opponent have one of them.
Did he use a creature swap? He could have the creature swap, give him a goat. That would be brutal.
He might have taken them out.
It's
We
possible,
haven't
yeah.
seen any
If
yet.
he finally
did
sees
we
that,
see any game 2? Did we see a single?
I think we
creature
saw
swap game
one.
2? Creature swap would definitely be the better play here because you've got the tomato to give him potentially if you want to do that, but you've also got the token, but he's snatch stealing. If Lucas has Heavy Storm or MST, both of which are still live,
Don't you just banish your BLS?
you might just do that. Like he's forcing Lucas to have the answer. And so Lucas is thinking a lot right now, not just slamming the answer down, but that might just be because he's thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heavy Storm, that's brutal.
Ring of Destruction on the BLS. It's gonna drop him down to
1,050 versus
1,050. I mean, that's a precarious position to be in.
Yeah, how many other Chaos Monsters are live? All of them?
Yeah, he could have
Yeah.
another Chaos. He could have a Chaos Sorcerer.
If he
I
has a
mean, that's not
sorcerer
gonna
here-
deal with it though. That's like not. That's only gonna do 900 to the tomato.
Except for this Axe of Despair.
Can we get an Enraged Battle Ox?
Yeah, so we've got the source. Sork.
Here it
Here.
comes. It's gonna banish the tomato instead.
Yeah, I keep them behind on cards. I mean, no new Doria shenanigans or anything here.
I guess.
Whatever.
I mean, think of it this way. If you just attacked the Thousand Eyes Restrict,
Mhm.
he still can't attack with tomato because what could happen is that like the tomato deals 900 to himself, and then he's down
Yeah.
to what, like 150, and then
Yeah.
he can't attack with Nidoria. It just sticks there.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. Like the other,
did have the
option of,
third
like,
Book of Moon,
attacking the
though.
tomato. Nidoria's there. Like, is that big of a deal? I'm not sure.
So the third Book of Moon came in handy here because he did have it
Oh,
anyway for the Thousand Eyes. So I
he
guess maybe
did
that was
have a third.
his rationale. Because he could also have gotten the, instead of Newdoria, or if he had it, he could have got like Mimic and then grew up into other Mimic, did some kind of like funky play to take the Chaos Sorcerer. But he's on one card doing that. Maybe he just wanted to deny the search and the deck shuffle.
I think that's pretty much, yeah, what was happening there.
And he's going to get rid of the token. Tsukiyomi's going to deal with 1,000 restrict, and this is going to attack that face down, which is the Mimic. It's going to draw him a card. And we're going to see a set card from Lucas here. He is in a commanding position.
Yeah.
And yes, we are.
I mean,
so 2 sets and a Chaos Sorcerer versus 2 cards on James' Arc side.
Torrential's been spent for James, so it's not like he can wait.
Asking, do you have a ring? If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. No, Lucas doesn't. Ring is in the graveyard. He wouldn't have been able to make the duel if he had another ring anyway.
James can just look at the graveyard there. Okay, Pot agreed.
Pot agreed, off the top.
That's about as good as you can get in the position you're in right now.
Steven is my dad. Guess he drew the Pot of Greed and then a Chaos Sorcerer off the top.
I mean, Chaos Sorcerer would be helpful here. He doesn't have Snatch Steal. He doesn't have Ring. He doesn't have Torrential. Mirror Force is still somewhere in that set of 6 cards, it looks like. But simply surviving is not a good option for James right now because he's got 3 cards left in his deck. He has to figure out a way to actually kill Lucas.
Chaos Sorcerer responding to Chaos Sorcerer here.
There's still a Mirror Force potentially in Lucas's deck as long as he's playing the card.
Maybe a Mirror Force left in James' Arc's deck too.
Yeah. So this is a situation where James needs to kill, and Lucas can just try to survive. And if Lucas can survive,
yeah, Lucas has 4 turns that he needs to survive on here.
But the other side of this is James is at 1,000 life, so
1,050. That's the extra 50,
which is relevant. Yeah.
Well, there's Snatch Steal. Okay.
And there's the game.
And that's the game because he had the Tsukiyomi in his hand. So,
yeah.
GG's to the both of these guys here. Well fought battles.
Yeah.
Between the 2 of them, couldn't get that out there, but that was a great match to watch.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can follow it up with some more GOAT format here.
Is there any spice left? Is KL still in? He is.
That would be dipping the losers, right? Or am I not seeing that?
Not sure. I just see that.
I think that would be dipping the losers. I would like to stay in winners if we can for the time being. Who is still playing? Somebody who we haven't watched before.
So you're looking for someone in winner's bracket to try to watch?
Yeah, we might be joining in the middle of the game, but...
Is Geist D or Warkus still in winner's bracket? Because both of them are playing.
I don't think Geist D is in winner's bracket. I can't even find him on the sheet here in losers.
Moon Goblin is playing something interesting if he is still in winners and still playing a match.
don't. Oh, he's not playing a match, but will be playing one next. Maybe we can hop over to him. I mean, if we want to watch Geist D, we could jump down in the losers just for that.
Yeah, I'd say either Geist D or KL 1993. It's fine to jump into losers if we're showing off an interesting list.
Yeah, let's go into, or well, looks like Geist D just won his match, so let's go to KL.
Okay, KL, that's fine. They are currently siding.
They're currently
right
siding,
now.
so yeah, got a good time for this. We'll get to start a new game here. Let me bring up the deck list just to see what we're dealing with here. Should use this to find it better. KL.
It's KL and then a space, I think, and then 1993. If you're doing a search for online players.
No, I was trying to find their deck lists.
Oh, I see.
It's just Rice at the top here.
Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming this is game 2, possibly a game 3 though. Delinquent Duo right off the start for Rice Bowls. You hate to see it. I mean, I guess if you're on KL side. And
I don't like seeing it from any side.
Breaker.
Getting Breaker and Book of Moon from your Delinquent Duo here.
Breaker's a good hit with Delinquent Duo because it prevents, like, Breaker is kind of an 0 for 1 in a way. Like, can help you maintain or get card advantage. And so hitting it with the Delinquent Duo, not allowing it to pop that counter and pop a card.
Yeah, I mean, Breaker's either going to get Book of Moon, or it's going to get rid of something.
Yeah.
It could proc a Scapegoat.
Nobleman
but it's a monster that gets to blow up a spell for free.
Nobleman on the Gravekeeper Spy, really powerful. If we're seeing 3 Gravekeeper Spy, and then a Blade Knight come out. So this is KO's playing an aggressive list here, and he just completely eliminated one of Rice Bowl's sideboard options to prevent that aggression from actually taking hold.
And now Blade Knight's getting pumped up here.
Yeah.
He's got the 2000
The Delinquent
attack.
Duo actually allowing for a 2000 attack Blade Knight.
Yeah. I mean, if it didn't do it here, the alternative play could have been something like a Breaker, break the back row, knock, which isn't terrible.
Yeah. Smashing Ground, I'd like to think is another sideboard card there.
I would hope so.
Priest running straight into another Blade Knight.
But that's going to get Book of Moons.
Blade Knight.
Yeah, just attack again. And that Call to Hunt is going to stick there, which is actually relevant if KL's playing stuff like Abyss Soldier to bounce his stuff back.
Graceful Charity.
And Graceful Charity off the top.
With 1 card in hand.
Not ideal, but in a situation like this, you're just digging for something that's going to be bigger than the Ashura Priest, it looks like.
Yeah. Oh, and so he opts not to keep the Warrior Returning Alive to get Blade Knight back. He'd rather have the Kaiku and whatever else is in the hand here. He also opts to not keep the Danzalug when his opponent is at 3 cards.
Well, that's the problem, is that you're taking like a 1 in 3 shot at hitting an Ashura Priest.
Yeah.
So while Danzalug is a good option there, if you don't hit Ashura Priest, you're just losing your Danzalug.
Yep. And so he keeps the 1800.
Here's Rhoda.
Oh, Rhoda's real strong here. So he's gonna
just an all-star card.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's either Exiled Force or it's gonna be a not Suzuki Samurai #1.
Mystic Swordsman level 4 or level 2.
He opts for the Exile, which means he's not running the Mystic Swordsman.
Okay, looks like he just had Premature Burial and it's just gonna kill him.
Wow, that was so fast.
For Xaxes, just get you. And I mean that's what a warrior deck wants to do, is just try to simplify a game state, because the quality of the monsters is just better most of the time than
just like the Nobleman on the Gravekeeper Spy just allowed him to just go completely off the rails aggressive as much as he could here. And Rice Bowl's even starting with the Delinquent Duo and hitting relevant cards, still just couldn't keep up with everything else that KL was doing. But yeah, so this matchup is over. So we can move on to another one. Potentially if Geist or Moon is still in, or Warkus.
Let me see if Moon. I know Moon's in winners. Let me see if he is
Okay.
playing now. Yes, he is. Let's find Moon Goblin. Maybe he's looking for the duel.
Yep, I'm not seeing a matchup for him right now. We could potentially jump into
He's
someone else.
hosting right now, so
Okay.
I'll give it a few moments to catch up here.
Looking for any other spicy lists that I can while they're still around. We'll have plenty of time to watch Chaos decks once we get into like the top 8, probably.
Yep.
At least that's, I don't know. That's my line of thinking, but I'm a weird guy and I like all the spicy stuff. Man, more warrior lists. Lots of warriors today. What's your opinion on the matchup between like Chaos Control or Thunder Dragon Chaos versus like your typical either Geist D version or traditional warrior lists?
I like Warriors a lot. I just
Mhm.
think that if the Warrior deck gets behind in the matchup, it's very, very hard for it to come back and win because like a Chaos Sorcerer that sticks is just going to be able to take over the game.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
if you can't out that like with your stuff, then you just are not going to be able to. It just feels miserable to play
Mhm.
against.
Man,
Where like it obviously with the Warriors are where Warriors shine is because they're an anti-meta deck. They can change how they're built to combat whatever they're going to face against. So if you are playing against Warriors, you do have great options in order to or playing against Chaos. You have great options to actually combat other Chaos decks. Like people were playing Chaos Warriors, which is just because like the Warrior monsters were so good and just naturally fit within a Chaos shell that they have Chaos Sorcerer and BLS on top of the Warrior monsters that they were already playing. But yeah, I think it's just very game dependent at that point. Like whether you're getting lucky enough to be able to amount control there, because like we saw in the last game, I mean, just ran him over, just did enough damage to him, ran him over, simplified the game state,
and that was despite being down 2 cards from
exactly.
the Delinquent as well.
Because like I said, the individual quality of Warriors monsters is just greater than something like Magician of Faith is good, but it's only as good as whatever you have in your graveyard, and it's not good when it's getting run over by like I don't know.
Well, Blade Knight.
When Blade Knight's coming at it, right?
Yep.
Or like, I have a Deco, it gets to draw a card, but if the next attack that's coming through is a Kaiko, like, what is my next card gonna do?
Yeah.
If I'm Chaos, you know?
Yep. And so that's I don't know. I think a lot of people were walking into this tournament thinking that they needed to be able to just be anti-meta aggressive in order to try to get their last shot at the World Championship, because what I'm seeing is a ton of Warrior decks right now. It feels like half the meta is Warrior and half the meta is some version of Thunder Dragon Chaos or Chaos Control.
Well, I just hopped into Moon Goblin's game. You tricked me. Looks like it's
I said he was playing something spicy. That's what I said.
I don't know if this is spicy. This looks pretty standard to me.
There is another player who seems to be kind of ripping through the bracket right now, playing something that's dear to my heart. VIFR, Viffer. I'm not sure.
Well, he plays the winner of Lucas and Sanjay here.
Yep.
Um,
So I'd like to watch him next.
Yeah, I would definitely like to watch
if
that.
you look at his list and you're okay with it, but
I don't know where I gotta find it here. Oh, right here, actually. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm okay with showing library here.
Yeah, I'm okay with showing it too because you know, it's good to get something like this on stream at least once per tournament for the
And
people that enjoy it.
we can watch it here.
And so we got all of our tune table of contents and all of our Thunder Dragons having been spent. A graceful charity, which I wasn't paying too close attention, but I'm assuming it was the Thunder Dragons that were discarded from it. So Moon Goblin is in a really good position right now. He's got his Arc Oath, he's got his Convulsion. He's gonna pop a card destruction here for 4. Which gets rid of nothing too relevant on Dad's side.
It's not really relevant on what Dad's playing here.
He's losing a lot of garbage, though. The only good card that he just lost out of there was Spell Reproduction. The 2 reloads and the Tune, perfectly fine a card destruction.
And, I mean, he
there.
drew a library here. Still has a normal summon, so he could...
Yeah, I mean, if he's got library here off of this draw, whatever, yep, there it is. Sangan on the top is kind of awkward.
Convulsion here is just going to add a counter. I wonder if he's got a Trunade to...
Yeah, that's the hope, right? Is that he's able to Trunade and start, you know, popping counters on library a little bit more.
No, that's not how it works. It just stays.
Yep. Is Dad one of the players that's kind of new to this whole tournament scene here? Have we seen him in a tournament before?
I don't know. That would be unfortunate if
yeah, for him to run into
to lose to
run
this.
into library in his first tournament run.
And there's the Trunade. So
Yep.
Looks like we have assembled the pieces.
And we'll see if he can just keep the chain going enough to actually end the game on this turn. This is going to be one of those situations, which is typical of playing a deck like this, where your decision trees are very important. Which line of play you make, the order that you play your cards in, all of those things are going to really determine whether or not you fizzle or whether or not your opponent just dies on this turn.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that it's not always guaranteed. Like, if you have to pay yourself multiple times with Archfiend's Oath, you may not even get to, like, or you might go through your whole deck and you might not pay enough with Archfiend's Oath to actually kill
in order
your
for the
opponent.
combo kill to actually kill.
Yeah.
Yep. Looks like Dad is familiar with the deck. And Moon Goblin just says, I'm sorry. I don't know if he actually means that because he's playing this deck. Is he truly sorry? Gonna opt to pay for Archfiend's Oath right now. He drew the Upstart Goblin, I'm thinking, is what it was. And so does he pop the Upstart here and then trigger the Royal, or does he play something else to trigger Royal first?
Well, he should Feather, put the Giant Trunade back on top, and then...
Does he have a Feather? Okay, I didn't see a Feather, so...
Yeah, you probably just discard Sangan here, put the Trunade back on top, draw it, and then Trunade your stuff back.
And keep this chain going. And so he's going to draw it with the library.
Guess you can upstart now.
So yeah, you upstart here to put the permanent into play. It's another counter for your Royal Magical Library after your Giant Trunade.
Yeah, that's
Like, it's
better.
really important that your Trunades are hitting as many of these permanent, like, continuous spells as possible so that you can keep
Seems
adding
like
counters to library.
he seems like he's running a lot of monsters. That just
Yeah, so we got
it
the 3 Thunder
feels that
Dragons.
way.
It's going to be 6 with the Thunder Dragons and the libraries, plus Sangan, plus Cyber.
Yeah, and he's just gonna draw the top card here. "17 cards left in deck."
I like that play. When Convulsion leaves and he flips his deck back to normal position, he knows that Cyberjar isn't on top anymore. He draws whatever it is because he doesn't want the Cyberjar. And then he plays Convulsion to put Cyberjar back on top. It gives him one more potential live play before he's forced to draw the Cyberjar. I
So
really like that line of play.
so Moon Goblin has 17 cards left in the deck here. He needs to activate Archfiend's Oath, or at least pay himself down into if he uses Archfiend Oath, then it's like 13 more activations.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's possible, but it's tricky because he's got to put stuff back on the top of his deck. He's got to not go under 13, or he's got to find if he plays Toon World. It looks like he does based on the Toon Table of Contents. I don't know if he plays 1 or 2.
Yeah, he's already discarded that original Toon World, so if he's
Okay, there's the
worried
second
about
one.
his life total being too high, he would. Oh, there is the second one right there. Okay, so that's making this a little bit more realistic. And again, we're talking about permanence, talking about continuous spell cards being powerful for the Giant Trunade.
Getting rid of a Convulsion here, a double Convulsion. He doesn't need those two anymore. He's already got the one.
Yeah.
He's got enough continuous spells here. So he might be able to do it. He's going to need a couple more activations of Toon World then, in order for it to just do nothing.
Yep. We've only seen one Giant Trunade. We know there's a couple more in the deck, potentially one in his hand. Or is there not? There's more in the deck for sure.
There's got to be more in the deck. Come on.
Yeah, yeah.
We only see the one so far, but
so he's gonna pop library right off of these two already.
There's the quiz.
There's the reversal quiz. Gonna need to get a little bit lower before you can actually start using that. I think he's got to start using the Toon Worlds to get low enough to actually kill.
Let's see if he recognizes that.
He's gonna start popping both Archfiend's Oaths. There's another Trunade. And so he can pop Toon World down here, and if he has a Trunade in hand, pop that, or he's going to have to figure out some other way to activate a spell without completely filling up his spell trap zone.
Yeah, I mean, it could
Trunade.
become a situation where, like, if he doesn't sequence this right, he just doesn't have enough slots to, like, activate Reversal Quiz and Pendant at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, people think this deck is like, I feel like people think this deck is a bit brain dead, but it definitely isn't. You definitely need to practice it a lot and understand like what you have to do in order to win.
A deck in which you have to make this many decisions in a single turn, and where there are clearly decision trees that lead to you winning and decision trees that do not clearly lead to you losing, at least not initially. Um, I can't imagine anyone could viably argue that this is a brain dead deck.
Yeah,
Like, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to play yourself to death with this deck.
definitely need a lot of practice with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why we don't necessarily see it um like
Well, yeah,
winning a lot of the tournaments. It does top from time to time, don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's won big tournaments in the past. But I don't know if it necessarily is going to be like if it's a deck that can continually win and win and win and win because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe people just don't have the patience to play it.
Well, yeah, you definitely need patience to play it. I would liken it to something like, if people are familiar with the Magic the Gathering legacy scene, like a high tide. Like, you're playing this deck that takes this long to play a single turn with this many decisions, and you're going to try to go through a whole tournament with it. Whether or not you like the deck or enjoy playing it, like, the decision fatigue is going to hit you very early on in the tournament. You're going to get very
Yeah.
tired
And
much more quickly than anyone playing something else, anything else, you know?
and it's still susceptible to like bricking.
Yeah, yeah. You could make every correct decision and still brick. And them's the breaks when you play combo decks. Like, that's a risk that you take if you play combo.
That's right.
Sometimes you get the insane turn one kill, and sometimes you do literally nothing and
And
your
here's the
opponent
thing:
goldfishes a win.
there's stuff in the format that this deck is like weak against.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
So
It's not like
we're
people should be. It's not like people are unprepared for it either. You could run into somebody who just, oh, I already am siding for this matchup and just
yeah.
brains you.
So Moon Goblin's at 2,000 life. I think he's seen both win conditions now, both parts of his win conditions.
Yep.
So he needs to be able to pay 1,500 more life
I think he
to
can do
get
that.
the kill, which I think he can do that. The premature burial offers an interesting life payment option.
Yeah, it messes the math a little bit, but like it puts you on a weird number for the Archfiend's Oath because it's not like it's not divisible by the like the 5s and 10s.
Yeah. Oh, but he's got this.
Yeah, but
So
he's
he
got. It
can
looks like he's got enough cards because he's got the True Nade here. Just gonna be
Yeah,
able to.
just pop Toon World for 1,000, pop Archfiend's Oath for 500, and
Yeah.
then you've got your quiz and your amulet, whatever the heck it's called. So he's got the win right here.
VersaQuiz, you just gotta name
The type of card
type of card
on
it
the
is.
top of your deck.
Got it.
And oh gosh, there's a very real possibility that he still has a library in those three, which means he might have a 33% chance to brick here. If there isn't a library
Well, he
in
could have
his
just
hand.
convult. Like, can he just draw the card? Because he's got this here. Then he just draws whatever card because of library, and then
so he knows.
yeah.
for
So then he
sure.
just knows whatever
Yes.
he's got.
Okay. So now he has to know if it's library or.
And if
it's
he has a
spell card.
feather, he can just feather something back to the top of the deck and just know what it is.
That's true as well. Yep.
All right, we saw the combo.
I was really hoping he would name monster there and have the last card be a library. Okay.
All
Moving
right.
into game 2, what can Dad possibly do with his sideboard to fix the situation. Like discard spells and cards are really powerful in the early turns if you can prevent the library player from setting up or initiating this chain of cards. Something like Delinquent Duo potentially hitting something powerful. But what else is there as far as an option goes?
Curse Seal, the Forbidden Spell,
Yep.
Hallowed Life Barrier. Um,
So is he playing any of those in his sideboard is a question. I think Curse Seal is one of the most powerful because even if you've got Curse Seal down and the library player attempts a Giant Trunade to clear the way and you Curse Seal a Giant Trunade, they can no longer use Giant
yeah,
Trunade
that's
as
just
part
its
of the engine, which
that's
is
just its
very
problem
strong.
is that Trunade is both the card that clears your opponent's back row so that you can combo off, and it's also the a part of your engine. So
Yeah.
it's just the key card to like hit with Curse Seal.
Yep. I mean, the hilarious nuts would be if Dad brings in 3 spell cancelers, just says no.
I mean, how is he getting the spell cancel out turn 1? I'm not sure.
Hey, it can happen. You're assuming that Moon Goblin is able to go off on turn 1. I
It
don't
looks like
know
he
the
did this
exact
that last
percentages.
game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the percentages of the deck actually doing that. It looks like they're no longer in the bracket, but someone was kind of going through the bracket pretty farther than I would have thought with an interesting final countdown list.
Who was that?
I need to find him again.
Well, there is a potential answer here. That's Last Warrior from Another Planet coming out. And so what this prevents is library. You just can't normal summon library.
Yep, and you need library. So what does the library player do to answer this?
Book 'em in. That's about it. They could have Swords of Concealing Light as well. Because that has an on-play effect that sets.
The player that had the that had the final countdown list was Retiox, RETEOX.
He's out of the tournament, though.
Yep, I think he's out of the tournament, knocked out by Geist, that jerk. But he had a couple wins under his belt there. 1, 2, 3 wins under his belt.
Yeah.
With the final countdown list, that's pretty cool. That turn 1 Stein into Last Warrior, though, real powerful. Moon Goblin's thinking.
That's what you want to see. That puts a clock on the library deck.
Yeah, to even find an answer to begin with.
Yeah, they have to. If they're playing the Book of Moons or the Swords, then they have to find them to begin with.
And I can't imagine he was expecting that.
They have to, and if they want to try to find them, I mean, they have to use spell cards to do that. And it's not necessarily what you want to be doing when you don't have a library up.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could just set library at a chump block. He does play Cyberstein, so if he sets, not Cyberstein, Cyberjar. So if he sets Cyberjar, I mean, that's an out to it. It's just going to...
Yep, Sangan finding the jar as well.
Yeah, then that makes Nobleman good.
Either way,
if Nobleman's still in the deck for Dad 100.
I imagine if his if his game plan against Library is Last Word from Another Planet, and he's familiar with the like his opponent being forced to set cards, I can't imagine him taking Nobleman out at that point.
No attacks. Just not going to pressure him.
Is he just afraid that that's a Sangan and he doesn't want to give it to his opponent? I guess if there's no attacks, then there's no flips on the Cyberjar, and there's no deaths on the Sangan. And Royal
Yeah,
Magical Library
he
doesn't do
can't
anything
flip
to
it
get
up.
down. Yeah, because he can't flip summon it. Interesting. So the question is, does Moon Goblin win this game? If he doesn't, does he have a sideboard that can answer Last Warrior if Dad just turn 1 Last Warriors again? I'm not sure if Moon Goblin expected this enough to sideboard for it for game 2.
Yeah, just setting more cards here.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's also possible that he could like tribute set Last Warrior for like a Thunder Dragon or something, and then just chill him.
He's setting up for a game shot.
Yeah.
I think is what he's going to be doing here. Which I think is the smartest play, because, yeah, you don't want to attack into a
You can still, like, Last Warrior lets you set cards still. Doesn't matter how. You can tribute set it. You just can't summon anything. So if that is Thunder Dragon, I mean, so he discarded the Thunder Dragon. If it's Sangan, he can search for the... If he tribute sets, search for the Cyberjar. And then that puts immediate pressure. I guess not immediate pressure. There's a turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Toon Table's going to find the Toon World. Just thin the deck out a little bit.
Mm-hmm. More likely to draw into a potential answer there.
Pot of Greed coming out for Dad 100. Will we see a Nobleman finally? No, just another set card.
Mm-hmm. He's just setting up. You have to think that with him losing game 1, he just absolutely does not want to make a mistake. And
yeah, he wants to play as carefully as possible so that
because it could just be
doesn't just lose to himself.
OMG, there's a Ben K list in the tournament. Have they gotten far? Nope.
Yeah, that I wish that deck was better. The just biggest issue with it is like it's sort of like the Cat FTK decks where it's like you either have it or you don't. If you know that they're on Ben K, then like you can just like adjust your game plan. If they like if they get you the first time, then that sucks. But now you know that they're on Ben K, you know what you got to do to like stop them.
Yep.
But then you're like risking the game 3. It's just not like a deck that loves going first, weirdly enough. because it doesn't really do anything. Just kind of sets like a tomato.
Yeah, yeah, that's very true.
There's an MST from Moon Goblin hitting the Regeki break that was just drawn. So that Convulsion's just kind of letting Dad figure out what, or sorry, Moon Goblin figure out what Dad is going to do. Again, not the position that you want to be in as Moon Goblin here. If Moon Goblin doesn't find it out, I mean, Dad seems like they're content with just sitting here forever.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, like, if Moon Goblin finally finds the sideboarded Book of Moon, is Dad gonna have some sort of answer?
Well, there's a Nobleman finally. Maybe Dad has a Graceful or something and is like, okay, do I use my Graceful, get this Nobleman now, and now I can
Go
start
for
pushing?
it. Mhm.
Maybe he has other stuff that he can do. If he has the Tribute set like we were thinking about earlier. Dad 100 just elected to pass here. Moon Goblin's going to draw. Still sitting on Thunder Dragons.
It's interesting that this one last word from another planet has turned the fastest deck in the format, arguably, into just this slow draw
Yeah,
go
I don't know if
matchup.
this is the fastest deck in the format. I mean, maybe by like turn count that it could win on,
That's what I'm saying.
but
Yeah.
like
Not how
actual
long your turns take.
time.
It's like decks that can win on turn 0, like before your opponent goes / right when they go.
There's Nobleman
Library,
finally.
last turn.
That was Sagan. Interesting how they didn't opt. I guess they were thinking about what are they
So
going to do to.
he's gonna.
But that did show a lot of discipline to wait till they had knock in order to finally
Yeah.
clear out that monster. Just never attack it. Book of Moon's going to come up here.
So we can start
Set
making
that.
something
Yeah,
happen.
so we can finally start flipping our guys.
Um,
Pod agreed. I don't know. Maybe we should have got back Book of Moon. Depends on what the other monsters are. Okay.
setting a light in the graveyard for a chaos.
Yeah,
player
that's
here.
it. Looks like, from what I can tell, Dad may be trying to just shoot for
To just
game
end
here.
the game. Yeah. So is this a BLS? Is the question.
I would hope it's a heavy storm first and then a BLS.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. He's playing very carefully.
Let's get rid of a Toon World reload. Not going to chain reload.
No.
level limit and the convulsion. That's going to flip the decks back.
Yep, Dad needs to flip here. Especially, nope. Sorry, dude. That pot of greed. No, 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 no.
Yeah, you got to flip the deck back there. Well, what's good about knowing is that you know what card they drew, so it's not
Yeah.
like there's a dispute. But now we know it's not Raigeki Break and MST in the hand. Not sure if it matters too much. Comes a Chaos Sorcerer instead of a BLS. Blade Knight for the normal summon. Mystic Tomato. Do we got
So
another
this is
guy? And a
damage.
Kaiko.
Yeah, this is
Just
enough. Yep.
all the
this is enough.
guys are here.
So Moon Goblin, if he did not have Book of Moon in his deck after game 2,
Probably
he
needs it now.
got to put it in for game 3. People at home wondering, after watching Library win game 1, wondering how does this deck lose? Like, this is how it loses.
This is how you lose. You Last Warrior is a really strong card against it.
Yeah. He played very patiently, very carefully, and kind of like on some level luck is involved for having the Cyberstein in his hand, but knowing that Cyberstein isn't out to this deck, and siding it in, and then playing patiently, carefully there, knowing how to win, that was good. I liked that.
Now we're hopping on over to game 3. Can Moon Goblin assemble the Tron?
Moon Goblin going first is pretty darn important for him, I'm thinking.
We'll see what he's got. Convulsion off the top.
Yeah,
Let's
just
check it out.
starting-
Here's some Thunder Dragons. Here's a Book of Moon. We're going to follow up with an Oath. And Moon Goblin is just verifying that that's correct because
of the glitch.
Yeah, Dueling Book is a good website. Let's leave it at that.
So he's spending cards right away. That Upstart Goblin lets him start popping the Thunder Dragon there, thinning the deck. And there's an Arcfiend's Oath on top. Is there a way for him to get to that right now? He doesn't want to Thunder Dragon right now because he wants that Arcfiend's Oath.
That's correct, yeah.
Using
you
the
know,
Thunder Dragon would force the shuffle.
What's tricky is that if I'm Moon Goblin and I ever have to activate a third Upstart Goblin somehow, like I need to spell reproduction Upstart Goblin to like draw a card, that could potentially put Dad 100 at 2 Cyberstein activations.
Yeah, double Stein.
So yeah, you get like, I don't know what you get at that point, but that doesn't seem bad against getting 2 big guys. Well, imagine this, because he just could get 2 Master of Oz's and just cream, like just throw the face there.
It hurts for Moon Goblin to have to pass there, because if he passes there without a Book of Moon in hand, and Dad summons the Stein again just on turn 1, like that is so rough for Goblin.
Well,
I'm sure he was really hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, Dad drew Book of Moon, so it's gonna be awkward if he wants to play if Moon Goblin wants to play the library first.
Sure.
And then try to Trunade, because then it's just gonna get Book of Moon, and then your engine's gonna stop. Thunder Dragon here is gonna shuffle away the Pot of Greed,
Pot of Greed on top.
put a
Never
reload
mind.
on top. Now, a play that's interesting is chaining reload to Thunder Dragon's effect. This way you're not putting the Thunder Dragons back in the deck, you're still getting them.
Mm-hmm.
You're drawing less cards, but it's effectively doing the same thing. You're just getting Thunder Dragons, like guaranteed.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know all the cards that he got. He got a Toon World, a Feather, Reload, Toon Table, Card Destruction, and Book of Moon.
I was gonna say, does he start chaining the tables right now, or does he wait for a library?
Looks like he's gonna grab them.
Mhm.
He could just reload again.
Yeah, he's going to do them one at a time to see what the shuffle gives him on top of his deck.
Yeah. I guess because he might be thinking about what he wants to Card Destruction.
Yeah.
I feel like the issue is that if you go through all the Toon Tables, you have to at least set one of them, and then you're Card Destructioning some pretty key cards away. Like you wanted that Book of Moon if you're not going off here. Well, it's just gonna get rid of another Toon Table.
He's drawing.
Feather's valuable as well to keep, but he's just gonna draw another one that he sees.
Yeah, I mean he's drawing Feather, so anything that he's discarding, he can get back with Feather. If
And
he really
we'll
wants
see
it.
what happens with Dad 100 here.
Mm-hmm.
What he's gonna draw. Drawing a duo, MST, Nobleman, and what was that last card?
I didn't see. None of them were Stein though. So Moon Goblin knows that he's got, like with Sorcerer on top there as well. He knows that he's safe at least for a little bit
Ooh,
from that Stein.
Moon Goblin just drew the stones. He drew Library, Pot of Greed, Charity, and Feather.
That's insane.
But that's the issue here, is that like he just can Book a Moon this library.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's insane, but he just uses normal summon.
And then Dad has the Nobleman, you said?
I believe Dad drew Nobleman.
Oh, they're having the glitch.
Of course.
Can he fix it by flipping and reflipping?
I mean, I don't know if it sees. I'm not sure how this is ruled. But I don't, because like I don't know if Dad 100 actually sees that Pot of Greed is in his opponent's hand.
Yeah.
It's probably in the logs that it's going on, but
We can message.
yeah, might need to do that. I'm not sure what the ruling is on this, on how it's going to be resolved.
Okay, I sent him a message.
Seems like they're just gonna play through it.
Yes. It's looking like it. I don't know. So Dad is asking what the next card on the deck is. Is that what he's asking there?
I'm not sure if he drew Potigree or I think he drew Premature and Thunder Dragon. And Giant Trine should be on the top.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could go through the effort of sending Dad every card. I might have to do that. Problem is, I'm sending him the cards that I see, but if I glitch out,
I mean, the stream here is running just fine. We can verify
Mhm.
what he has. I mean, it's just
So
what's the
I've
problem is that it's
seen
like
I've seen Goblin spell reproduction and currently Sangan is on top.
yeah.
Okay. This is what I'm sending him as I see it.
And there's the Book of Moon finally after the Upstart Goblin.
Yep.
So it's finally gonna set the.
So he waited for the third counter.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't
Yeah.
matter when you do it. I guess it does because now it's like he's prompted to just activate more cards to get the third counter on it. He's
Yep.
still gonna probably activate cards anyway.
Yep, but it will potentially change the decision trees and the order that Moon Goblin plays his cards.
Yeah.
If he doesn't think his opponent actually has the Book of Moon down or whatever.
Well, you had to assume because when he convulsioned, we saw Book of Moon at the top, so he drew it. He had two actually.
Yeah, you're right.
He only set the one though. I would have just set both. I mean, it didn't matter from which way because like he had True Nade, but if the one Book of Moon was just gonna activate on the library anyway, he didn't have the True Nade before he had the library, so he always had to summon the library first. And is his turn just over? Like,
The saving grace would be literally graceful charity.
well, he's got
Discard a
Cyberjar
library,
here.
premature
What he
burial
could
attack.
do is like, he's getting back Cyberjar. He can True Nade his stuff back, right? And then pick up Premature and Convulsion, and then like get a Book of Moon, so that he has to Book of Moon. Like he can Book of Moon the jar down, and then that means like the library won't be spent on, or the nobleman won't be spent on the library, or it has to be spent on the library first. Because one of the noblemans is gone.
Yeah, I mean, having Book of Moon in your and then
I mean,
running into the
could he
situation
just
where
go
you have a
off
Cyberjar.
still, even through a Book of Moon on the library, or does it just fizzle after a certain point? I mean, if he chooses to fizzle and elects to Book of Moon his own Cyberjar here after getting it back with like spell reproduction. No, instead he's going to go for...
So he Thunder Dragons here to kill the tomato. Tomato either grabs another tomato or grabs Cyberstein.
Yeah.
Grabs Sangan. Like, I don't know. It's risky to kill this tomato because it opens up plays to Dad. I don't
Yeah.
know if I like this.
If he... Well, and that'll shuffle his deck as well.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if this is what he wants to be doing. Like, he kills the tomato hoping that Dad grabs Cyberstein, and then he kills the Stein with the Cyberjar. That's not going to happen. Moon Goblin just viewing everything.
Just making sure he's got the right options.
Yeah. It's possible that he's just afraid of a Cyberstein coming up next turn somehow, which I guess he should always be. But then he's just trying to fill his board with as many bodies as possible. I don't know. I'm not sure why the Thunder Dragon came down.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to do the play here. He's discarding Feather and Pendant. I'm pretty sure he's got to get back Book of Moon.
This forces him into a
And then
position
I
where
think
he
the
has
last
to
card,
spell reproduction.
the last card in his
for
hand is
Pendant.
Sangan, I believe.
I mean, is he considering Pot of Greed or Graceful?
He's got to get back Book of Moon because he's only got one card.
Yeah.
He needs, like, the deck needs multiple cards in order to go off, and he just pitched one of the win conditions. It's not like he can't get it back. Still has spell reproductions and feathers left, but that has to be it. He has to get back Book of Moon.
Yeah, and that's what he chose. And so man, does he set the Book of Moon?
Yeah, he's got it. He has to set Book of Moon.
Yeah, so he can set the Book of Moon and force the nobleman on the library, or he can Book of Moon the Cyber right now and force his opponent to choose between the library and the Cyber.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, is that if he's gonna, like, no, because if you're attacking with Cyberjar, right? Like, if you're attacking with Tomato into Cyberjar, that forces Book on the Cyberjar.
Yes.
So that both players will draw 5, or reveal the top 5, and most likely Moon Goblin's going to draw 5. So, here's the thing. If he just does that, that gets rid of the Thunder Dragon, that gets rid of the library face down. Dad 100 could just hit a bunch of monsters.
And that's one of the problems with having played the Premature Burial on the Thunder Dragon for reason. Because
Yeah.
now, when he's forced to book the Cyber Jar, kill his own library with the Cyber Jar, he can't premature burial the library back.
Yeah, you're right.
Like this,
Yeah, and I think that's what he's just
unless
gonna do.
there's
He's just
something
gonna
that I'm
call it.
not seeing,
Oh,
it was a
okay.
very big. Oh man, and then leave it to our players to just do something that we're not even
Well,
considering.
think about it this way. If you attack this, that brings up the Book of Moon. If you want to Book of Moon this tomato, because instead
And
what
so
he can do is he can Mystic Tomato and grab Sangan, and then Sangan can come in. If Sangan comes in here, if Sangan ever dies to like the Cyber Jar effect, it's just gonna get Stein, and then he can main phase 2 summon Stein and play Last Warrior.
Well, yeah, and then so like, do I Book of Moon this Mystic Tomato so he doesn't search out Stein right here?
And then you just get knocked on your library.
Yeah, yeah. No Book of Moon because I have to Book of Moon this Mystic Tomato. Like Moon Goblin has a lot to think about right now.
Yeah, it's just there's so many different options that he can do here.
And like we were trying to be as comprehensive as we could be with figuring out all the options, and Dad goes and does something like attack the Thunder Dragon with the tomato, which is an option that Moon Goblin gave him by premature burying the Thunder Dragon for no reason.
Yep.
Dad would not even have this option if he hadn't spent that pre.
And he's just gonna take it. So you get Sangan here. Oh, he's just getting another tomato. Okay.
So he might be trying to just fill his graveyard with darks. Thin his deck.
Thin the
have
deck
dark
again.
in the
Yeah, I mean thin the
graveyard.
deck so that when you finally do proc a jar.
Well, and this is more chaos monsters, like as a potential. So here's the real question: do I get Sangan? Do I get Stein?
You get Sangan. All right, well.
He just went straight for Stein. Book of Moon is still in play. What's the defense on Last Warrior? Is it 2,000?
I think it's 2050. I could be totally wrong. Yeah, at the end of the battle phase, you can just Book of Moon it. That's the problem. So now whatever the Stein is supposed to make is just not going to come out.
Yeah.
That turns off Jar, which was the whole. That was the whole idea, was to make Jar as weak as possible.
Yes.
I mean, if you took the risk of getting Sangan, attacking with Jar, he could potentially draw a Book of Moon. But if he doesn't hit any monsters, or he hits a library, the library has to go face down anyway. So you could just have a bunch of monsters up, and you don't even have to get he didn't even have to get what's it called Last Warrior. You can get like Balter or something
to win the game, because Moon Goblin's at 4,000 right now.
Yeah, and Balter would just be able to, like, he would have to draw Book of Moon again to out Balter, but then he doesn't lose any of the other monsters that he would have that he would with Last Warrior.
Yeah,
and he's still going to be able to attack and things, put pressure. And that would deal with Sangan, so that if you just set Sangan pass, Balter just negates Sangan.
So he's letting him activate for Last Warrior here.
I think he's just valuing Jar and having to get those 5 cards just a lot.
Yeah.
But
so like other options are
now we get hit with Last Warrior. It pops Stein.
He had the chance to potentially kill Stein after a Book of Moon.
Now the Novum's gonna come out, clean up this Book of not clean up the Book of Moon, clean up the library. Not like it could be flipped up anyway, but better to have that banished than just chilling on the field.
Look at us nerds talking about libraries and books.
Well, that's kind of big. So he drew the level limit. He has Sangan in hand. And he's going to draw this giant True Nade here. Before, in the standby phase, we're just going to MST Archfiend's Oath.
Yeah.
What a psycho.
No more Oath. I don't like this.
I mean, I'm guessing it's just like put your boys in defense, set your Sangan. I guess you could level limit. I don't know what that accomplishes, but
Yeah, because I'm not sure how much attacking Dad's actually going to be.
I don't
He
know.
might-
I don't think he's
he
doing any
might-
attacking. I think he's just gonna set that Regeki break next turn. Probably try to pop the Cyber Jar.
He could use it to force an activation of Book of too.
Yeah, he could proc the during his turn. He could Regeki break
Yeah.
and do Book of Moon, and then it's just like, okay, what do you want to book? Then he
Mhm.
books Jar. It's just like, okay, that's just gonna stay face down forever.
Yeah. And
I
if he
mean, level
books-
limit can come up in that case. Yeah, you were totally spot on. If Moon Goblin just didn't activate premature, this game would be a lot different.
Yeah, for sure. Chat commenting that this is an actual interactive game when there's playing. That's not supposed to be one player. Goldfish is a win.
It's kind of awkward when the deck that doesn't really want to interact with what the opponent is doing is forced to interact with what the opponent is doing.
Yep.
See if it can still sneak through.
And I guess this is one of those true tests of combo deck players is when your opponent gets their sideboard cards, can you still win? Can you pass this test? You won game 1. How about games 2 and 3? Moon Goblin's asking for a ruling?
I don't know where he's asking, but I think they should pick up the pace of play a little bit.
Yeah, that's also true. They are both kind of playing slow. I'm not seeing. He might have messaged TK.
He could have just he could have just
or someone
reached out to
directly.
somebody directly.
Mhm.
I mean,
So I'm wondering what the ruling question could be. What situation, like what could he have in his hand?
it's
It's gonna
Sangan.
cause something that
He's
he's
got
not seeing.
Sangan and level limit, I believe.
Yes, that's true. So then, I don't know what the question could be. I mean, is he asking if he Book of Moons the last warrior, if the last warrior can flip? Is he asking?
Can I book a moon and target two monsters on the field?
Can they both sit next to each other and read the book at the same time? What if I read the book out loud?
What if my book moon is in another language?
I mean, is it in ancient Egyptian?
Let's find out. It's got some Jackalhead guys on it. Who's that? Is that Osiris?
The Jackalhead is Anubis.
Anubis.
Osiris has a bird's head, an eagle, or something like that.
All right. Pegasus. Egypt guy. It's also got the Ankh on it. OCG art for Monster Reborn. Wish it was as good as Monster Reborn. I mean, I think Book of Moon's like the best designed card in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's just me.
The best designed card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are you talking full ability and name and artwork?
No, just like what it does and like its elegance. It's just like put a card face down at quick play speed. So like you can chain it during your turn from your hand. You can set it as a trap. It targets any monster, so you don't have to. It's not always like something that you just like put your opponent's face down.
Yep. So
you can use it as a combo piece. It's just so like it feels so many roles.
It can stop attacks. It can enable Magician of Faith plays. It can cancel out monster abilities. It can bait out removal, like spell trap removal.
Well, this is unfortunate.
Well, I would message Scully and ask him what's going on, but I'm sure he's already kind of overwhelmed, so I don't want to add to that.
All right. So while I don't want to dwell on this, I'm sure that this will get resolved over time. Let's hop over to a game that is actually going to like take place.
Sure. I guess I'm okay with that.
I feel bad cutting away, but if not, I don't want to sit on a screen of just people like talking and no action.
Yeah.
So I wanted to find.
Dad was relying on me to tell him the names of the cards on top of Goblin's deck, so I might need to stick in this game just to provide that service to him because of the glitch.
Understandable.
But if you want to stream another match, if our audience is okay with that, then that's fine. Maybe.
I was gonna try to find 1TP and Viffer. Doesn't look like either of them are dueling just yet.
You got the list of players and decks that I sent you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know one of them is on it, so let me double check what 1TP is playing. Let me open up Viffers.
Yep.
This would be the one that I would like to watch. If we can't, we can go over to John Wick and who's playing? I think it's John Wick and Soy Boy are playing. I don't know what their dual book names are. If it's still the same names or. Let's try to find it. Yeah, they are. They just are not playing yet. There they are. All right. Looks like Viffer won the rock, paper, scissors here, electing to go first. And just a T-set pass. Classic GOAT control opening. Or GOAT format opening. GOAT control does it most of the time. Breaker coming down from 1 TP. This is still winner's side of the bracket, so both of these players have not lost yet. The winner of this one is actually winner's quarters. So the winner of this one is go on to oh, sorry, no, this is winner's semis, not winner's quarters. So I got hit with a Ring of Destruction, this breaker here. For 19. Interesting. Then set 3, which is a good set 3 because that's a Death's Koala. That's going to burn for 400? Or, sorry, 800. Well, now it's going to burn for 400 because of the Regeki break coming down. And then the breaker on the follow-up here going to get met by a Book of Moon. 1 TP doesn't have a lot of cards. MST is going to clear out that back row, which was a Secret Barrel. The Secret Barrel wasn't really going to do a lot of damage, but it is nice if the burn player just has it, just to convert cards into damage. And Viffer's going to get in here. Draw a card with Mimic from 1 TP, and then hit with the Giant Rat. It looks like Viffer might be on a Jinzo and Tonic style burn deck. See if he's made any updates to Jinzo and Tonic's list. That did well in a Go Format Championship, I believe it was 8, might have been 9.
You correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm thinking Jinzo and Tonic did do well with that deck, but was it Shane that kind of came up with that style of deck, or maybe even
No,
it might have
so
been around
Shane's
before
deck is
Shane?
more like Lockdown, where you play like Big Shield Gardener,
Well,
Nightmare
there's
Weir,
that
Skill
list,
Drain.
but Shane also played like an aggressive burn deck, like what you're seeing there, with the pandas and the secret barrels and stuff. Format Library Championship, one of the early ones,
It
between
might have
1 through
been.
4. Yeah,
I know. I mean, I've worked on
Shane came
burn.
up with a couple decks.
I've worked on burn lists in very like similar fashions that use like the jar engine to just cycle through your deck to get all the burn cards. So it's like you would just use Book of Taiyu and Book of Moon for like the jars. BLS coming down here though, pretty early BLS. Not afraid of any of the back row. Just presuming that it's burn. Just trying to kill the burn player before they kill 1 CP here. But gonna get Snatch stolen. BLS's lunch money's gonna be taken. Gonna swing in here. Any burn card will do it. Well, Secret Barrel will do it. That's 12. He needs double Secret Barrel.
Looks like KL1993, who's in our tournament today, topped FLC 5 with a similar deck. He got second place.
Interesting.
Giant Rats, secret, things like that.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with Giant Rat. There it is. Draw phase. Hit them for 15 instead of, 15. No, I can't do math. This is 200, so this is only 1,000.
Yeah, and then Shane
thought
had
it
a
was
list in
300.
FLC 4 that was very similar. Instead of Giant Rat, he was playing Spies.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And he had Mirage Dragon and Mataza the Zapper as well. So very hyper
Yeah,
aggressive.
so yeah, that's just more like hyper aggressive into. You have the spy to help you defend your life points a little bit while also dealing damage back to the opponent, and just again like when you're trading off your back row stuff for these burn cards, you're just essentially doing like you're just trading cards for just the card advantage for direct damage. I don't love Giant Rat in this sort of strategy. I'd rather be playing something like Shane would be playing, where you just have like aggressive monsters, and instead of like protective traps for protecting them, you just burn them out after you've done the damage.
Yes, yeah.
But I'm not going to reveal it, considering Viffer's side deck strategy. It makes sense why he's running rats instead. So
It looks like they're attributing Shane to the deck. In the FLC 4, there's an article about it and everything. I'm not sure if the deck existed before then or if Shane was the one that came up with this.
I think burn
style.
decks existed before then. I just think
This aggro burn, this combination
yeah,
of the two.
definitely was popularized by him, at least in the modern era. More, I think back in 05, a lot of the mentality, at least in my area, was more like playing Gravity Bind level limit, locking them down, and then burning them slowly, because
Yes,
it
and
was
those
it's
lists
generally
do
understood that it's like
exist.
your burn cards don't protect you, so you don't want to die if you don't draw your burn card. So
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and those decks still exist, but this
yeah,
is just kind of a different take on burn. Where it's, I mean, it's let's take
yeah.
the burn deck and
Again,
the beat down
it
deck and
throws card
combine it.
advantage out the window and
Mhm.
just says, "Hey, I'm gonna get you dead."
Before card advantage matters.
Before it matters. Like
Yeah.
you can keep your Thunder Dragons. Like that's gonna be a liability.
Yep.
So
And I guess
here, what do we got here? Here's Chiron the Mage coming through.
yeah, that was one of those spicy cards that I was seeing. I guess
It definitely is a
Shane
good
says
one.
in this article that he based the deck off of the March 2007 format, Troop Dupe format.
Yeah, there was a deck in that format that played very similarly. But the thing about it is that the card quality of the deck was a lot better because you had like Dark World Gold, which was just a 23 body that could come out for virtually nothing, and like Card Troopers. And Bazoo, I think, was in that deck. I could be totally off base, but I think Dark World Gold was in it because like you could use Dark World Lightning to like pop something and then discard your gold, and then pretty sick. Trio here hits for clogs the board up. Then Justice Earth is going to hit for 25. One counter on the wave motion, but he's staring down Kaiko and Chiron the Mage. Well, there's a big panda coming through. Yeah, hit the Chiron so that you can keep your wave motion.
Killing the Chiron with that big of a panda, and then Panda just still being able to sit there and not die to the Kaiku.
That's the power of
Panda's doing
Ojama.
his job.
Ojama Trio is just like legit really good because it just can sit there and like either your opponent removes it themselves and then takes like a bunch of damage, which as the burn player you're fine with, or you just have them sit there and then makes like all your pandas better.
Yeah.
There's a Regeki break. Doesn't want to take a bunch of damage from Panda. And that clears the way for Kaiko. But he's got 2 turns 1 TP has before that wave motion is live. So he's either got to kill him in 2 turns or find an answer to wave motion. And
I mean,
Regeki
wave
Break was
motion
one of those
could
answers.
just kill him if another burn spell gets drawn too.
Yeah, that
Like-
too. If he just has a
Like
burn
just
spell.
burst just ends the game. It looks like the Moon Goblin match is over, and a heavy storm from Dad prompts a GG from Moon Goblin.
Okay.
He could not deal with Last Warrior like quick enough. So with that, I think I'm gonna have to dip out for now.
Alrighty.
Gotta eat some lunch and prepare for a wedding later today. I might be able to right before that, but I'm not sure.
Well, have
If
fun at your
not-
wedding.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Have fun at your wedding and stay safe as always.
Oh yes, well this is virtual wedding, but
Oh,
still gotta
okay.
do some prep for it. So we're staying safe. But
We got to
yeah.
get all fancy still.
Yep. So good luck with this, and hopefully someone else can help you with commentary.
Yeah, hopefully Scully or Ross will come on. It looks like
Mhm.
Viffer just destroyed him here. So that was,
Oh man, another panda.
that was a quick 2-0. Just another panda after Chaos Sorcerer came down, and then Level Limit put the Kaiko in defense for Panda to come and attack.
Nice. Someone just joined. Looks like Scully's in here, so I hope out. But I got
Alrighty.
dip. So thanks for being my partner in crime for this morning.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I'll see you.
And thanks Lux Zitar. Hope I'm saying that right. For subscribing. Subscribed at 4-month streak. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me, Mrs.?
I can hear you, but you're very low. Alright, let me check out the bracket here. So Vipper's in Winners Finals. He's going to be playing the winner of Soy Boy. Soy Boy 632. He's going to have to play the winner of Dad 100 and SD Killa. While we're waiting on that, let's dip down into the losers bracket.
Hi.
Hey Lucas, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. Just took a loss, but that's fine.
Well, you're not out of the tournament yet. You're chilling here in losers.
So, are we watching a match?
Not yet. I was just about to queue one up. We're gonna dip down into the
Okay.
losers. I think I'm gonna go with. I haven't looked at their decks, but they're in a match right now. Crash Volt and Chrome Tiger.
Sure.
All right. In the game now. Crash Volt's got a Blade Knight and a Sangan on board versus Chrome Tiger's got 2 back rows and a face down monster. That Blade Knight's gonna eat a Book of Moon. Wouldn't have negated the flip effect if that was a flip effect, but looks like whatever Chrome Tiger has, he values. Chrome Tiger's got Book of Moon, Tsukiyomi, Breaker, Deco Mirror, Jinzo, and Gravekeeper Spy in the bin. While Crash Volt's got Book of Moon, Ring, Night Assailant, MST, and Duo. So presuming that Jinzo and Spy were hit by Duo. Ah, okay, that's why I wanted to keep it, because he had the Air Knight Par Shop card that's been falling out of favor recently, but seems pretty good in this spot.
So, is this Ghost Control from Chrome Tiger?
Let's find out what exactly they're playing. It looks like Crashwell has a Night Assailant, so I'm gonna assume it's a Chaos Turbo-ish build. Chrome Tiger, where are these people? Let me try to find them. There he is.
But I guess we're not supposed to say things we haven't seen, right? Or what's the policy
There's a
there?
Chaos Sorcerer. I mean, we've been given a rough idea of what the people have been playing, but not
Okay.
specific text or anything. I've been looking
Yeah,
at the list,
sure.
and I'm just saying, like, ooh,
Yeah.
that's spicy or something. Chaos Sorcerer just dealt with that Air Knight Par
So-
shot here.
So Crashbolt had the read that there was no torrential tribute, I guess.
Looks like it.
Summoning that Blade Knight felt a bit risky, but it definitely
Oh, for sure.
turned out well. So Chrome Tiger does have access to a light and a dark in their graveyard.
Okay,
So
I
there
think
could be a chaos monster such as
I
Black
think
Luster
this is a
Soldier coming down.
sideboarded game because both of them look like they're playing Thunder Dragon Chaos with Night Assailants and Thunder Dragon Chaos with Night Assailants, but their sideboards are definitely very, very different.
That's very interesting, because I would think that Jinzo and Air Knight seem poor against Chaos Sorcerers. So it's interesting to sideboard in against Chaos.
I think that maybe based on some Game 1 cards that Chrome Tiger saw, they felt that Air Knight might be better.
Very cool, fun to see people mixing it up.
I mean, Air Knight's still good. Don't get me wrong. Drawing a card is great. Piercing damage is great. It's
Yeah,
just in
sure.
this environment, it's how long is this going to stick around? Is it going to pick up the card that the extra card, or
Well, once it has gotten the first card, I guess it's
I guess it's done
kind
its
of paid
job,
for
but
itself. Yeah.
still feels bad, man.
Oh, Chrome Tiger deciding not to attack into the Sangan.
Just want to get him the search.
Very interesting. I like it. So Chrome Tiger has no back row, so if Sangan would search out, say something as simple as it's Tsukiyomi, maybe that would be a problem.
Yeah,
And Chrome Tiger would rather have a standstill and wait to draw more resources.
I like the play. No need to proc that Sangan unless like we're killing him or it's not consequential to us.
Yeah. It's a bit scary if you're Chrome Tiger now and you have, say, a Tsukiyomi, whether or not to play it in fear of torrential.
Battle Phase going to attack the face down instead. It's going to be a deco, gets to draw a card. This train's going to keep on chugging.
Yeah, just cycling.
Crashbolt's turn now. See if he can do anything. If he's got Thunder Dragons, he could discard Thunder Dragon, maybe set, summon Thunder Dragon, proc that Sangan. It's an option for him. Instead, he's
Yeah.
going to T-set.
That's graceful.
That is, in fact, Graceful Charity.
But there hasn't been a Thunder Dragon used yet from Chrome Tiger.
Thunder Dragon has not been seen from Chrome Tiger. Double Night Assailant wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, for sure. Is there a flip already? I would assume so.
There's two
Yeah, there
flips,
is.
Spy and Decal. You can just get back one of the
Okay.
one of the
Serpent
Night
is nice.
Assailants too. Serpent's always good. Looking at his graveyard here, he already had a light.
So if you're Chrome Tiger,
The boys
and you
are
have
coming
a Chaos
down.
monster here, do you summon it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we didn't have backup for Tsukiyomi here. if a Tsukiyomi did come
Well,
down. So will we have backup for a Chaos Monster if we're bringing that
we
down?
drew 4, so
Doesn't look like it.
alright. Just keep passing. And this time not even attacking the set monster.
Nope.
I guess figuring that we might have Crash Vault in a complete lock from here. And then the set monster is not a threat.
Well, no Torrential. So the board's pretty fragile to that on Chrome Tiger's side. And he is low on life.
Yeah, and Chrome Tiger has been setting monsters. And that makes Torrential all the more troubling.
Finally
So
decided
says
I'm gonna hit this
finally,
Sangan, bro.
yeah.
Get him out of here.
So what do you get here? Tsukiyomi seems good, right?
Oh well.
Just goes for the Serpent.
Crashwell
Does
got
that
Serpent,
signal
yeah.
Metamorphosis to you?
Could be Regeki Break.
Could be Torrential as well. I think Metamorphosis or Torrential. Otherwise, I would have gone for the Tsukiyomi, I guess.
It's
Okay,
Graceful Charity.
Graceful. That makes sense as well.
My turn to Graceful Duo you.
And if there's the Night Assailant... No, wait, the Night Assailant was banished. Oh, right.
Well, one of the Night Assailants was banished. Gets to discard this
Yeah.
other one here, which is gonna get back Deco.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's really good.
So kind of free, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Well, he can't duo because Crashbolt used duo probably turn 1 here, given the graveyard. Ooh.
And Chrome Tiger is in a really tricky spot where it's not very easy to put pressure.
Dual Book kicked me out, so let me go find them again.
Sure. If Chrome Tiger would find a Heavy Storm here with the Pot of Greed, that would be really scary for Crash Vault,
Oh, that'd
as
be
Crash Vault could not chain a Scapegoat or such.
that'd be pretty tight for Chrome Tiger.
So Crash Vault doesn't have all the time in the world, because if Chrome Tiger does find a Heavy Storm, that might be enough. Although, with a Thousand Eyes in play and 2 set monsters, Heavy Storm alone is not going to be nearly enough. So I guess Crash Vault is quite safe for the time being.
So attack the Deco, and then main phase 2, Noblemening the Magician of Fate.
Yeah, makes sense. I like it. I guess we're going to find out how Crash Vault is planning to deal with this Thousand Eyes now.
Would you have always attacked first there, or would you have Nobleman and just took your chance on one of them?
I guess you...
Because you're taking a chance either way.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know. It's so marginal. I'm not sure.
I mean, it seemed like it worked out. You'd rather him draw a card than get a spell card back. Getting back on Graceful Charity in this situation would be like pretty good.
Well, I think attacking the one that is thought to be the Koichi makes sense, right?
Yeah.
And then Noblemanning the other seems just fine.
I mean, if you I guess it depends on very marginal and like what order of operations you want to do it in. If you want to Nobleman the one that you don't think is Takochi first and see what the heck that is.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think that might be slightly better, but
Yeah,
I'm
because then you
so
could like
unsure
you
and
could be
it's
like,
so
oh,
marginal.
okay, and then maybe like change your lineup, and I guess it depends on everything else that you have and what you think your opponent has.
Yeah.
As long as you're denying that faith, I mean that's pretty good.
Yep.
G-Dragon's just going to bolster Crash Wolf's hand. He's got 2 T-Dragons, Sinister, and then there were like 4 cards total that we don't really know about.
And Crashbolt just keeps with standstill. Doesn't want to break it.
Don't know if he can. I don't know if it's in his interest to either.
Yeah,
If he
I mean,
can't, if he can't
I
do
would
the
imagine he
19
can
to
do it. But
go
if it's in
through,
his
then
interest or not is a very interesting topic.
yeah. I mean, if he has something like a torrential chaos monster play, I mean that's pretty
Yeah,
good.
and
You just
throw
throw it
in
to the
Heavy
board, try
Storm
to get
there.
him.
Well, that's game, right?
Yeah,
So if Crashbolt is confident that we're not dying themselves, then they can just set up a one-turn kill here, potentially.
that's a tricky thing about the chaos mirror. It's just like when you get into a lockdown position like this, it's do I risk going for it now if I can break it? And if I
Yeah.
can't break it, man, they keep kicking me out. They don't want me watching the game.
Yeah, as you were saying, it's really tricky to uh, hit your spot, so to say, to pick your moment. So let's see here. We have seen Scapegoat from Chrome Tiger. And we've seen Meta from Crash Vault. So it
And
could definitely be Scapegoats
Crash Vault's also up a
in
card
both lists.
in deck, so potentially it might be in their best interest to just drag this out as long as possible. Try to deck his opponent out.
Is that plausible though, with Heavy Storm and Torrential not being used yet?
Maybe if Heavy Storm's like the last card in the deck.
Yeah, but
It's something to
if
keep
there's
in
a
the back of your
Scapegoat
mind,
threat
you know.
from Crash Vault, it's not that easy for Chrome Tiger to just kill them, even with a Heavy Storm.
I still think if you even when you're up in the deck count, you don't just go all in and say like, okay, I'm gonna win by deck out. You just keep that in the back of your head that you have that
Yeah, that option.
that win condition,
Definitely.
and you just try to do things that won't inhibit that. Well, there's a royal decree.
Whoa, this is interesting.
I get kicked out one more time. Might have to. Might have to write a very angry letter to Duelbook Man, Mr. Dueling
So
Book.
Royal Decree does resolve, negating the Raigeki break.
That may
I
lock
guess
down
they've-
the other two cards that are in the back row here for Crash Vault.
Yeah, if both are not Scapegoat or I guess Book of Moon, then we're dead. Crash Vault has used Mystical Space Typhoon already, has not used Breaker though. And as we keep saying, neither player has used Heavy Storm. I believe Crash Vault has 7 cards in hand.
That's 7.
That's an issue, right?
I would agree.
Okay, I'll message him. There we go. That's an easy mistake to make. So Chrome Tiger taking a little pause here, trying to figure out a strategy how to approach this game. Very complicated board state. Metamorphosis to make a second Thousand Eyes. So I would assume Chrome Tiger is running Tribe Infecting Virus.
Something to get rid of these.
Yeah, because Torrential is not very plausible with the Royal Decree on
Yeah,
the
I
field.
don't see that happening here. That or he's
And
got
now
double Book of Moon,
Chrome Tiger
book his boys down.
can't. Yeah, I guess. Also, there's Tsukiyomi, right? Could be.
Yeah, Tsukiyomi, that's a normal summon. I mean, that's fine.
That's
Book
quite slow,
one.
but it will get the job done eventually. Yeah,
Well, there's
a
Tribe.
tribe.
This could possibly just be the game.
Yeah, but if there's a scapegoat, yeah, I guess you get rid of the scapegoat. But quite some resources has been used here.
Crash Vault. Haven't seen any scapegoats from him.
No, we've only seen the one metamorphosis.
And this would be game. This is over 4,000.
Yeah, and there's a Royal Decree out. I guess a book saves Crash Vault.
Yeah, Book of Moon would be nice here. I probably would Book of Moon that Kaiko.
Yeah. Oh, he's pausing. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
there it
scapegoat.
is.
And this is kind of Chrome Tiger blinking first, so to speak.
Yeah, they just kind of went for it. They felt that they were in control with Royal Decree up,
Yeah.
but Scapegoat's just going to block that advance. Now, does Crash Vault have enough for Crackback here? I mean, one of the cards in his hands is Thunder Dragon. We know that, but he's got a lot of cards to work with. However, Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer face up on the board, preventing Chaos Monsters from being summoned. A little bit tricky to deal with here.
I would imagine Crash Vault has access to Tsukiyomi, right?
Yeah, I would
Seeing as we're running
that's probably
Scapegoat
something.
meta.
Has a meta. He could have a meta of his own. Chrome Tiger didn't elect to kill this final goat here with Tribe's effect.
Yeah, they could have a tribe of their own as well.
Yeah, that'd be powerful.
A simple book or a snatch.
Snatch
Snatch
Steal's
the tribe, that works.
Snatch Steal's one of them.
So let's see if Chrome Tiger has the book.
Yeah, he's got to think about it. Where does
I
he want to
imagine
book?
we're gonna see book flipped here. No. Okay.
Nah, just
Cool.
taking control.
I don't know. I don't blame him. I love holding on to my books.
Yeah, I saw. They worked out for you too.
Oh yeah, you watched my game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So kills the Kaiko here, I would imagine.
Yeah, gonna try to.
Spellcaster was the chosen type.
Imagine if Tribe just like you get to destroy spells and traps, just say like, oh, spell, trap, or monster.
Yeah, I contemplated making a joke about Tribe destroying the Snatch still here.
It's like, oh, thanks.
I decided against it. Okay, so summon anything and attack for lethal.
That seems to be the plan of action here.
Bit awkward that you... No, nah, never mind. So what do you summon? What normal summons are there in the deck of Crash Vault?
You can summon the Tsukiyomi. There's
Oh,
Kaiko.
Kaiko of his own. It's cool to see people play Kaiko.
It's picking up steam.
Yeah,
With
very
Chaos
interesting.
running around, it's just a good, solid guy to have. Stop your opponent from doing stuff. There's BLS
Oh,
on
are we
top of
trying
it.
to win through Scapegoat?
That's what it's looking like.
If they have a Chaos Sorcerer, they do. This is not enough to win for Scapegoat.
No. It does win
But
through
this
Book
is
of Moon.
enough to win for Book, so that's why they did it.
That's probably why he played it, because he's like, okay, I
Yeah.
know he probably has Book, so let's play through it as best as we can. This at least clears Scapegoats.
That too. Okay. And here we can see the importance of Scapegoat in the Chaos Mirror. So huge.
Yeah, it's just it gets you a turn.
Yeah.
And if they don't deal with it, then you have bodies to mess around with Metamorph on. And that's just an
Yeah.
additional Thousand Ice Restrictions, an additional card they got to deal with from your extra deck.
So is Chrome Tiger thinking of booking one to save a goat? No, I don't think so, right?
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
So let's see if Crash Bolt has any back row left to set behind his board. I guess it's awkward with the Royal Decree in play. I would imagine Crash Bolt has quite a few trap cards in their deck, seeing
Yeah,
as we're
Book and
running Raigeki Break.
Book of Scapegoat and MST are gone.
Likely we have more books though. At
It
least
could be
one
the
more.
potential second book here. Chrome Tiger's gonna go up to 29 from Snack Steel.
Oh wow. The guy I lost to is in winners finals.
Who did you lose to?
Viffer?
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know.
we watched him earlier.
Yeah, his deck is very cool archetype.
Yeah, it's I like it a lot. He's gonna be playing the winner
It's more fun to watch than to play against.
of SD Killa and Soy Boy. I think if after this game we'll hop over to Soy Boy and SD Killa.
Sure.
SDL Killa. I missed that L in the middle there.
So premature, likely going to grab a Jinso. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big monster. Can't respond with a Chaos currently. But he's got double trap negation out.
So let's see if there's a book or an MST. No wait, MST had already been used. So it would have to be a book, yeah. And I guess we're saving the book for protecting their Black Luster Soldier. Oh, Chrome Tiger just passes.
That's an
Doesn't deal
awkward
with the
position.
BLS.
I mean, BLS can just get rid of that Jinzo.
Yeah, this looks really weak. If I were Crash Bolt, I would be aggressive here if I had any ability.
And that
To do
floating
so.
token's going to get metamorphed into Thousand Eyes Restrict. You can take the Jinzo.
So what's the plan here? Is it a Tsukiyomi or how do you out the Thousand Eyes? Oh, they could have a tribe of their own still the book. There's no Thunder Dragon left, so likely no Tribute Monster. Yeah, there's a tribe.
There's Tribe of Zone, yep.
Yeah, that's going to pop the Kaiko, which is a little awkward. But I guess it doesn't matter much.
Well,
So now
you
Chrome
just
Tiger.
attack with your guy here, and then if they book him,
Alright.
you just win.
Alright. Very cool. Yeah, I like the line. But I guess if you tribe your Thousand Dice. No, yeah, this is better. Definitely. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that was much better. It just played around Book of Moon, so he
Yeah,
had to deal with two monsters instead of just the one.
definitely.
Okay, so we're gonna hop into SDL Killa
versus Soy Boy.
There's a Soy Boy, the best pooper here.
Have we seen these players play before
We have
in the
not.
tournament?
So let me go find what exactly they're playing. Found Soy Boy. There he is.
So you see Blade Knight on one side and Don Salug on
Blade
the
Knight
other.
on one, Dom on the other. So they're both.
Oh, that's a pro heavy.
That is a professional heavy storm. That is how the professional players used to do it.
Exactly. Styling on Soy Boy here. And
Their decks are
the
so
other game is
similar that I'm
wide
having
open.
trouble figuring out which deck list is which. Hold on. Alright, let me click this one.
There's a Don Salug, so that's going to plus
Okay.
immediately. And also we better have a good answer to this. Or we're
So
in
they
huge
are
trouble.
both playing Chaos Warriors, but very different lists. I mean, similar but different lists.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Very cool to
Yeah.
see.
This game's very, very simple here.
Yep.
Don's a Luke. Getting stolen.
And that's very, 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 very strong. That's really strong.
Take that warrior lady out. Sure, priest back up.
So BLS is live now.
PLS is live. You can just run him over if he has it. But just a back row.
Nope. So do you summon the Asura Priest here? I think you do.
Yeah. Just get him.
Soy Boy agrees with us.
Hit the top two. Let's see it. No, no top two. He's a coward.
Oh, and Soy Boy chooses not to mill the BLS from the top.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See?
Should've
What if he
milled,
did that
should've
top
milled.
two?
So beginner mistake there. Should always mill your opponent's best top decks.
I agree. Guy's got two effects. Why aren't you using both of them?
Yeah, exactly.
Got rid of the Ashura Priest, too. What's cool about this
Very
is
good.
that Heavy Storm's not even good for
Oh, second
Soy
Asura.
Boy here.
That's cool.
But he's
So
thinking
is
on
there a
that.
book? Oh.
Salamento Judgmento. That's not Solemn in Spanish. I don't know what it is. Just sounds right.
As long as you sound confident enough, you could probably trick most of the audience. So let's see if SDL Killa goes
Yeah,
for
let's see
the
if he
pro
knows.
mill strategy.
Well, he just gained some life. I don't want that.
Doesn't
No,
mill.
it doesn't declare. He's got to gain 1,000.
Decides to attack with his monsters before gaining the life points.
Yeah, they both have to gain 1,000 here.
Yeah. All right.
He has to gain another 1,000.
Yeah.
Forgot the one trigger. How do I do this? Just gonna try to message him.
Yeah, I'm typing. I think SL Killer got my message. No? Okay, never mind.
Well, I can't do Best Pooper because I'm not his friend.
Me neither. I think at this point, maybe we've gone far enough that.
I mean, it's a mandatory trigger.
Yeah, but I have no idea what life totals we should be at this point.
It just should be like put plus that 17 and then plus 1,000 and then half of that,
Sure, I guess, yeah.
which is dead anyway. So
Yeah, whatever.
it all worked out in the end.
Well, yeah.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna heat up some food.
Yeah, sure.
I'm hungry. Hopefully I don't disconnect.
Alright, so Chaos Warrior Mirror. I guess Book of Moon is quite poor. Doesn't really help you much. There's no fast message strict. Well, there is Chaos Sorcerer, which is relevant, but I don't know if that's enough to justify the books. Also interesting to see is how many cards we actually have dedicated for this matchup. So, Soyboy on the play here starts out with Graceful Charity. And Chaos Warriors is one of those decks that we're not going to hold on to the Graceful Charity for as long as, say, Chaos Control or Thunder Dragon Chaos Turbo are. Most decks wouldn't use the Charity until they absolutely have to, or until they have Thunder Dragon, Sinister Serpent, Night Assailant to discard. The Chaos Warrior deck functions a bit differently in that it wants to set up a strong back row from the first turn of the game, and Buster is often going to be using the Graceful immediately. Sets one pass, probably fearing Heavy Storm. I have heard different theories on how you should use Heavy Storm in the Chaos Mirror, but I think most people would agree that at least on the draw, maybe regardless of player draw, you should keep it in. And Soyboy plays it around it here by only setting one card, assuming he had more cards to set, which is not necessarily the case. STL Killer respects a flip monster, grabs a Exile Force, and trades with it. Interesting from Soyboy to set the Dust Tornado, a bit risky in case it would be run over by a breaker, but I guess with the Spy set, Soyboy is not that unhappy if a breaker was going to land from the side of STL Killer. Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke, putting pressure on STL Killer. And here's Nobleman of Extermination. I would imagine that's out of the sideboard. Now it's my turn to get kicked out by Dueling Book. Ah, I should have blamed the website. I misclicked. And I'm back in it. So Nobleman of Extermination hit the Solemn Judgment, which means both players have to exile, banish all the copies in their decks. Breaker is going to run over the Grandmaster Sasuke. Interesting to note here is that Soyboy only banished 2 Solemn Judgment from their deck, heavily suggesting that the third was in their hand.
Interesting tidbit about Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. I thought for the longest time that it just was a weird translation, that it was like Ninja Grandmaster like ninja because I thought Sasuke meant ninja
Yeah.
because like Ninja Warrior, if you know what that is, that's a like a Japanese like game show sporting tournament kind of thing.
Is that where they
It's-
climb obstacles?
Yeah,
and...
it's where they climb all the obstacles and everything.
Yeah.
That's like
yeah.
it's called Sasuke in Japan. Like that's what it's called, like the Sasuke tournament. So
Okay.
I was like, oh, it just means Ninja Warrior, I guess, because I thought that was like the literal translation. I just Googled it while I'm waiting here, and no, that's not what it means. It's become a popular term for ninjas. So just like Japanese people will refer to ninjas as like Sasuke, I guess, or just say that because of actually the Naruto character Sasuke.
That's very cool.
But it means like assistant, like the actual name or like help. So he's the Ninja
Alright.
Grandmaster Helper or something. Just a fun fact.
Oh, Gravekeeper's Assailant. I guess that would imply there's a Necrovalley in the deck. Yeah, it must, right? Very cool. So it would appear Soyboy has sided into Gravekeepers, or Gravekeeper engine at least. Because I wouldn't ever play Assailant without a Necrovalley in my deck. Snatch Steal. So SDL Killer did have access to Light and the Dark in their graveyard, but did not summon a Chaos Monster. Which I think signals that they just didn't have any. Soyboy once again did not gain life points. Yeah, SDL Killer reminds him. And this is very strong from Soyboy, stealing back the the Gravekeeper's Assailant. Hitting for 3100.
So yeah, it looks like he sided into Gravekeeper stuff. I would presume Necro Valleys are there. Just if we're seeing Assailant, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Just the anti-chaos side deck.
Yeah, I mean, does make some sense, I guess. I would imagine they are going to side out their Noblemen of Crossouts quite often in this matchup, right?
Oh yeah.
And then Gravekeeper Spy becomes really, really, really good. So I can see some logic to it.
That was a long-standing theory, actually, at like the beginning of the revival, is that if smarter players recognize that you're on Warriors, they know that Nobleman's not very good, so they side it out. And then you can side in stuff like Gravekeeper Spy. But players don't do that. They'll just keep in their Noblemans for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's one of their staples, right?
Yeah,
You shouldn't
of
cut
course.
your staples, right?
Exactly. Solemn Judgment just cleaned up there, though.
Very fast-paced games.
Between the two. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just like Warriors in general, if they're playing against each other. Try to simplify as much
Definitely.
as possible. That way the game's going to go a little bit quicker. Less decision trees you got to make. Less stuff to do. Just some attacking.
Yeah, I like how you phrased that. I completely agree. There are definitely less decisions, and that's partially because there are so few turns. You're not going to play 20 turns with a Chaos Warrior deck most
Yeah.
of the time.
You're just summoning
However-
guys attacking. You're not trying to do like a tricky setup or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And during your first few turns of the game, you're going to make most of the actual decisions. And after that point, it's just spray and pray, right?
Mm-hmm. SDL Killer here starting the game out. Game 3.
The
And I
size
lost
sets
connection
2
just in
cards.
time. Shoutouts to Dueling Book.
And there's a trap dust sheet from SDL Killa,
I'd love
which
to
I
see
think
what he
is
reveals.
not very intuitive to side in. But I think it's fine on the
Ooh,
play.
there's Xingjiang Hu. And looks like he has the Necro Valleys in his sideboard as well.
So I would imagine you pick Spy here, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought SG Killa was the one who sided in the Necro Valley stuff.
Oh no.
I got mixed up because he relinquished control of the assailant. That's why.
Alright, yeah. So if this Blade Knight doesn't connect, Soyboy's hand doesn't really do anything at all.
I mean, he got rid of Spy. I would presume
Yeah.
that this Blade Knight is going to run into, like, something stupid, right? If he's
Yeah.
setting.
Most likely. Oh, that's really cool.
That's Kinetic Soldier.
You love to see it.
We like that guy. We also love the disconnect.
Did you DC again?
It just keeps kicking me out today.
That's really weird. So Extermination going to try and hit the Sacret's armor. Does get there.
And they
And now
both got to
both
banish their
players are going
Sacrets.
to remove their Sacret's armors from their respective decks. And Cypher Soldier is free to attack the Blade Knight here.
Excuse me, this is pre-errata. His name's Kinetic Soldier.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Kinetic Soldier.
Get with the program here.
Okay, Boomer. And this looks just over. Soyboy has double Necro Valley and a Xingqian. Who? What is it called?
Xingjiang Zhu.
Okay, sure. Close enough.
Whatever.
And we have one draw step. Or we're going to be dead next turn.
Cypher Soldier, putting in the work. Sorry, Kinetic Soldier, putting in the work. That doesn't work.
That does not work. No. Yep.
He can set
Here's...
another card and then do it.
Oh, and there's the Sullen Judgment. Okay, so that's game.
Looks like it.
So
that game 3. Kinetic Soldier. Big man.
And that puts SDL Killa in the winners finals, no? Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Very cool.
And we will join the winners finals once they are ready here, once everything's reported. It's going to be SD Killa on a Chaos Warrior list versus Viffer on an aggressive burn. Winner of that will be going to Grand Finals. Both of these players, if they haven't have their invite already, I don't believe either of them have qualified now for the GOAT Format World Championship happening later in October.
Yeah, congratulations to both players. and it really goes to show that bringing something different than the other players in the tournament. I would imagine a lot of people brought Chaos variants today, but not these two. They brought very aggressive decks. I would assume built to punish the greedy Chaos decks. Oh.
Who do we have left in the tournament still? So, Soyblade not knocked out yet.
Nope.
1 CP is up here. Dad 100 we saw earlier, still in it. In losers, Lucas, my friend on the commentary with me here, is still in the tournament.
Still kicking.
Commissioner Frost still here versus Crashbolt, so that's going on right now. Andres 94, John Wick as well, still alive, still in it. Do you have your invite,
Alright.
Lucas?
No, I don't.
Alright, well,
That's partially why I'm playing.
Yeah, I wish you the best of
Not
luck here.
really. I'm playing for fun. I'm not good enough to have any expectations.
Well, you should always play for fun, first and foremost.
Definitely. So there's a judge call here in a game, and they wrote to me. So after Thunder Dragon has used its effect from hand, who has priority? After the effect has resolved.
The turn player should have priority if they have a quick effect, I believe.
Yeah.
If
or
they pass
ignition effect,
priority,
right?
then their opponent can respond to something happening in the hand.
Yeah, that's what
So-
I thought.
You can, if you have like a dust shoot or something, you can activate it as long as you pass the priority. I believe that's how that works.
Yeah, that's what I was going to tell them.
I know that like something like this came up before at another tournament that I ran, and that's how we ruled it. But like because people were confused on if there is a window of opportunity for after like cards are added to the hand for you to do something like Mind Crush or anything that affects the hand in that situation, or if like you graceful and you're at 4 cards in your hand after you graceful, can you trap dust shoot right away? And the answer is yes. They just have to presume that the priority is being passed to the opponent. Well,
There's so TK is in the watchers chat.
we could join the game here while we're waiting. We saw Moon Goblin versus Dad 100 earlier, and Moon Goblin got themselves in a pretty tricky position with this deck after being shut off by Book of Moon. Now it looks like they're attempting to go off here, but Trap Dust Shoot's going to poke a hole in this.
So Moon Goblin has priority. Yeah, exactly. To
Yes.
use a ignition effect or a spell speed 2 effect.
That's correct.
So they do not have the opportunity to, say, play a normal spell card from their hand before KL1993 can respond with a dust shoot. Yeah, this is exactly what we told them. The classic why question mark.
Why?
Because the rulebook says so.
Yeah, because so the effect has finished resolving and the game state has changed, and there are cards that can be activated in this time frame.
Yeah, there is a small window
Mhm.
between a chain
Like
resolving
after the chain resolves
and
because
the
something has
open game
changed,
state.
you can do this. But
Yeah.
if either player elects not to do it, then it goes to an open game state, and then it's the turn player's turn to do things. Person who's not the turn player has to wait for something to happen. Essentially, what this is like something has happened, and we're in the state where it's finished happening. Does anything else want to happen now? That can legally happen.
Yeah. So what Moon Goblin can do here is say we're going to use the ignition effect of Thunder Dragon to discard it again
Oh, I
to
think
not give
we're gonna play the finals
KL1993 the
tomorrow.
opportunity to dust shoot.
I believe we're playing the finals tomorrow, so
Oh, we are? Cool.
I'm guessing we'll stick here for the time being. Then
I can't find anything that's definitely saying the finals is played tomorrow.
we'll see what happens. If they're gonna play today, we'll watch it. If they're gonna play tomorrow,
Yeah, I mean,
we'll watch it tomorrow.
yeah, exactly. I'll check so we're not playing already. That would be awkward. Oh, they are.
All right, we're gonna hop into it then.
Yeah, let's do that. There's no reason for
So
the
watch
stream
this.
to see the ruling dispute.
Boop boop boop. All right, so this is
Winners
finals here. SD Killa and Viffert. Game already in progress. We missed a little bit of it, unfortunately. Seems like SD Killa is putting the pressure. Got the Sasuke Samurai up, Blade Knight, and Exile for some
Looks-
defense. Must have been face down somehow, and then flipped up with
Maybe they
Ceasefire.
played around the Mirror Force or something.
Yeah, that might have been the case. He probably attacked with it. Book of Moon, this guy. Wait.
But as you're saying,
There's no Mirror Force here.
No, but maybe they played around it. Maybe that's why the Exile Force was in defense.
Interesting.
Anyway, this looks awful for Viffer, right?
Yeah, it's not looking too hot. Unless that back row is like Mirror Force.
Yep.
It's just going to take 400 here. And then another 12 from Sasuke.
Sasuke, the favorite of the chat. And Viffer is going to concede. And that's game one for SDL Killa. And I must say, I think this should be a good matchup for SDL Killa, right? Aggression seems very strong against this burn focus deck, not giving the burn deck enough time to draw enough burn.
Right.
But there's also a combo aspect to Viffer's deck, but that also often needs some time before they can combo off. And here we can see Viffer very fast done siding. Obviously has
So I mean,
prepared for
with
aggro
Viffer's
decks
deck,
and knows
they're
how
they're
we're going to
both
side.
aggro decks.
Much trickier for STL Killa to side against the deck of Viffer, as that's not a deck that you're playing quite as frequently
Right.
against.
They are both aggro decks, though.
Definitely. But
Definitely,
let's say, from
I
my point of
feel
view,
like
playing Chaos against Viffer, my answers for aggro decks rely heavily on Scapegoat, which is not very good against the Panda.
right, exactly. Where the pan is not very good here unless you combine it with like Ojama Trio.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely the card quality of SD Killer's deck. He's just playing better monsters on rate than
Definitely.
Viffer is. And Viffer's whole thing is like it doesn't really care about card advantage because like if you're upping cards versus him, it's just gonna burn you. Like the burn cards just do way more damage.
Yeah, that's almost a negative. When I
And
was playing Vipper, I voluntarily discarded 2 Thunder Dragons for no value,
yeah,
just to reduce my hand size and the size of my board in case of a secret barrel or something like
yeah,
that.
exactly. But like that doesn't really matter too much versus like SD El Killo's kind of deck because it doesn't really care that much about card advantage either.
Definitely.
Definitely an
Another
interesting
thing-
matchup.
Yeah, continue.
With Mrs. Radiant. Sorry, not Mrs. Radiant, Milus Radiant. Hasn't been upgraded yet.
Successfully baited out the Nobleman Crossout. Uh, definitely a good trade for Viffer.
Wonder if this bodes well for SDL Killer though.
I'm not sure it's a huge deal, but overall trading 1 for 1 should favor STL Killa, because let's say Viffer is left with a Panda and a Wave Motion Cannon, and STL Killa has 2 Warriors.
Well, there's a
Then
Death
STL
Wombat
Killa
instead.
is going to win that game. But if the trades go this unfavorably, then maybe that's not the case anymore.
No back rows from Viffer though. Duo's gonna come out. It's not what we want to see if we're Viffer.
Definitely not. And if that does Wombat can be ran over here, then Viffer
It's
is in
quite
huge
possible.
trouble.
Plays a lot of 18 boys. Mage Power and Giant Shrunade. Alrighty.
That's how I died.
Here's a mage himself, and Chiron the mage.
That's very interesting. I actually like that for only for an aggro deck, because it puts pressure and it can destroy floodgates such as
Yeah,
Gravity
and I
Bind
mean,
and Level Limit
people
IB.
people aren't playing Tsukiyomis anymore, or at least they're playing less Tsukiyomis than they used to.
Yeah, there are less of
So
them.
it's not like it's always going to be outed by Tsukiyomi, and if like you're playing a deck that relies on traps, and they have like the Royal Decrees in their Chaos deck, Chiron just becomes blow up Royal Decree.
Yeah, I think Chiron looks really cool. I guess it could be somewhat awkward that it has to discard spell cards, as the spell count is not necessarily that high
Yeah,
in the Case Warrior lists, and this is a blowout. STL Killa still in a commanding position, but that was not a good exchange.
no, not at all.
But yeah, as you're saying, the battle traps that the warrior decks rely on so heavily are partially there to protect the warriors from the Tsukiyomi, and then the drawback of Chiron is kind of nullified because you're already running cards like Blade Knight and such.
Right. So it's like you either deal with Chiron or you deal with Blade Knight. So he
The deck is
baited
already
out the
built to
activation
beat
of
the
Chiron,
Tsukiyomi, so yeah.
getting use out of the Nobleman. Doesn't seem like the Nobleman was going to do a lot there, since
Yeah,
seeing
I
Death
was
Wombat
a
and
bit harsh
Radiant now.
in my estimation there, because this definitely turned out very well.
Oh, I mean, it
for
was a
STL
bad
Killa.
trade, but now he's still up in cards. Like,
Yeah, it opened
miles
up for a
ahead.
strong play. So if this was the worst case scenario, which I think it was, then that's quite good, right? So good decision from STL Killa. to go for that line.
Yeah, I don't see how you're not ever just gonna pop that card with Chiron when you have
Yeah.
the chance.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's a good decision, definitely.
Now Viffer's got to find something here. Can he find lethal within 2 cards?
And this is game 2, right? And SDL
This
Killer
is
is
game
up
2.
1 game.
Rescue
there's the
Cat,
cat.
I don't know if that's gonna do it. Especially if Last Will didn't come out before it. Rescue Cat can find 2 Wombats here. It can also find Panda. Tricky part about Panda is that Sasuke Samurai does have a 50-50 shot of killing it.
Yeah. I think that's a risk we're gonna take here. So is Sasuke Samurai going to flip a coin and decide the outcome of the finals of the winner bracket of Good Format Championship 10, the last chance qualifier for the World Championship? SDL Killer is thinking. Decides to let the Donsaloo go.
It's gonna take 400
Now
from
Panda
that.
is down to 1300.
Just
going to
enough
attack the
to
Samurai.
run over Sasuke.
And here's
Gotta
the
get
flip.
this coin flip.
This could be deciding the outcome of the match. SDL Killer calls heads. And the coin lands. It's heads!
And that keeps it on board.
And Sasuke survives. And if I recall correctly, that panda is going to die during the end of the turn,
That's
right?
the effect of Rescue Cat, yes.
So SDL Killer still in a great position here, one has to imagine.
Viffer was back against the wall.
And a Blade Knight here would not be quite enough. The
No, it
Sasuke
wouldn't be
Samurai
quite
are going
enough,
to
but
get in.
just another back row here.
But let's remember, those back row, it could be cards like Trap Dust Shoot and such. Because I think those cards are quite potent against the Panda deck. So say those set cards, or one of them, is a dead card.
Doesn't matter here. For the coin flip, just gonna miss, or Mindless Radiance is gonna die anyway.
Yeah. Oh, SDL Killer just wants to flip the coin.
It's kind of
just
BM.
because. I mean, he called it right, so I guess it was worth it.
Just a flex for the stream,
Yeah.
I guess.
And here we can definitely see the skill set one needs in order to play Sasuke Samurai successfully.
Yeah, can I type heads or tails and spell it correctly?
SDL Killer really showing off some masterful skill here. Chaos Sorcerer would be lethal.
That's Mobius the Frost Monarch. Not gonna
But Vipper does
hit any
run
back
Giant
rows.
Rat. Oh,
Will hit the
just
panda though. Definitely guaranteeing.
Personally, I would just have kept swing with the Samurai.
Nah, because if that's
But,
like, if you guess wrong and you hit something crazy and just died because of it,
What do you mean something crazy?
I don't know. If you hit like
Anyway,
Koala.
this line of play worked out very well for SDL Killer, and we're now in a position where we're actually threatening lethal on board.
Yeah, if he
Let's
just
see if
summons
they have a
another
second
monster
threat.
here, I mean, he
In
can
that
just
case,
attack
this
and
game
then
could be over.
hit for 24. Can't draw the monster to save his life. There's the giant rat.
There's the Giant Rat. And now maybe SDL Killer, maybe, wishes they still had the Sasuke Samurai. I can't imagine this rat is going to be too much of a problem. But can definitely stall up Mobius for a couple of turns if SDL Killer does not have an answer to it. Which, to be fair, likely they do have. Gonna grab Exile Force. Makes a lot of sense. And
The boys are here. They're back in town.
I guess if Exile Force pops the Mobius, and you play, say, a Rescue Cat, and STL Kill has triple dust shoot face down.
There's a Ring of Destruction.
Yeah,
That's not
but
helpful.
STL Kill is actually really low here, and we have seen Magic Cylinder from Viffer previously, right?
It's possible that he could have Magic Cylinder.
I think we saw it, but I could be wrong.
He has
I could be
double
wrong.
Secret Barrel. That's game. Not setting that other card though. What was that, like Last Will? The
And
Last
here we
Will
can
to
see
Exile
a
Force.
downside of the deck
Well,
Viffer
here's
is
a
playing.
Chaos Man. Is it Blackluster or is it Chaos Sorcerer? It's just the skinny guy.
So this would have to be a rat to survive.
That would have to be a rat. And that's a Sangan.
That's not a rat.
You could get Karibo.
And I believe battle. Yeah, Karibo is legal. But
Would be the only thing to survive there. So congratulations to SDL Killa going into grand finals. Viffer is not out of the tournament though. He could still win if he wins out through losers here. Both of these players, however, have qualified for the GOAT format championships again. October. Top GOAT format players duking it out to become the world championship or world champion of GOAT format. First ever.
Very cool. Great play from both players. I played against Viffer myself. Completely smashed me. I think the match took about 5 minutes. Really fun to see them do well. And
Both players,
congratulations on earning their invites.
Both players showed off that they really knew what they were doing with their decks.
So, wanna watch Flyver versus KL 1993?
I know you do, because that's who you're going to be playing next.
You figure me out.
KL's also on a Warrior list, I believe. And
Yeah, I think we saw that when the dispute was happening with Moon Goblin.
yeah, it looks like he won out there. Guess you're excited to not play against Library.
Yeah, I think my side is actually pretty good for Library though. But I guess that's what everyone thinks before we lose to it. This does not work.
No, that does not work. Close enough.
So have we seen Flyver play before? Or Fliver?
I have
don't know.
not seen them play.
There's a Magical Merchant in the graveyard. Does that
It's looking like a GOAT
give
control
us any clues?
deck.
So I would imagine a Blade Knight. Wait, yeah, actually, Warrior Lady is much better because we know it's a Tsukiyomi.
Yeah, and we could just banish it. We don't even have to banish it. We can just attack, say whatever.
Yeah, we just attack, and then we have a Warrior Lady set rather than, say, a Blade Knight.
Yep.
And having a Warrior Lady set, obviously, a lot better. But at least now Fliver knows that if they were to set a flip monster, it's not going to be run over by a Blade Knight negating the effect, as the Blade Knight can only do so when alone on the field.
That's correct. However, DD Warrior Lady is very strong.
Definitely. And it would appear there's a Chaos Sorcerer or a BLS coming down here.
I'm gonna probably go on the assumption that it's BLS.
Yeah, Chaos Sorcerer seems quite awful in this situation.
Cryo just gonna get rid of that DD Warrior Lady.
Makes sense. Very standard.
Don't know how threatened KL is here. He does have 2 back rows. Still has access to quality monsters that can take out BLS here.
It's worth noting that Exile Force has already been used.
Yeah, but
Yeah, likely
there's
not
definitely
going to
ways
be
to
a
reuse
huge
them.
issue for KL to deal with the BLS. I was going to say KL does not have access to a light in their graveyard. They do have a dark, but maybe this Graceful is going to change that. Very clean answer would be to discard a light, summon a Chaos Sorcerer.
So discard a Blade Knight here. That's the light you're looking for. And
Yeah.
a Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. Not too good when BLS is already on board.
And there's the
Pot
Pot
of
of Greed.
Greed. Coming out smiling at you.
That's the classic combination of Graceful and Pot of Greed. If you draw one, you're more likely to draw the other.
Well, you do draw cards from your deck. You may draw one of them if you drew one of them to begin with.
Definitely. So here we can see Premature. I would assume targeting Exile Force. And yeah, that's the case. I'm a big fan of the combination of Reinforcement of the Army, Exile Force, and Premature Burial. I think that's a very nice combination of cards to put into a deck.
I mean, yeah. Reinforcements of the Army's been good forever. It's still good in current Yu-Gi-Oh! The Warrior monsters just have really good cards.
Oh, I'm a bit too old to play current Yu-Gi-Oh! I wouldn't know.
Just always been a good kind of a monster type forever.
Yeah, definitely.
Sinister Serpent came
And,
down, poked in. Ninja Grandmaster now. Gonna take a stab out of the snake.
And KL is up a lot of cards here. And I would imagine one of those set cards is a Solemn Judgment.
I would think so too. Here comes Kaiko after dealing with the Sinister Serpent.
And that's
Gonna
just
punish
huge.
the
That's such
aggressiveness
a
from
blowout.
Flivver here.
And this is going to connect.
Yeah, it's gonna
And
connect.
that's going to get rid of the light as well. Or the dark. Oh, but there's
not
a
gonna get rid of
statement.
anything,
So
actually.
do you flip Solemn here?
I
I would be so tempted. I do
had
not
another
think
one,
Flivver
yeah.
has the heavy
I would
storm.
just do it.
I would. I definitely would. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so heavy storm off the top for Flivver. I mean, there could be a second judgment, but even if there's not, I think this is the right play. Decides to banish the BLS.
Definitely need to banish the Sorcerer. And BLS is better to banish because he still has access to revival spells of his own. So if he flips up like a Call or Premature Burial,
I'm
not
not sure
having a good
about
day.
if I'm playing. Oh, okay. This is game one, or is it? Do we know which game this is?
I think it's game one. It might not be. I don't know.
It looks like game one, I guess. All the
Feels like a
cards look
game one.
normal.
It could be wrong. Could be game 3.
Yeah, it could be. Anyway, Book of Moon going to trade for the Snatch Steal. You're always going to be happy with that trade from the side of the book.
Looks like Kale just draws a monster. Well, that's technically a monster.
That's lethal. Also a very cool card, the Warrior Returning Alive.
They come back alive.
Does that see much play nowadays? It didn't a few months ago.
No, I don't believe it's standard.
Very cool to see. Underrated card, a nifty one-off in these warrior lists. Not one I'm personally a fan of, but it's fun to see spicy techs show up.
It's not bad. It's Rhoda from your graveyard essentially. So you're cutting cards from your main deck to play it. Obviously, like there might be better cards, but if you're playing just like one and you get back an exiled force, right?
Yeah.
Or in his case, it's just as good as top decking a monster. Because he already dealt with like something before that was a warrior, so you can just bring it back with returning alive.
If we were to grade cards on a scale from bad to the best, this is definitely a good card.
It's definitely in like the middle.
Well,
'Cause it's not good- it's not
it
that
might
good
not
early.
be the best, but it's pretty good still.
Yeah, it's
not
still
that
good.
bad.
It's not like it's good as Roto, where it's like any guy that you need at that time. It's definitely a resource that's like you already have had to use your warrior in order for it to be good.
Yeah, if you open it in your starting hand, that's not really what the warrior deck wants. But later
It
on into the
depends.
game,
If you have the
similar to
Exile Force,
Premature
you can be more
Burial,
liberal.
it's quite good.
You know, like if I had Exile Force and Warrior Returning Alive, I could just like use my Exile Force, and then I'm not really too like early, not too concerned because when I do need it again, I can return it alive and get it back. It's just it's something that you're never doing. Like main phase 2. you know, like you're always doing it main phase 1. It's
Yeah, sure.
gonna eat up your normal summon, whatever
Yeah.
warrior you get back anyway. Rhoda kind of does the same thing.
And if I'm not mistaken, KL did play Premature and Call and the Warrior Returning Alive that game.
Yeah, it's a lot of recursion. And you know who's a warrior?
Tell me.
Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
he can return alive.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think on a previous one of these Ghost Format Championship tourneys, I asked Scully which monster was the strongest in Ghost Format, and he said BLS, and this was also when we were discussing the Warrior Returning Alive.
Breaker going to come down for Flavor here. Picks up a Mirror Force. And here's
Zombira
Zombraya the Dark. The big man, 21 attack, coming in.
That's not a card I would have thought to play against a seemingly normal-ish Chaos Control deck.
It's a big boy.
You are correct. It is, in fact, a big boy.
Can't attack direct, though.
Yeah, this is the awkward part.
Yeah, I mean, Flipper recognized that and was like, I'm not gonna set a monster.
Yeah, and if there wasn't a Dust Tornado, that would have been really good for Fliver. Unfortunately, it does get punished here by the Kaiku.
And that shuts off light and dark here. Shuts off the graveyard from being banished in general, but now he's going to have to work extra hard to get those lights and darks back in the graveyard that were already set up there before. And if KL's like taking a skill drain too, I mean, ooh, Zombira might get you.
Oh, that's a nice point. Zombira does signal that it could be a skill drain. Tribe does not get Solemn Judgmented. I suppose it's going to call
pick both of them up.
Spellcaster?
I'm
No,
hoping.
it calls some Warrior. Sorry, of course.
Unless he's got some other plan of action. Creature swap. Hello. That's a good card to have. You're not really worried about scapegoats coming through.
I believe they were using a Tribe though to play
Oh,
around
for the tribe effect.
effects
Okay.
such as Ring.
Yeah. That is possible.
Which I think is the better option. And their Flavor had the option of saying that, oh, there was no ring.
Well, look at
And,
it here. If he would have creature swapped, this play wouldn't have been possible. Wouldn't have been able to return alive. Because Kaika would have just attacked and then banished the two.
Yeah, the creature swap would have worked out a lot better.
I know it's a risky play because you don't know what that down card is.
I mean, you could make a read that it's not a ring, as it wasn't chained to the first activation of Tribe. So I think
Yeah, but
that
then
might
it's
have
also
been
could
a
be like
misplay.
it could be a Saku or something. Here's Call
Yeah,
of the
but
Haunted again. We saw this last time. Just Call and
Sure, it could have been
Grandmaster
a
just chilling
Saku.
together.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely the safer option.
Yeah, he
Could have
definitely
been
made
a
the
boost,
safer
could have been
play,
anything.
but sometimes when
I
you make
think
the
we went
safe
for
play,
the
you
best play.
lose.
And STL or KL 1993 is up a game, right? So Fliver
Yeah.
has to win this game to force a game 3, or KL is going to take the match. And there's a pot of greed.
Pot of greed off the top.
Is this the game?
He's got a
Let's
nobleman.
see.
That's good enough.
That's likely good enough, unless there's a Karibo or some other card I don't know exists.
Nico Main King? That's destroyed by an effect that would just end the turn.
I guess.
It was the
that
second
was
Juju.
that would have been good too.
Juji, sorry.
Yeah,
But
GG.
yeah.
Okay, I guess
Alright,
that
good luck
means
against
I'll
this
be
warrior deck.
heading out of the commentary. Yeah, thank you.
Good luck in the rest of the tournament as well.
Yeah,
if
who
you
knows,
move
maybe I'm
on.
back in 15 minutes. Okay, yeah, thank you. Have fun.
Yeah,
and,
thanks for
see
joining
you
us.
around. Bye.
Alright, we're going to hop into a different game here. And they're insiding. So this is still losers again. We're just walking through losers. It's going to be John Wick here versus... How do I say that? Didi Lube? I'm going to call him DD. Yeah, and losers has 10 players left. We started with around 60 today. It was 65 players total. So we're getting down there. Again, these are all losers brackets games, so you lose in this bracket, you're out of the tournament. I'm not sure what the game count here is for John Wick and DD, but they're still siding. Gonna ask. Looks like it's game 3. Thank you, Sasuke Samurai number 4. Tough break. Getting out of top 16. Alright, so game 3 here. Let me try to bring up what these guys are playing. John Wick's going to start with a duo here. Okay, so it looks like John Wick is on a Thunder Dragon Chaos build. Not a turbo one, though. More of a control list. And DD here is on a Chaos Warrior variant. So 2 Chaos decks matching up. I don't know if I would call this necessarily... I guess it is Chaos Warrior. We got Rhodas, we got Warriors, we got Chaos. Chaos Warrior. Mystic Swordsman coming out as a reinforcement of the army. Gonna get rid of that Kinetic Soldier. We saw Kinetic Soldier actually in the, I believe, SD Killa and KL match. And SD Killa just demolished KL with it. It's not going to get the shine here. It's got run over by Mystic Swordsman. Kaiko's going to try to come down, but it's going to eat a Ring of Destruction. That Mystic Swordsman's just going to hang out. John Wick's done 28 to himself. Well, 1,000 to himself, and then 18 from this this Ring of Destruction here. But a BLS in main phase 2. Gonna banish that little guy away. See you later. Can DD respond to this Blackluster Soldier just chilling? Guess not. Just going to have to set and pass. He's down a card too thanks to that duo. What did that duo get rid of? Got rid of the Graceful Charity and the Mirror Force. Did have a Pot of Greed on top of that. Second road is coming. Probably going to find Exiled Force. If it doesn't, I'd be surprised, but then that leads to probably some kind of like OTK scenario. That's DD Warrior Lady. Just going to summon here. I guess that's a little bit better. You are going to take 15, but you're going to banish the Blackluster Soldier instead. It's pretty tricky, though. Premature Burial is going to come out here. That's going to get back the Kinetic Soldier. Here he is. Another monster to the board will guarantee it here, but that's Jinzo. If that's not like a... I guess it's the GG here. Jinzo just shutting off the back row. And John Wick takes another, it's back in the game there. It's roped back in. I haven't seen John Wick in a while, so I can't make a reference, but you know what I was going for. So congrats to John Wick advancing on in the bracket here. He's going to play the winner between Dad 100 and Sanjay. And let's hop over to, there's only that Dad 100 game and Sanjay here. I don't know if we've seen Sanjay in the bracket at all, so let's go and try to find him. We've seen Dad 100 before. Okay, so Sanjay's playing some kind of Bazoo deck. Unfortunately here, it's got locked down by Thousand Eyes Restrict. And he's at a low life point count. And that was game one. Looks interesting there. Bazoo list. Let me bring that list up. I think I like the idea of Bazoo, like a lot, but I feel like a lot needs to go right for you here. Doesn't feel as explosive sometimes as other decks, and some of these Bazoo decks just play like some wacky cards. Well, that hand's not very powerful. I mean, 2 Thunder Dragons, BLS limiter, knock. Not really going to get the job done. Definitely with card destruction there. That's what I'm talking about with these weird cards. Stuff like limiter removal. It seems good in theory, but if you're just drawing it without like your deco, doesn't seem very good. Like yeah, you gotta play the max copy of it. It feels like because you want to see it when you're returning stuff with after they've gone to the graveyard, or if like because the whole idea is if you set your deco, it gets knocked. You have defusion to bring it back, and then on top of whatever else you got, if you have a limiter, those decos are just gonna run over whatever. But I don't know how often that happens. Blade Knight's coming through here, shutting the deco down. What card destruction get rid of? Got rid of a Thunder Dragon, which is actually kind of nice. Bringing Destruction is great for you to get rid of because you don't got to worry about that when you're resolving like your Dimension Fusion. Cybershine's also great for you to get rid of as well. Did set him up for a Chaos though, with Cybershine and Magician of Faith. And did he just draw pass? Yeah, looks like he just drew pass. Yeah, Bazoo's supposed to be more aggressive. Like, you're trying to set up OTKs, but you kind of have to, like, nickel and dime a little bit of damage in there first before you can do that. And Bazoo helps you by going big and getting stuff removed. Mystic Tomato from CJ here. Gonna try to walk over Sangan. Picks him up. Let's see what Dad 100 is gonna search. Gets the snake. Pretty standard. And then nothing from Dad here. Or from CJ, sorry. Ricky Break's gonna pick up the back row, which is Heavy Storm. We'll see if Dad 100's got a got an out to the tomato so that it doesn't trigger. Yeah, the worst thing Tomato can get for him is like Sangan. Graceful Charity coming through. Looks like he might have drew the other Thunder Dragon. Just discarding it here. And Sinister Serpent as well. There's Snatch Steal. So that's 3,000 damage there. It's got a 24 somewhere. That's game. Could be the BLS. And that's the game. Oh, things. Still had all these. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much I love this this Bazoo deck. Ooh, Bazoo is the next card. But CJ made it pretty far in losers with it. So I could be wrong. But Dad 100 is going to go up against John Wick. And we are going to hop over to Lucas and KL. KL here's got something that we hadn't seen before. It's the Swift Gaia the Fierce Knight. You can normal summon it if it's the only card in your hand. KL doesn't have anything in his hand. Breaker's going to come down from Lucas. It's going to be met with a Torrential Tribute. Before it can pop anything. KL top deck and Pot of Greed. Good one to get. Gets Donzalug. We're seeing a lot of Donzalug this tournament. Seems like it's paying off for everybody who's playing it. Just as I say that, Commentator's Curse gets hit with a Ring of Destruction. I guess it paid off there. We're both at even cards now after the Pot of Greed. And I got rid of Ring of Destruction. Can't kill me later. There's Mystic Swordsman seemingly off the top just when you need it. Or Magician of Faith here. Presumably that was going to get back Graceful. And here comes the choo-choo train. Koichi, the Battle Enchanted Locomotive. Haven't really seen Koichi do some battling today. Some Buyer of the Dark again. Coming down from KL 1993. It's going to pick up Deco here and throw it off the track. But it's going to go down to 19 for its trouble. 19's still pretty big. Lucas drew Thunder Dragon for turn. Going to cycle it. Just get the other one out of your deck. Lucas doesn't commit a monster, so that Zombira is just going to hang out there and just chill. Graceful from KL. Alright, so this must be a sideboarding game because we got Chain Disappearance here. Blade Knight coming down. It is 2,000. The big Blade Knight. Interesting dynamic because those are big monsters. But they're both warriors. But when you use your body as a shield, doesn't matter what type they are. This Tribe Infecting Virus is just going to get negated. KL seemingly just has the answer to everything all the time. Lucas finally, after holding on to the BLS for so long, just going to plop it down. And playing safe with the Blackluster Soldier, not attacking in the 2 back row. Summoning Ninja Grandmaster here. I wonder if you do a tricky play where you book a moon. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So you book a moon that, attack with Zumbira, take some damage, and then Grandmaster can just sneak in there. Oh, if you just have Nobleman, even better. Forget what I was saying. That's dumb. Don't do that. So knock for 18 damage. I mean, I guess that's enough. What do you win for winning this GFC? You win the right to call yourself a GOAT Format Championship winner. What we're really playing for here is an invitation to the GOAT Format World Championships. It's going to be played again at I believe the end of October. This is GOATFormat.com's last chance qualifier. I'm not sure the entire prize pool of Worlds, but there are going to be prizes for Worlds. It's an invite-only tournament. I know Dale Bolito, Chris Perovic are going to be playing in the tournament, and I believe Dale Bolito's actually donated money to the pot for World Championship. The dollar amount, I'm not sure of, unfortunately. That information's past my pay grade. And maybe you should have played. Never know until you try. So Creature Swap tomatoed. Interesting that he Creature Swapped a tomato and didn't attack it. I guess this goes down to... What does this go down to? 1917? He just gets back a DD Warrior Lady. I guess it doesn't matter what he gets back. Just gets back whatever attacks in there. So this is going to be game 3. And again, top 4 of this tournament get their invite if they don't have it already. If you already do have your invite, then you're just taking up a spot in the top 4 and knocking other competition out of it. So right now, SDL Killa is in the grand finals. Viffer is in losers finals. Viffer was playing a burn deck. SDL Killa was playing I believe it was a Chaos Warrior deck. This is currently losers quarterfinals. Let me go back down the bracket. This is like losers top 8. The winner of this is going to play Andres 94. Not sure what they're on. Lucas is going to start by T setting and then going for a duo. He's going to hit a My Body that's discarded off KL, and his random hit was a Blade Knight. Yeah, it's been a mix of different Chaos variants. A lot less turbo and more control and aggro Chaos decks, and then a lot of warrior decks in between as well. So random MST hit a Scapegoat. Not ideal. And Reinforces the Army just picks up an Exile Force to take care of Eudoria. And then it's just draw go for a little bit. KL set 2. Lucas does have the card advantage that he got from Delinquent Duo here. But nothing on board to capitalize. Just has some goats hanging out. Comes Don Don. Not going to be able to poke in for some damage, but at least we're going to get rid of a goat. Start chipping away at the chump blocks here. Another set card from KL. What will this be met with by Lucas? Is he just going to pass again? Is he going to set a card? Looks like he's going to go with Don Z, taking it with Snatch Steal. And trying to get in there. And I know Lucas is going to say top 2. No, he's doing that to spite me. Main phase 2, summon the Tsukiyomi, target it so that we get to keep that Don. Gonna end our turn, bounce our Tsukiyomi back to the hand. So now Lucas got a monster on board to deal with. It looks like it was correct of him not to hit top 2 there. Wasn't a monster to deal with Donzalug. Here's Don coming again. Pressure. Gonna not mill the top 2 again. There's Gaia, the Swift Gaia, the Fierce Knight, off the top. This is why you always stay top 2, my friends. I'm just letting you know. I can't force you to do it. This is how you don't get hit by Swift Gaia. When Swift Gaia attacks, I mean, it's going to get Sakuretsu Armored here, but we got a Book of Moon to read. Go face down, take a nap. Lucas is playing a Chaos Control list. So he's playing Scapegoats and Meta. But he's got Chaos Sorcerers back up. It's got stuff like Mystic Tomato, Nudoria, some decos for card advantage. I'm going to switch that Donzlug into the defense mode. Because guess what? That's got a big butt. 21. Here comes Kaiko. We knew Lucas had Tsukiyomi in his hand, so Kaiko wasn't going to stick around for too long, at least face up on the board. Out a Mirror Force with the Tsukiyomi. Thunder Dragon in the main phase too. We'll see if a Chaos Monster gets summoned here. You can summon a Chaos Sorcerer, deal with that Swift Gaia. Then that Kaiko's not looking too good. Ooh, but there's a main phase 2 Graceful. Chaos going to think about that. Does he want a Solemn Judgment there? Does he want to trap Dushoot maybe? Before the Graceful resolves? He's going to let it go. If he's got a Solemn Judgment, I would think he would want to Solemn the Chaos Monster. Just force him to have it. Metamorph comes down. This is the cheaper answer to Swift Gaia here. It also is going to keep that Tear locked down. Or keep that that Kaiko face down. That's correct. Lucas did summon Tsukiyomi on this turn. Yeah, not sure what's going on here. There's no monster set. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, he's got 4 in hand, 1 set, and then a Thousand Eyes face up. He knows that the Thousand Eyes there. Interesting. It's a good website, I think. Guess we're going to play through it. I use Firefox in HTML, the Dueling Book HTML5. So I haven't seen very many glitches since doing that, but I have seen I do get disconnected often, it seems like. Very weird. It's kind of crazy that it's 2020 and we don't have like reliable simulator. That's just my humble opinion, though. Not sure what's happening. Yeah, but that's Australia's fault, not like not Yu-Gi-Oh's fault, you know? Like not like Konami. It's not like a video game company owns the licensing to the card game that everybody here plays. And you know, can like make a video game that would be like Magic the Gathering Arena or like Hearthstone but just for like Yu-Gi-Oh. Not like those games are popular, right? Not like Yu-Gi-Oh outsells those games in Japan or anything. But what do I know? I'm just some dork. Disagree with you there on that statement about Konami not liking money. I believe they love money. Uh, don't want to really watch a glitch unfold, so I'm gonna unfortunately hop over to the other game and try to pick up from that. Don't think anybody here wants to watch dispute over a dueling book glitch that's out of the both players' hands here. It's not like either of them did anything wrong or that like we're resolving a judge call. It's just the interface is the problem. Hopping in here, John Wick and Dad 100. Both of them are on a Chaos variant, I believe. One of them's on the Mimic variant. The other one looks like it's on a more... Maybe they're both on the Mimic variant. One's got Gravekeeper Spies. It's John Wick here. Seemingly he's in more control. And he hasn't popped this Mimic off. Maybe he's not on that one. Geki Break and Ring Destruction are going to pick up the threats on board. But Nox going to come down and get rid of the Thousand Eyes Restrict. That's going to leave Dad 100 with just 3 cards here, one of them being the Sinister Serpent. Dark Mimic here just hanging out, chilling in defense. John Wick electing to not get back his guy. Just going to tribute it off for his Thunder Dragon. Going to try to get rid of the Sinister Serpent that's face down. And is successful. It's the last Thunder Dragon. Got that out of his hand. Just decided, I want this 16-15 on the board. And I want it now. John Wick not committing any more monsters to try to run through the Sinister Serpent blocker. But he's got a set here, so potentially next turn after he tries to resolve a flip effect, he can try it. Dad 100's just going to set one to his back row and one to his front row. Going to get hit by the storm. The goats are here, though. Coming out, saying hello. 4 of them. John Wick's going to look at his grave. Check it out. What's he got in there? Couple power spells. Nobleman. Flips Faith gets Nobleman. That could deal with the Sinister Serpent. If it's not Sinister, it's going to hit a flip effect most likely. Instead, he's going to elect to get the Graceful Charity. Makes sense if he's got Sinister in his hand. Going to dig deeper into his deck, see if he can find something to deal with the Go tokens. Assure Priest and Tribe Infecting Virus are gone, though. 2 best outs to this board right now. Assure Priest probably the best. This way he doesn't have to discard a card from his hand. So he's discarding the Sinister Serpent in this case. If he plays Premature, he can get back Tribe with Premature. But again, that's not the most optimal thing you want to be doing. Sometimes you don't make the most optimal play because it's the only play you got. Is to just be like, oh, I just got to play this. And then it is what it is. Yeah, discarding the Sinister Serpent. That's for sure. Finally electing to discard the Metamorphosis here. Here's a Tsukiyomi to put this back down. Just pop some tokens. Say, hey man, I got this going on. Oh, a BLS main phase 2. That's going to get rid of the face down monster. Which we were presuming was the Sinister Serpent. Not sure what cards he had already and what cards he drew into, but sometimes it's better to get something like a knock, if like you know what that is, than it is to get like the graceful and try to dig for something. Because if you dig for something and you miss, and you had the opportunity to answer whatever you felt threatened by, you might be kicking yourself in the end. But Graceful and the Pot agreed. Pretty good. Pretty good. We got Chaos Sorcerer down, though. That's going to be met by a Book of Moon in order for us to stop the Chaos Sorcerer from banishing the Blackluster Soldier.
Hello.
Another Chaos Monster from Dad 100. This time it's going to be Blackluster Soldier. Blackluster Soldier is going to attack into Blackluster Soldier on John Wick's side. Going to clear it. Presumably going to attack that Thunder Dragon here.
You right, Mascus?
But the Magician of Faith has got to come back up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I wanted to get back as Sinister beforehand. Just going to call him on it. That's unfortunate, but this is a tournament. Declared you're in main phase 1. Sorry, man, you're in main phase 1.
Hello.
Magician of Faith got back the Heavy Storm. Clear the way for this Snatch Steel to come down. Probably going to take Blackluster Soldier. John Wick's got another monster. He can deal with the whole board here. He does in the Tsukiyomi because he can just banish that there. Summon Tsukiyomi. Does he see the line? Tsukiyomi's coming down. What you gonna book?
Can you hear me now, Mascus?
You gotta declare something. You gotta pick one of the monsters here. Not sure what he's so scared of. Alright, so he picked the BLS here. Flips that BLS back up. And goes into battle phase. Attack Magician of Faith. You muted your own mic.
Yeah, I know, but I'm still speaking right now.
I can hear you just fine.
Oh, really? Okay.
Or I can't hear you. Oh, because I don't have my speakers on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, my speakers just turn off when there's no sound coming through.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Have
Okay,
you been
fair
talking
enough.
this whole time?
Yeah, I've been trying to get through to you, so like the stream's
Oh.
gonna awkwardly have like a few hello every now and then, but yeah. How's it been? All good?
Dad just took 41 here. And admitted defeat.
Right. It looks like there was an unfortunate game between Lucas and KL93.
Yeah, I had the dip from that one. I just don't want to watch a rulings dispute. That's all. Or
Oh, you should have come. You should have tagged me. I would have come.
it wasn't a rulings dispute. It was more a like a glitch dispute kind of thing. Like it was out of both players' control. So
Right.
rather just go into a game that's not having an issue.
Yeah, fair one. Well, it looks like that one's ended now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Lucas prevailed. Moving on into the top 8, top 4, top 8 looks like top 8.
I haven't actually looked at the challenge, so I'll have a look at the bracket.
It's playing Andres 94.
I know SD Killer got winners brackets. That's pretty good for him.
In the grand finals.
Oh, I'm so glad Lucas is doing really well. Though,
Watching his games.
Unfortunate as it is for KL91, I really root for Lucas.
Watching his games, I mean, he showed a lot of discipline on a lot of his plays, which I really like. Like just holding a lot of his outs until like the right moment to use them. KL's deck's very, very interesting. I like some of the tech cards, and then he's playing other cards that are just very, very wacky. So,
Yeah, was this the game I saw a guy, the Swift Knight?
yeah, I mean, I've been telling people that Don's Luke has 2 effects, and people have just been ignoring the second effect. But when your opponent just top decks Gaia the Swift Knight, I mean, what are you going to do? Thankfully, Lucas had a Book of Moon to protect himself, but that wouldn't have been possible if we would have just said top 2. Game 3 here, John Wick, Dad 100. Dad 100 is going to go first, as the loser tends to do. Starting off with everybody's dream, opening Thunder Dragon. Does he have the Graceful on top of it? Nah, just has a little Blade Knight. Gonna stick it on the board. Say, deal with this. My Blade Knight, my back row. I'm the dad number 100 here. There were 99 dads before me, none of them as powerful. They never met John Wick, who is an assassin. It's going to summon Thousand Eyes Restrict after metamorphing a Sinister Serpent. Take that Blade Knight.
Let's have a. Who do you think's going to win out of the two? Is your impression?
Out of these two, both have been played really well. Got to
really,
give some there.
Nice to see.
So let me go ahead and look at their list, see which list I like better. Well, here's Kaiko. About to say thanks, Kaiko, here in a second. Nah, just kidding. Gonna get hit with Mirror Force. Who's got more spice than the other? Some of John Wick's choices I like for his control deck. He's definitely got cooler side cards. But Dad 100's list just looks cleaner.
Oof, that's rough.
Yeah, there's a spy. See you later. Man, he's just so annoying, this guy. Look how smug he is.
Oh my god. If he summons BLS if he doesn't set anything. Did he enter?
Looks like it. Very aggressive. Just summoning my snake. Saying, hey, I got one too. Deal with it. Kind of weird how Sinister Serpent kind of looks like it should evolve into Thunder Dragon. They were like one was like a Pokemon.
Well, yeah, it's like a silly snakes that are only meant to be discarded.
But they're just they have the same kind of idea behind them. But like Sinister Serpent's just a much better card. Would not want to evolve into Thunder Dragon. John Wick not taking the bait here. Imagine if he was just like, yeah, summon a Chaos Monster. I'm just going to kill you next turn. Throw it.
Yeah, I was going to say, like,
then,
I mean, I guess it is quite early, but even so, like, having a Light in the Dark in the grave and then just leaving Sinister in attack mode on its own, potentially 57 damage, that's a lot. Okay, well, it's less now.
Yeah, imagine
What do
this,
we think
though.
of this play? Do we like this play?
Well, now we got Balter.
He does have Bolter, but I think I would have just, well, I don't know, potentially would have Thousand Eyes even.
Well, not going to get a Mimic.
Very true. Depends how badly he wants to, take away his spells.
Here comes a Chaos. It's probably Sorcerer.
Hmm. Oh
Just
no,
kidding.
He did have a BLS. So what? Say what? Well, you see, like it's a minor detail, but if he did have Thousand Eyes here, obviously he'd be in a much stronger position than he isn't now. He's down 4k for not playing Thousand Eyes. But then it's the trade-off, isn't it? Like, but I do think it was correct of John to play Blackluster Soldier here.
He's got double Chaos in his hand. BLS Sork. BLS Sork Thunder Dragon and the card for turn. Nah, the Snatch Seal was kind of obvious, but...
Yeah, I agree.
Do I book a moon?
Oof.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Get rid of his Thunder Dragons? No. Still got him. Here comes Bronker. No other back rows. Feeling pretty good. Yeah, gotta gain that 1,000 here. Our friend Blackluster Soldier is going to be able to banish his face down here. Going to be able to swing in for 16. Guess you could try to kill him instead. That works. That would be my reaction too. My control just picks up. Doesn't matter what this card is because it's just getting controlled. And we just attack in. Breaker the Magical Warrior. Breaking the spell. Getting the Blackluster Soldier back.
To be fair,
Why would you ever cut Breaker? Don't ever cut Breaker.
I think that was a misplay not to go for Thousand Eyes, though. All said.
Oh, yes. Just accepted your friend request on stream. All right, we're going to hop in over to Lucas's game.
I always find Lucas to be quite an entertaining watch as well. Like, I was like half around when Lucas was playing one of his first games you were with Spooky. And that game went on forever. I don't know if that was because of slow play, but it also just looked like it was a really solid game.
Lucas drawing Pot agreed after a set card from Andres here. Andres might have some Thunder Dragons just chilling in the hand. Not very threatening. They're both at very low life.
Yeah, but I reckon Lucas has a Chaos Monster at least. So at this point, I think it's probably Lucas going for game. Is
It's a
my
shame.
prediction.
It's a shame that we can't just make Chaos Sorcerer 24. But he's just stuck at 23 forever. Instead, he decides to set a card. Does he know he has Snatch Steal? He
I
might know he
think
has Snatch
maybe
Steal.
like he didn't have the Chaos Monster then.
Flips up Faith. Getting Pot of Greed back. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I too would get Pot of Greed back.
Oh yes, I don't think that's even in contention, really, is there? Like, what else would you get back? Nobleman.
Get back my Metamorphosis.
No. So did he just draw that? I guess.
I don't know.
Is
Well,
that
it
the
looks
last
like he's
game?
winning the game.
Insane.
Oh, you said it's a one game. Oops.
That's very
What?
very dramatic solution to a very simple issue. But you know, whatever.
We'll pick that back up when it starts again.
Mm-hmm. How's the stream been anyway?
Pretty good for the most part.
Cool.
Had to reconnect a couple times because of Dueling Book. I think I'd try my best here on my own as well. Here they are. Alright, siding in progress. Let's find these people. Oh, great. Both their deck lists are right next to each other. So I can see what they're doing. So Lucas here. Pretty conventional side deck from Lucas for his Chaos Control deck. His opponent, I guess this is like a turbo deck. It's definitely not. He doesn't have Scapegoats and Metas in his main, it looks like. Interesting side deck cards as well. Interesting side deck overall. But both of them definitely playing Thunder Dragons. Both of them definitely playing Chaos Sorcerers. Thunder Dragon to start from Andres here. And then one in the front. Put it to the side. Duo's going to come out for Lucas here. Guaranteed to hit a Thunder Dragon. Let's see if it hits two.
Yeah, do you think Duo was correct here?
Yeah. It's fine. It's two Thunder Dragons. Whatever.
Yeah.
I can't Graceful them later. Having Trap Dust Shoot helps. like, yeah, Thunder Dragon's like not a real card sometimes. Just sort of like a monster that sticks around in the hand. But
Well,
it is
yeah,
it is like a card in the hand, right? So if you do discard it with Duo, you are just ridding numbers from the hand. Yeah, it just is a light that's chilling in the graveyard, whatever. But now their Graceful Charity's worse. Their other discard spells are worse because they're not discarding these like fake cards.
you know what he could have done in theory is, well, I don't know if this would have been correct, but like you could have trapped Dust Shooted away a Thunder Dragon or something crazy where he then duos after that, and then he has one Thunder Dragon left in his deck, which he's got to draw, and it'd be dead.
I mean, the idea is like we duo here, try to get lucky and hit something because one of them's guaranteed going to be a Thunder Dragon. So try to hit something that's not Thunder Dragon, discard the other one, then see his hand. We know at the very, very least we're going to be putting back a Thunder Dragon at the worst, right? Because we got Dust Shoot. And if Thunder Dragon isn't the best card to put back in that scenario, then we put back something else. Like if we hit something, like if we hit the knock instead. Oh, well, there's a Heavy Storm off the top.
He's smiling at it. I don't know what he's got planned.
Yeah, it's a book and goats there.
That's a pretty decent heavy. Well, no, I mean for Lucas at least.
There's Magician of Faith.
Interesting.
Gets back knock. Does he have another Faith in his hand? I think he has another Faith in the hand. I would have just got back Heavy Storm.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to say something about that. I think getting Heavy Storm is generally better.
Especially
it can potentially make Lucas play bad.
And especially if you have another Magician of Faith, right? You can set your other Magician of Faith, and if you want to get back your knock later, you have that option. Where Heavy Storm's just like always pretty good. Especially like them knowing you have Heavy Storm. Top decking Pot of Greed's also pretty good. That gets 2 new cards, and then he's going to set presumably a Moth here. But we got Metamorph. And Lucas still has a Thunder Dragon. Attack in for 32.
That is a very Lucas play as well. He loves playing Thunder Dragons on the field.
Well, it's doing something with the card, right? Yep. Have a Dust Shoot.
It's good that Dust Shoot reveals the hand. Otherwise, this card would be so controversial, even more so than it already is.
So, Book of Moon, Nobleman, Gravekeeper Spy. This is an awkward board to deal with.
Yes, it is, isn't it? So, I guess Lucas may do something like attack into it and then tribe away.
Depends on what the card he drew is.
Potentially something chaos since he's checking the graveyard, but that's not really an indicator. It's a little bit, but
Just always click things.
yeah. And Lucas is the type of person to, bait that kind of reaction out of you.
Breaker, that's bigger than the monsters on the board.
Yeah, it's not good for Lucas.
Swing in, take 300. But But that opens up a zone for him. So if he did draw a Chaos Sorcerer, we're just going to be able to answer you. We know that's a Book of Moon. No fooling us here.
He might be just content to start collecting some cards. Well, yeah, there we go.
And it's going to keep the pressure up.
Oh no, he just drew that.
With
so
the
he
Black
didn't-
Luster Soldier. The envoy of the beginning.
No, he needed to do that, didn't he? Really?
Well, he could have just attacked. Nah, that
Suppose,
forces the
yeah.
book out. I mean, he could Book at Moon main phase here. Knock it.
Mm-hmm.
This at the very least lets him set a card. Spy's not really doing much, just chilling face down.
It's doing enough though, I think. It's defending.
Yeah, defending the life. Alright, so we got a Miracle Dig. Our Blackluster Soldier back, and then Warrior returning alive it. Metamorph off the top. That's going to get Balter. Just going to take care of that Sangan.
Yeah. Best possible move he can make here.
Yeah, making future top decks worse. Oh, yeah, we're sure it's negated. You could also just read the card, Dark Balter the Terrible. Figure it out for yourself. Fusion summon of this monster can only be conducted with the above fusion material monsters that's possessed Dark Soul and Frontier Wiseman. And when a normal spell card is activated, negate the effect by paying 1,000 life points. This is a optional effect. You do not have to negate it. And the effective effect monster that this monster destroys as a result of battle is negated. So it indeed just
I can see
negates the
confusion,
effect.
though. Like, for example, Sinister Serpent is negated and subsequently negated forever.
Yes.
Like, usually that wouldn't occur on a. You know, you never usually get continuous negates past one turn, if you know what I mean. So I can see like potential confusion could come in, but again.
So essentially, just what it does is that if it kills something, that thing that it kills, any of the effects that it has, is just negated.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it doesn't say to the end of turn, so it's just negated.
Then you get and then there's like it's by battle, so the effect activates in the graveyard, and that's an effect on the field. I just have a lot of sympathy for anyone who has like troubles understanding the rules of this game because they are massively inconsistent.
This game is for 6 and up. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
6-year-olds play this game.
Could you imagine? I don't know. I wonder if anyone actually played correctly when they were first like in middle school for you Americans.
I played this in elementary school. Thanks.
Elementary school. Sorry, what is
Middle school is like 6th through 8th grade, usually.
That's still an American terminology.
And then
I don't know the grades either.
we do like just
What
like
about age?
1 to 12,
I don't
and then we
understand.
break it up.
What
What's that?
age were you when you started playing?
This game came out in 2002. How old was I? 8.
Oh, yeah.
I was 8.
It's a very easy way to work it out, actually.
8 years old.
Oh, we the same age?
We
You
were.
26?
I'm 26.
Yeah, so am I. Hooray.
So weird because like Go format was my first competitive format, like when I started going to locals and stuff. So like I feel like a Yu-Gi-Oh boomer, but I'm only 26. Where like all the people who are like
Yeah, I know.
who were topping during GOAT format are like in their 30s now,
Yeah.
and like that's
Like,
the real
Dale
boomer
was,
age. But
I think Dale's like in his mid-30s.
yeah, makes sense.
And I'm like, well, I didn't play, well, local level. I've only ever played at a local level, mind. I've never played at any sort of event Konami sanctioned.
Oh, okay.
But what it was like Light Swans and Frog FTK was around, kind of.
That's my favorite deck.
Oh God, I suppose you like Library FTK as well.
Hey, we did watch it, and it wasn't that bad. There was a lot of interaction going on.
It
In
did
the
actually
games,
look quite interesting.
in the
when I was
games we
on-
watched it did lose. So
Yeah, no one's really had any success with Library to my satisfaction.
passing back and forth here, we saw Divine Wrath on Thousand Eyes. Discarding Card Destruction. I don't actually think Card Destruction is that powerful of a card in these Chaos decks. Most of the time, it feels like you're card destructuring away your Thunder Dragons, but you want to kind of keep those for Regeki Break. That Sinister is gone. Sayonara. Oh no, you gotta ban these bots. Big Blade Knight is here. 2,000 attack point Blade Knight. Gonna try to come in. Attack this Dark Balter the Terrible. But we got Pokemon. Sorry, friend. And there it is. Ring of Destruction on Grapefruit Spy. Gonna deal a 12 and flip our guys up. Just run over Blade Knight. Blade Knight's butt not big enough to defend against any of this. And that's Lucas moving on to top 4 of losers here. Top 8 of the whole tournament. So our top 8 of this tournament, it's SDL Killa in grand finals. VIFR in losers finals here, waiting. 1TP, John Wick, Soyboy 632, and now Lucas Gustafsson. I don't think I'm saying that right. That's top 6. Sorry about that. That's 6 players. So our top 8 was included also Dad 100 and Andres 94. So that's 1 burn, 1 Chaos Warrior, 2 Chaos Control, a couple Chaos Control lists. What was 1 TP and Soyboy playing? Soyboy's playing a... We're going to watch the Soyboy and Lucas game after this. Just so we have a fresh game here. One TP is on a Chaos Control with Mimics list. And Soyboy here's on just it looks like a Chaos Warrior-esque list. Yeah, it's got the Rhoda package in here. Definitely a Chaos Warrior. Deckaroonie. Unless I'm looking at it wrong. Alrighty, righty. Let's see here. So the winners here of 1 TP versus John Wick and Lucas and Soyboy, winners of both those matches will earn their invites here to the Go Format World Championships. Going to be hosted in October. Top-ranked GOAT duelists from the modern era. Winners of the Format Library Championship tournaments, as well as top qualifiers here in the Go Format Championships, are all qualified to play, as well as Go Format Legends, people who have topped events during GOAT format, all invited to play. Crown the first ever world champion in GOAT format. Should be super exciting. Can't wait to play in that tournament. Still waiting here. I think Lucas might want to take a quick break or whatever. We're about to watch once Lucas is ready. There's Soy Boy's hosting for him here. It's going to be a Chaos Control match from Lucas's end versus a Chaos Warrior on Soy Boy's end. While that's going on, I mean, we could peek in on the other game, see where they're at. This is game 3 of John Wick and 1TP. Looks like John Wick was getting aggressive with his Sinister Serpent and his Kaiko. Was met with a Ring of Destruction here. Both of them on 4 cards. However, John Wick has the draw. Looks like John Wick used a duo earlier in the game. I think what we're going to do is, because this is the game 3, we will just watch the rest of this game. And because the winner has to be decided between Lucas before they can even play to begin with, I mean, we'll just hop over to Lucas's, catch the end of that. Then we'll hop right into the next duel between the winner of this versus the winner of Lucas and Soy Boy. Just so we can get you guys the most dueling that we can. So we're not just waiting around for lobbies here. Waiting around in the duel book lobby. A knock came out for 1TP, hitting Gravekeeper's Spine. And still the set monster on 1TP's side. John Wick responding with a set monster of his own. Raigeki Break into the main phase, discarding a card so that this flip effect doesn't resolve. Get to discard the Book of Moon here. But we're going to draw some cards with Pot of Greed. 2 for 1 didn't really work out in 1TP's favor. Now he's down 3 cards when they were just at an even count. That's just Pot of Greed for you. John Wick thinking about setting a card, decided not to. Instead he's going to set a monster, and then he's going to set the back row that he was thinking about before. 1TP is going to draw and pass. Thunder Dragon off the top of John Wick. Going to search for the other 2. Pick them up, put them in the hand. Flipping up Dark Mimic, drawing our card. Might see that Mimic grow up and become a big old Mimic. Will we? Or will we not? Forget which one John Wick's actually on. All these cast decks just run together to me. They all look the same. John Wick might not be growing that up after all. Flipping a Magician of Faith, getting back to Pot of Greed. Might be more optimal to get back Duo, just take you off cards than getting more cards of Pot of Greed here. What does John value? Taking away options or trying to get more options to break through these back rows? I mean, 1TP hasn't flipped them yet. That is concerning. And 1TP is on the version of Chaos Control. Both these players are playing Chaos Control. So John Wick is on the version, I think I mentioned this earlier, that just sort of a more standard-ish Chaos Control with some interesting choices. Akin to kind of what Lucas is also playing, but definitely has some text for the mirror match, for the Chaos mirror match, where 1TP is on this new popular version of Chaos Control that has the Mimic package that you can grow your Mimics up into becoming level 3s so that you're drawing 2 cards instead of 1. Sacking off Magician of Faith, summoning Thunder Dragon here. It's to get the other light in the graveyard. It's got 2 lights, 2 darks now. Thunder Dragon's going to come in, attack a Sangin. Which is going to fetch a Faith for 1 TP. Going to slide that Mimic to defense. Thunder Dragon off the top here from 1 TP, but it's not going to not find the second Thunder Dragon. Just going to cycle it here. It looks like he opened it from before. It might have been hit with the duo and just got banished from Kaiko earlier in the game. Main phase for Geki Break. On the Magician of Faith, discarding Thunder Dragon. Chaos Monster coming down. Probably going to be BLS. Just kidding. I don't think I've ever got it correct today. Here's Breaker the Magical Warrior. Nothing to break on 1 TP's side, but it is a 1900 attack monster. And 1 TP admitted defeat. I think that John Wick figured it out in that this down card was most likely a Sinister Serpent. If he didn't search it before, so he just was saying, hey, switch this to attack mode. Now 19, I think that's 20. I think that's enough anyway, so he could just attack with the Thunder Dragon. Attack for 19, attack for 23. I believe that's actually 44 exact. Let me double check my math. It's 45. So, congrats to John Wick. Getting the invite here to the World Championships of GOAT format. We're going to hop over to Soy Boy and Lucas here.
Yes.
Still game
I'm
one.
back. I'll be back for this one. I didn't intentionally ditch the last one.
You've just been watching this game, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it's John Wick's a name I've heard before.
Well, he is an assassin. It's Keanu Reeves from the movie.
Yeah, no, I meant the player, but yes.
Also an assassin goat duelist. This deck list
Now,
is sweet. I really like it.
what's that?
John Wick's deck.
Oh, I didn't see it.
So
Oh, I might have a sneaky look at it.
it's a chaos control list, but I like the cards that he's playing in it.
Hmm.
Looking at the matchup here, this might be a tough one for Lucas. So after this graceful charity here, just going to set a card. He's got a lot more cards than his opponent right now. His opponent's board presence is a little bit better.
I wonder what game this is.
I still think it's game one.
Hmm.
Attack with Faith. I missed what he got back with Faith. Did get back something, right?
I didn't see.
Rats. He got back Happy Storm. If he did, I was looking at him like if he didn't get back Graceful, he didn't get back Pot of Greed. He has to get back something. So on the summon a Darkfire Dragon. Torrential Tribute. Oh, okay. That is a play. Lucas is not intimidated. He's just going to take the 1-for-1 heavy. And we're moving more than enough here. Summoning our 2 Chaos Boys. It's got a third guy. That's the game. So that's game 1 to Lucas here. 1 win away from securing his spot in the Go Format World Championship. Taking it to the sideboards. I mean, Soyboy's got a very anti-chaos side deck. It'd be interesting to see if he brings it all in, or if he's just going to keep with the main game plan of summoning Blade Knight and attacking, just trying to pressure him with good warrior monsters on top of the chaos stuff that he runs. Going first here, Soyboy's going to start with a duo hitting Sinister Serpent. Not what you'd love to see, but at least he got a Book of Moon. They're going to be up on the draw. But now you're down 2,000 because this Sangan just came in and scratched you a little bit. Breaker comes down. Triggers goats. At least he got the pop off, forcing the activation of goats there, so deal with them now. Instead of when you're trying to go for like game or something, just get blocked after you committed a big board. Switching the goat to attack mode and using a creature swap here. This is going to try to take control of this breaker. And it's successful. See if like a Mirror Force comes out from Soyboy here. He switched his guy to defense, his Sangan to defense, and then just poked for 16, electing not to prompt the Mirror Force here. Following turn, Soyboy's going to follow up with a Terraforming for Necro Valley. That's going to shut off the graveyard for both players, actually. And it's going to make Gravekeeper's monsters stronger by 500 in attack and defense, actually. Here comes a big Blade Knight, 2,000. Going to try to swing into Breaker. Lucas is going to let that go through. It's got to contest 3 back rows here. But the card advantage is about even. Let me look at it here. That's 5 to 6. But Necro Valley, is that really a card? Interesting thing about Lucas's deck is that, yeah, it's Chaos. Yeah, he's got the stuff to, Chaos Sorcerers, Black Luster Soldier, Necro Valley shuts that off, but he's also got the Alzheimer's Strix. Necro Valley doesn't do anything for that. Lucas set another monster here. Oh, well, that's a... Yeah, Exile Force on the face down there because it's going to force the attack to go through. I probably would have waited to main phase 2, just attack the token with my Exiled Force as well, and then pop the face down that I didn't know was 1,000 extra strict? Tsukiyomi's going to come down, set the Blade Knight, but it's going to eat a Ring of Destruction before its troubles. That's 11 to both players. Soyboy's going to go down to 33, and Lucas is at 65. I mean, Soyboy's got a better monster on the board in Blade Knight. He's got the Graveyard Shut Off, 2 back row, which is pretty nice. Definitely has more cards than Lucas, but at less life.
Yeah, this is
It's a tricky
been
spot.
tapped out, but it's looking pretty even, to be honest.
Well,
Possibly
Soyboy elects to
possibly-
attack here. They're going to go into like an even card state because it's going to get a draw. Lucas is going to get a draw. And it's going to get the search for Sangan right here. Tsukiyomi's a great one because it's going to be able to deal with that Blade Knight.
Yes. Excuse me.
That Blade Knight's the biggest thing on the board right now.
Yeah, 2K is nothing to scoff at. I would imagine that Soyboy is able to.
Yeah, you got to think he's got something here.
Yeah.
But the Blade Knight's going face down. The worst option would be like a Book of Moon because then the attack gets awkward. Yeah, he can kill the Tsukiyomi, but that sets the tomato.
Yeah, he's accepted the risk, obviously. That Necro Valley is quite annoying as well for him. I'm assuming Soyboy is potentially running some sort of ACP Gravekeeper side deck. Like the Mensch side deck, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing here. I mean, it doesn't seem to be well. Breaker's targeting the Necro Valley, so seem to have done its job. It's gonna unlock the graveyard here for Lucas.
I'm assuming Lucas can capitalize on it, but maybe not.
He might have had Magician of Fates in his graveyard. And Tomato here, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually got not Knight Assailant, Gravekeeper's Assailant.
Yeah, you were right. But
Main
it's not
face,
going to do
'cause-
much without Necro Valley, is it?
Well, what's going to happen is that he's going to flip this Terraforming that he's got face down as a bluff to go get a Necro Valley. He's going to walk over that Breaker.
Let's see if you're right.
That's what I was saying last time I was on commentary, is that like the best thing that... Oh yeah, he can't summon here. Oopsies. Sometimes you forget.
Well, you called that, didn't you?
Well, I've just been thinking for a while with Gravekeepers that the best thing you could possibly be doing with it is instead of just like setting Gravekeeper Spy, is to just be like summoning Tomato and like getting your Tomato killed, so you can search out like a 2000 attack monster like Gravekeeper's Assailant or Gravekeeper Spear Soldier.
Now, if I was Lucas, I personally wouldn't have played Breaker the Magical Warrior until I had a play to make with him. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're popping the Necro Valley there, probably because he forgot that he summoned that turn and he wanted to set the Faith that he has in his hand. So he was like, "Oh, I'll pop the Necro Valley, set Faith here, and that'll put me in a good spot." Because he can get back something like a Scapegoat to defend himself.
Maybe. If he had Scapegoat, though, like, you know, Scapegoat's famously quite weak to these Gravekeeper Assailants and Spear Soldiers.
Yeah. I mean, the idea would have been to like have him not get Assailant if he popped the Necro Valley there. Just be like, oh, he'll get like Sangan or another tomato in this
Yeah.
case, but Assailant's a strong card. Just got good
Indeed.
stats. That's why it's so strong.
It's not a card I've ever used, really, outside of like, dedicated fun Gravekeeper deck sort of thing. But
Tomato's getting a deco here. Makes sense because it's going to block the Nidoria. If he wants to attack it, he's got to kill his Nidoria off.
yeah, I think it's the correct play though, considering he's got.
Yeah, he's got the Tsukiyomi in his hand, so sort of a soft out to the Nidoria.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Gravekeeper Spy here. Who's he going to pick up? There's the Spear Soldier.
Oh.
TT, do you love me? Are you writing?
Oh.
But there's Salamento Judgmento.
Okay. This is getting too much.
Does he have a
Forces
ring?
cuts
Do you
down.
got ring? Do you got ring? Yes, he got ring!
Oh no! What an upset. Is he gonna
Another.
have a second
Does he have
one?
another Solemn or another book? And that's just GG. That's just.
Oh.
That's heartbreaking.
That's-
Put a lot of effort into the Gravekeeper stuff here, but because you got so down in life and Solemn in the late game, just as long as you have a point of life, it's live. But Ring of Destruction exists in this format. It's not the errata version either. It's the original one, the one that got banned. Card's good. Congratulations to
well done.
Lucas here.
Good job, Lucas.
Ah!
I just hopped into commentator's booth to flex.
Oh, there he goes. Now he's being humble.
All right. So
So
our
now what have we
invites
got?
are set.
Yeah, Lucas, you've still got some games to play.
No.
Oh dear. We've been rooting for you this whole time, so
Oh, really? Oh, that's nice of you.
yeah, for sure, of course, we'd root for you.
Cool. Oh!
You've still got a bit of work to do though.
Yeah. Alright, I'll try to join my next match.
Oh, what,
Yeah.
are you literally getting a bit bored now?
No, not at all. It's more.
Tired.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of.
A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh.
It's a lot of praying for them not to have it. That's...
You just gotta make them have it.
Whatever god you're praying to, it seems to be working.
Yeah, definitely. I have never been this lucky before, I don't think.
Are you praying the Slifer, the Sky Dragon, or the Winged Dragon of Ra?
Wait,
I'm
are
more
you,
of a winged dragon
Gotcha.
kind of
are
guy.
you are you even qualified yet, or have you just qualified?
Just qualified
No,
now.
this was my qualification.
You've just qualified. Oh my god! Well, congratulations. I
Yeah,
thought you were already in, but like, that's great news.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, indeed. Come on, win this.
So yeah, congratulations again to STL Killa,
John Wick and
John
Viffer.
Wick, Lucas here, and Differ. However we want to say that. Yeah, those
I'm lucky.
top four there are now qualified for the Go Format World Championships. Congrats to all of our qualifications here. 3 Chaos decks, I believe. 1 burn in the top 4. But all different variants of Chaos, I think.
Oh man. Jazz is giving some major critique of Soy Boy, I think.
Yeah, I think Soyboy, sure, he missed the attack on my token. I noticed that as well. The other things, I don't really know what Jess is pointing towards, but I think Soyboy played really well, and I was not looking forward to facing him, as I had seen a few games of his before this tournament, and I think we played well overall. And really, it could have gone either way there. I got super lucky in the end.
Well, that's very humble.
Me humbled? No. Obviously, what I meant to say is that when I pot off greeted into Torrential Ring of Destruction, I outskilled him.
Yeah, of course.
That's a pretty good draw.
I had 4 bricks in hand. I drew pot of grid into Torrential Ring.
Oh no. Yeah, even Everfall just said that was the best pot of green I've ever seen. Yeah, he's not wrong.
Yeah, but yeah. That might have been my best pot of greed actually ever. So what is John Wick on Dueling Book?
You guys are gonna play tomorrow in the top 4. it looks
Oh,
like.
okay.
Yep.
Oh.
Is he?
Yep. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. So what? That's it. Are we done for today then? I'm not sure.
Are we gonna? Do we want to do anything like go over the top decks, or are we allowed to? I mean, I guess not. But
One sec. I just need to do some investigation. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, it does say we'll finish on the 27th. Okay. Well, we won't do anything on the decks just yet since the tournament's not strictly speaking over.
yep.
But
Okay.
I
We will
will
be back tomorrow then. Thanks everyone in the chat for coming out and watching.
And thank you, Maskis, for being a trooper, being on all day, and pretty much picking up quite a lot of the slack that the TOs weren't able to really deal with.
I
So
hope my
thank you.
check's in the mail.
Sorry?
I hope my check's in the mail, or
Yeah, of course.
at the very least, you got to stack my bracket for the World Championships. Thank you.
Oh, you've qualified. Oh my god, I didn't even realize.
I don't mention it like every stream, do I?
So who have I got to give this to? John Wick. Who else?
But yeah, thank you all for coming out and watching today. Stick around tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. Top 4 of the tournament. Check out who's going to finally win GOAT Format Championship number 10. Should be real fun. I'll be here. I don't know who else will be with me. Hopefully, Ross will be with me.
Potentially.
I'll be with you making commentary for the finals.
You can't
but you might
commentate
be
when
in the
you're playing
finals.
in the finals there, my guy.
No, that's the thing, right?
All right.
Are we offline?
No, we are now though. See you guys later. See you tomorrow. Come on out. Same channel,
Bye.
twitch.tv/GoFormat. Check out the Discord, and also check out GoFormat.com.